stretch it out.
If you scream, that means you've slipped a disc, or
Oh, I don't know. I'm trying to stretch out my hamstrings and my lower back to try to work it out because like I can't lay down and I can't sit down in the chair.
well,
You
that
know, it's probably
sucks.
good. Take some Advil because Advil usually is good for that.
Yeah, but it's just general pain. I'm trying to actually like work out whether it's like a pulled muscle in my lower back. I don't know what, but hopefully it hasn't gone away
Tell
for
your
a few
boyfriend to
days.
go. Tell your boyfriend to go a little easy at night. You know, blowing your back out and all that.
Don't have one.
I wasn't gonna say
I
anything.
don't even have one. Ugh.
I was gonna let it go. I was like, she. Oh, okay. Where's my avatar, by the way, Hannah? Before we
Oh
start
yeah,
this,
I know. I need to like
see,
stop being
that's why
lazy.
your back hurts. See, now I said I
There
wasn't
is
going to
that.
use the voodoo doll, but no, see, I need. See, I ran right into that. I was going to make a voodoo doll joke, but yeah, I ruined it. So
Piece of shit.
okay, so okay, I wanted to go back over the debate because watching it live and doing the commentary, we just like our minds were full of fuck. Like I'm not even sure how to describe what happened because uh, trying to be as objective as I can here, regardless of how I no crackers in my hangout. By the way, Tony, uh, trying to be objective about it is hard. Not because I don't really care for True and then I like Steve. It's due to the fact that and multiple personalities was talking about this. True did not present anything. And that's like my biggest gripe. Like if he didn't feel like he wanted to do the Q&A, whatever, right? He was obviously upset, with whatever happened. And we'll get to General Han and the role of a moderator. But the fact that he stated that he had a presentation but decided not to present it, that's on him. That's no one else's fault. That he came there unprepared. And as somebody who kind of harps on that in real life, I find that amazing that at no point he acknowledged his own failures and how he presented his argument, if that's what you even want to call it. So just standing back, if I were to show this debate to someone who really didn't have an opinion about it, who really knew nothing about science, they would probably say Steve had a stronger case simply based on the fact that he had something to present and that there were takeaways from Steve. Even if you don't know anything about engineering, when you mentioned the turbines and the major differences, you still could have a few takeaways just from that PowerPoint alone, not to mention the first PowerPoint, the intro one that he did, where he stated the prompt and showed that, well, as far as his opponent's position, we already have a stable model, and here's how modeling works in other fields such as physics, and that's the ball dropping section showed that. But there's nothing to compare that to for True. There's no counterpoint that you could make. And if folks want to go and verify this for themselves, go and watch the debate that True had with Negation of P. I believe it's on Xbox Fiend's channel, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah,
Yes.
yeah, it's on Xbox Fiend's channel. The same thing happened. What I mean the same thing is that there's only rebuttal. True cannot or will not present the argument based on its own merits. He can only present it from the position of a rebuttal that someone may have against it. And
Well,
so, yeah, go ahead.
oh, sorry.
Now I've been
No, go
talking
ahead.
long
Sorry, I
enough. I
interrupted
was
you.
waiting for someone to like cut in. I've just been talking.
Oh, for that one, for the negation of P hangout, I think that was one of the most telling debates he's had. Mainly because negation was saying, "Listen, I'll grant you everything, right? I'll grant you whatever you want. You want to say that there's an intelligent designer? Yes. Do you want to say that ATP mayonnaise is nifty, so therefore it's designed? Fine. DNA is a code, actual little code. Fine. All of the things you've ever said. You wanted me to grant it? Fine. Now explain to me how it's different naturalistically to supernaturalistic, right? So if we posit some guy named Greg on planet Basement who just farts out universes, that's still a naturalistic explanation of an intelligent designer than a supernatural designer, which would be, i.e., a religious one, right? That's all. That was the bridge he was trying to build. Something How do you get to a supernatural explanation? And True never moved away from, well, it looks designed, therefore designed. It's like, no, you're not listening. I'm saying you can have all of that. It's fine. What's step two? Show me your step two. And he never was able to get there. Even when he came back in, what was it? I think you were there, and Steve and a few other people were talking to him for a few minutes, and we're pointing out the same thing. Hey, listen, you don't have to argue this point anymore. The point has been granted to you. He just didn't know where to go from there.
And that's where I brought up the whole pareidolia thing, is that he's seeing patterns. He's finding patterns, and he's arbitrarily saying, well, everything's connected. There's no metric that he's actually using. He's just saying, well, anytime we see a design, we know there's a designer. Anytime we see something complex. Well, if I say that something is complex, that's a qualitative assessment. Now, you can make quantitative assessments from that, but there is a type of metric that you have to establish. What True never does, and you can watch any interaction he's ever had online, whether it's on a forum or in a video, he does not give that metric, and that's really what we're asking for. If he has, it can be counting marbles. Like, it really does not matter. But he makes a qualitative assessment and then expects people to simply agree with him. But even when someone does agree with him, like Ned, he can't move to the next point and say, all right, well, since you granted me this, using this metric here, whether it's, this many base pairs, or whether it has this type of interaction or this type of bonds, or whether, it's only, well, I made this qualitative assessment, therefore I have my conclusion. And that's not how science works. I'm sorry, that's not it. I'll give you an example of a qualitative assessment going to a quantitative one today. I brought home 2 new friends to crayfish, and I had to help out the professor with the experiment that was being conducted, where you had to take 2 males and 2 females, and a male and a female, and see how they interacted with each other. Now, how do you determine, the level of aggression just by watching them? Well, you make a scorecard, whether they, try to clamp down on each other, or whether they, just move apart from each other. You can just assign numbers, a particular score, 1 or a 0 or whatever, and then count that up. And that is how you then establish the quantitative assessment. And there you can then go on and draw conclusions from that. That's a model. So you can say, well, based on this, I can say interaction of 3 or more means that they're aggressive. 2 or less means that they're docile. That's something that can be verified. That's something that can be falsified. True did not present anything like that, not even close. So I invited Antonio, invited G Consciousness and C Brown, and I can't remember Carlos's last name, but if he wants in, he can get in. And True himself, if he wants to come in too, and explain.
His account's name?
Yeah. I'm trying to. There's like, you wouldn't imagine how many trust in G. Oh wait, actually no, there it is. Now it came up. Okay, so I'll invite him. But I want to hear from people who think that Ronnie did a good job. Where was his model? Where was his qualitative assessment, his quantitative assessment? What was the null hypothesis? I need some type of info, because listening to it, and after some of us took notes, he did not do a good job at presenting his argument.
Right. I listened to it, and I definitely think he did a horrible job at representing intelligent design. I think that he would have did great from a standpoint if he would have presented a model, or just presenting like something like some type of functionality of some type of organism, or to present present that as a model, and then explain his function or something like that. He didn't do any of that, so I thought he did terrible. I think that Steve did pretty good, but I'm just not really into a person just reading the whole time. It's like if he was at a debate and he just reading the whole time, and you're gonna look up at the audience and explain your model. So it was just like, I think that it was, that was my whole thing. Is I think that TE, how he presented his, it seemed that he knew what he was talking about, but he should have put something up and put forth a model so people could understand intelligent design.
Hmm.
Rather than that, I would say this though. I would say that I think that we can take Steve's information that he got right now, and we can match him up with Kevin G. And I think that Kevin G will, off the top of his head, just smash his information that he got right now. Like if we got Kevin G in here, and I told Steve, I said, Steve, I think that you should debate Kevin G because he knows the model, he knows it by heart. He don't have to have no notes, and he can just. It's like he got notes before him. He can get a drawing board and draw out stuff right there, and
Oh,
really do that. So I
before,
think that that's something that we should do, probably.
yeah, that'd be
Get
great.
Kevin G.
I don't know who Kevin G is, so I would love to hear from him. But I wanted to ask you, G-Con, do you know if T was at work or maybe he had other hangouts planned that day or something? Because it seemed to me it wasn't necessarily unprepared. I would agree that's the bare minimum, but it seemed that he was distracted as well. So I was wondering, maybe and if it's something personal, I don't want to know, but maybe that might explain why his attentiveness was in and out. Because it seemed to me he was addressing points that weren't made, and then when a direct rebuttal was made to something that he had said, it almost like he was answering a question that wasn't asked. You know what I mean? So I thought maybe he was distracted, worried about something else.
Right. I mean, I just think he just got lazy with the information, to be honest. Like he could have came better than that. I think that he's used to arguing from a state point. He's not used to a debate. Like I'm not. I'm used to mainly a discussion rather than when you having a debate and you have to present your information and your arguments. And I think that that's something that if this happened before, he's not used to that then.
Well, I think what I noticed was that he didn't actually in any way attempt to support his own argument. He was only there to rebut. That was it. But that's not how debate works. You have to present your case for the position you hold. And he didn't do that. He didn't present his case as to why intelligent design was a better model for what we see in nature than evolution. And the most telling part of it for me was when he actually said, this debate isn't about models. Yes, it is. When you're asking what best accounts for the systems in nature, intelligent design or evolution, you're looking at two competing models. Except Steve made a case for why evolution is a model, and true empiricism made no case for why intelligent design should be considered a model, as in does it fulfill the criteria that you put out for a model. Now, without doing that, then how can you show, it's what best accounts for.
Yeah, that's a great point.
There's a comparison to be made there. And if you don't present your case for why your model is the best model. The other thing he did actually say was that you can't have a model unless it's tearing down another one. No, that's not true. That is not true. Otherwise, we'd never make any new models about anything. You don't have to have a pre-existing model which you tear down with a new model for your new model to be a model. And so he seemed to be there to not so much make the case for intelligent design, is to try and tear down the case for evolution. But even if he'd managed to bring evolution down a bit, he's still done nothing to show that intelligent design best accounted for it. That's what he needed to do. But can I just go off just to a very slight tangent, because I think we should state this at the very start of this discussion and get it out of the way now. And it is what the role of a moderator is.
Yes.
I think we need to get that out of the way. So I'm going to read out exactly what I posted. A discussion moderator or debate moderator is a person whose role is to act as a neutral participant in a debate or discussion, holds participants to time limits and tries to keep them from straying off the topic of the questions being raised in the debate. Sometimes moderators may ask questions intended to allow the debate participants to fully develop their argument in order to ensure the debate moves at pace.
Well, that's what I was confused about. I mean, if you could hear when General was actually just asking him to elaborate a little bit more on some of the points that he made, he said under his breath, but still audible, "Well, now I'm debating you." It's like, no, you misunderstood. He's actually trying to help you.
Yeah.
Yeah, most of us didn't like that though, because we knew that Ronnie would take that as a slight against him, and I think that even though General Han's, heart was in the right place with trying to help out, he tried to push a little bit too hard, and then that's what ended up turning off Ronnie, because now he was under the assumption that he has to then go up against, two people, when it's in reality it's like, hey, I didn't catch what you just said. Can you say it again?
Yeah, I mean, it wasn't.
It's about kind of understanding where the point is. And I've done similar things to the debates that I post on my channel. I don't get quite into the questions as General Han Solo does. Usually, if I hear that there's a struggle between a point two of the people are making, I'll do my best to just elaborate the point to the best of my understanding and be like, okay, now how do you think of what I just said, right? What do you think of what I just said? And then let them continue from there, right? It's non-confrontational. It makes it seem like I don't know what the fuck I'm talking about, and it continues the conversation back at a mutual starting point.
I mean, I watched. Sorry.
No. I mean, with that, I guess it just seemed more adversarial. That's all.
Yeah, I watched the live chat, and General had asked for questions, and I watched them flood in, and one question kept cropping up from absolutely everybody was, what is your model? You've not given us a model. And that's what General was trying to draw out of him, to try and help him to clarify it, because it was obvious that nobody in the audience had heard him describe the model. All we'd got was cause and effect.
That annoyed me.
But that's not an intelligent design model. It's not explaining it. It's not saying why it's a scientific model. And that is why General brought up Hugh Ross's definition of a model, to try and help true empiricism out. And also, it would then have dealt with about 25 questions that had been submitted by the audience separately about what's the model.
Well, the issue that I saw there is that it's everyone else's fault for not understanding what Ronnie's saying, because all of his model is and the question that I wanted answered was, okay, cause and effect is your model. Okay, let's go with that. Well, what about quantum mechanics, where there are effects that are completely non-causal? There are things that just sort of happen, and we model these with equations, but we don't know the cause and effect. We just have models. So that was my question. And of course, we never got to it, but is he suggesting that quantum mechanics is not science? I thought that was an interesting implication of what he was saying.
But not only that, you can, what is the model for gravity? Cause and effect. What's the model for evolution? Cause and effect. What's the model for intelligent design? Cause and effect. What's the model for the germ theory of disease? Cause and effect. It tells you nothing. If you are going to say for every single model that the model is cause and effect, then nobody is any the wiser.
Right.
You just parrot a phrase.
Right. I think, and that's what I was saying too. I think he would have did better, even if he didn't have a model. He should have used Steve's model, because I think the intelligent design is able to go into Steve's model and explain it better than how Steve was actually explaining it, to be honest.
Well,
I've actually watched certain people. I've actually watched certain people go into the model of, if somebody present a model and say, well, hold on, well, okay, let's see how this working, and then they go in and they say, well, this works like this worked like that, and this is the intelligence behind it, and actually destroy them with in their own model.
But that
Go ahead.
that works though. That G-Con, that works. And so here's where I think Ronnie really screwed up, because I thought that's how Ronnie would approach it. Because when Steve made his PowerPoint, the first joke slide was like, ID has no model. Now that was, he was really putting himself out there. And I told Steve is that if True actually presents a model, he's going to fuck you over there. Because he can then go, well, look, my opponent doesn't even know my position because he says there is none. He says there's no model. Let me show you. And so that could have been a huge point True could have scored. And not only that, was that the fact that when Steve kind of, without being solicited, he just kind of offered, well, True has said this in the past. True could have said, well, that's not my position now. Here's my position, and then completely eschewed the second set of PowerPoints. But instead, he went back and argued that, oh, well, Steve just presented my position for me, but then neglected to mention all the differences that Steve had also offered. So it's like he made some missteps here, and I'm as being objective as I can be, and really say that I don't think he was really that into it.
And then he didn't finish his points. And I mean, if you got 15 minutes, take all your time. When he it's like you sitting there, you watching something, and somebody brings some information, and you say, well, you got 15 minutes, and then they just short stop you, and you be like, whoa, like, dude, you just took like 2 or 3 minutes out of 15 minutes that you had, and that wasn't. I don't know what. I mean, anybody could have did that. I could have did that.
I was even making a joke in the after show hangout, because I only caught like the tail end of it. I was at work, so when that stuff like that was starting happening, everybody's saying, "Oh, he thought it was layover minutes, overlap minutes." I thought, shit, is that on the Verizon or the Sprint phone plan? Because I want a fucking deal like that. If you could just save minutes.
Yeah.
And
oh, go ahead.
I was just going to say.
Oh, go ahead. Sorry, We're over.
Well, what I was going to say was that one of the things that has come out of this from last night is the claim that General was cutting Ronnie off, and yet Ronnie didn't actually use his full time, and General actually asked him, have you got more? I mean, the time was there for him to use. He chose not to use it. So to say General was cutting him off is not accurate at all.
And insulting.
He chose to truncate his opening statement. He chose to truncate his main argument. They were all decisions he made. And he decided not to use his presentation. So instead of putting forth his case, he tried to go straight to rebuttal of Steve's case.
And what I wanted to say is that in his hangout afterwards, he said that he brought up the brain and the nervous system.
Yes.
And he apparently went through that so fast in the debate with Steve, I completely missed it.
Well, his whole argument was the brain is like a computer, therefore intelligent design. It's the same thing as DNA is a code, therefore intelligent design.
But you see,
it doesn't follow.
But in his, if I may, in his after show, he brought up much more of what he was talking about the brain and the nervous system. If that was supposed to be his argument, why didn't he present it when he was in the debate with Steve? Instead, he brings it into his after show.
But that's the weirdest thing, though. I remember confronting him, when he has Bring It Evolutionists gajillion and 4, whatever it is, or whatever the fuck hangouts he has. He's always, I always ask him, so is it only DNA as a code and ATP synthase turbine, whatever bullshit that you have as an example for intelligent design? And he always comes back to, that's all I need. I said, so what else could ever be, used as evidence for intelligent design? Can I use, the way an opera singer vocal cords work in the same way canaries work? Is that a sign of intelligent design? Like some common designer of both of these natural organisms? Like what is it that you're using as a rubric to go around?
Well, yeah, there's an entire lack of rigor there, right? So it says, for example, that things like homologies are just subjective, but as Fiona points out, there's objective scoring measures. You can actually debate whether those scoring measures are accurate or not. Like there are mathematical scores that you can actually do, and I know this because I've taught students how to do that. Like, it's amazing to me. Like I've taught sequence alignment, so he can't say that it doesn't exist.
Yeah.
Right? There's a whole large portion of the literature devoted to this. So it just shows a remarkable amount of laziness, in my opinion, is what it comes down to, because he just sort of defaults back to the exact same arguments without really thinking about them, because they're not good arguments.
Yeah,
Oh, go ahead, Fiona.
I was going to say, Sam has just brought up this sequence alignment thing. And this is the thing that sort of smacked me between the eyes. When Steve had mentioned about sequence similarities, and Ronnie said, well, it's just pareidolia. And therefore, that wasn't valid. But that was exactly what he was using. So it looks like something that is intelligently designed, therefore it is intelligently designed. And then he says, oh, but you can't take sequence similarities, even although computers spit out the results of the number crunching from it, and not humans.
And he's also sorry.
Say what now?
Let Fiona finish.
So he cannot call foul on DNA sequence comparisons as pareidolia, and then have his whole argument based on it looks designed, therefore it's designed.
And he's misusing the term pareidolia.
Yes,
because
but that was a big take home that I got from it, right? Because it knocked on the head the whole argument. It looks designed, therefore it is. And this, if it walks like a duck, quacks like a duck, we don't call it a cow. No, you would call it a duck. But here's the thing, he's saying if it looks like a duck, if it walks like a duck, if it quacks like a duck, he's doing comparisons and coming to a conclusion. And then he's saying that you're not allowed to do that at all. So he knocked down his own argument as soon as he dissed DNA sequence comparisons. For the reason he does them.
If you don't mind me asking, who are we talking about here, and what's the argument?
There wasn't much of an argument presented other than DNA is similar to a code, the brain functions similarly to a computer, therefore I do.
And I wanted to mention that because part of his argument is that, we have this code in the DNA, right? And a code is a language, therefore intelligence. Okay. Well, plants speak to each other using chemical signals. So is that a language? Does that mean that there's intelligence in plants?
Yeah, of course there is, because you have two organisms communicating with one another.
So you would consider plants to have intelligence then?
You said bats or
No, I'm saying that. I'm asking you if, given that plants can communicate with each other using chemical signals, are we going to consider that a language? And does that mean that plants have intelligence?
Well, no, because that'll be totally different. For instance, if you have a plant, there could be a female part of the plant and a male part of the plant. The plant can give off certain pheromones or certain signals that will signal parts of the plant to do certain things as far as a process. That's no different than me eating food in my digestive system getting
I'm not talking about that.
But a language, right? But a language which is more complex will be one that we use a syntax, right? We use certain syntax, we use certain vocabulary in order to communicate with one another. So, for instance, if I speak to you in English, and we could take that English understanding and I can translate it into French or Japanese, that will be along the lines of how we view DNA as being an intelligent language. Not something
that's not analogous.
That's not analogous. I'm sorry. That's not really in line with
And-
the latest genomic research.
You missed what Jade's point was. Let Jade
Well-
make her point exactly again.
I'm not talking about like a male and a female putting pheromones. I'm talking about a plant, like a tree, communicating with another tree through chemical signals through the soil or through the air. And they do that. We have a lot of recent research that shows that the communication between different plants is very complex, far more than we thought it was.
In what ways? What are some of the examples?
I would have to pull up the papers, but basically one plant will send chemical signals to another plant. It depends on, is there water? Is there, we're trying to decipher the language essentially of plants. In some cases it's don't put your roots over here. In other cases it's food and water, let's go bloom. There are a number of things like that, but they are communicating through each other, even through chemicals in the soil going from plant to plant. So I've been looking at the recent research. I haven't spent a lot of time reading it, to be honest. So I would have to look that up for you. But they are communicating in ways that are far more complicated than we thought they were. So there is a kind of language of plants. But does that mean that plants have an intelligence? I mean, that's an interesting question, by the way. And of course, it also goes to what do you mean by intelligence? And not only that, could you consider, because some groups of plants, a group of plants could communicate among themselves, especially since like a grove, that's what I mean. Like you have a grove of a particular type of tree, those trees will communicate among themselves. That little grove is tightly knit, and essentially it's a little community. So this is a whole new way of looking at things. But yeah, so we do know they communicate, and we do know they use chemical signals, which is a form of communication. I mean, after all, we use chemical signals to communicate. They're chemical signals in our brain. Do plants have an intelligence? It's an interesting question.
Right, but here's the thing though. So for instance, if you have like mechanisms or biological systems within the body that do communicate with one another based on what they're feeling. For instance, if there's a foreign object within the body, white blood cells will react to it. There's certain things that give off certain signals or certain mechanisms that do certain things within the body. I wouldn't necessarily call that intelligence from the sense of they are communicating or talking. But when it comes to language, I think what intelligent designers are pointing to is when humans communicate with one another using a syntax. Like if I'm communicating with you, and I start off a sentence by a capital letter, or if I say the or the to talk about a noun, like that, there's a subject, there's an object, there's certain things that happen within it. The sentence that I actually tell you based on order. So if I said the man was at home today, though he was really sad, there's a syntax that we use in all of the language that we use. So we're not talking about merely just signals and chemicals and things of that nature. We're talking about a use of syntax in order to speak and say certain things.
Are you familiar with?
So
sorry, I thought you were done. My internet.
So like in the DNA, we have 4 nucleotides: adenine, guanine, thymine, cytosine, right? And with those 4, based on the sequence that they're placed in, they're used to code for certain proteins. And when the ribosome machines want to create certain proteins, it will look for that syntax in order to do its job. So it's not just chemical interaction; it's more like specificity used to do things.
So
I'm struggling with the DNA business because a lot of what DNA does is based on whether a gene is expressed or not, is actually based on chemical signaling.
Yeah, I actually wrote my master's thesis on this very thing, right? These are all chemical signals. These are all chemical interactions that we understand actually fairly well. The other thing I was going to say is that syntax isn't the only element of language. That's actually a really important thing. And you can abstract syntax, right? So people have actually done this with cell signaling models. You can abstract a syntax from those, right? A syntax is a set of formal rules that even like, and I don't mean this with any offense, But even people don't necessarily follow a syntax. Like G consciousness, no offense, you speak in a way that actually violates the syntax and structure of what what is considered proper English language, whatever the hell
Right,
that
but
is.
don't-
That's
but-
actually
right,
hold on,
right,
hold on,
right,
hold on.
right,
That's-
right,
hold on,
right,
hold on, Ron.
But I'm not
That's
done.
actually
And
bad.
I let you finish.
Hold
I'm
on.
not
Let me
done.
say this real quick.
I'm
Let me
not
say this
done,
real quick.
and I let everyone else finish.
Dragnet. Let me say this. First of all,
Goodness
dude,
sake.
do not use me as an example because I don't even like you anyways. You
it
never
was sad for you
apologize
as
for
an
stuff you
example.
said
Right.
already.
But to add to that,
Don't
though,
use
that's
me as
actually
an
a bad
example.
I'm not
example
done.
because
I'm
there are
not
others.
done. I don't recall being done with my sentence. And
Right.
so if you want to abstract a syntax onto anything, typically a syntax, unless it's in a formal computer language, is not prescriptive, it's descriptive.
No. Well,
So,
let's get back to your.
What do you mean
let's get back to your
no?
example.
Or
So,
I've studied computer I have a degree in computer science. Are you saying
that's
that
cool.
is
I'm
incorrect?
in IT as well.
Well,
I dabbled in
wait.
programming when I was in college as well. I mean, programming is programming. You don't need to have a master's degree in order to understand programming or a library.
here's-
Well,
okay,
no, but
here's the-
I'm
hold on,
talking
here's the-
about formal
Right. So
languages.
what I was
though.
Here's the
saying
issue. Here's the issue, guys. Okay, so where is the analog for colloquialism in a cell? Because I understand G consciousness because he uses colloquialisms. All right. People understand me because I'm able to code switch between the Queen's English and my own colloquialisms. Where's the analog to that inside of a cell?
there is none.
Okay, then that's our issue. If there is no analog for that, then you can't say it's a language. A language evolves.
No, there is
Language-
an analog actually, Drag. So the analog would be is that, for example, when you're under a lot of heat stress and your proteins are starting to deform, the cell responds in a signal with heat shock proteins, right? So that you could think of as sort of a colloquialism of how the cell is supposed to operate in a certain environment. But the issue is that we can stretch these analogies as far as we want, but we're just using analogies instead of actually talking about the thing, which I think Fiona was trying to highlight.
Yeah, because I think if you ignore the fact that what is happening when it comes to gene expression, that it is chemical signaling that's at the root of what happens.
Right. It does. The things that occur within biological systems already said is done by signaling. That is correct. But when you want to build a certain thing, it is using a certain syntax. For instance, if the ribosome,
No.
if a ribosome machines were to put together a string of nucleotides together, a thymine taking out uracil putting in, and it used a sequence of a polyadenylation specificity factor at the end of it, it's going to be the same type of sequence used each and every time.
I'm
And what
sorry,
this
that
does-
is just gobbledygook with regard to biology.
Yeah.
Can we try to stick to the facts?
Right,
Let's
but
agree
let-
with
can-
you.
can
Hold on,
let him
brother.
finish
Wait,
though.
why
Let him
would you
finish
say-
though,
Why
Sam.
would you say
Damn.
that what I said is gobbledygook, and you say you wrote a master's on it? You should have understood what I said.
Well, here's the thing: is the ribosome doesn't specify sequences. What the ribosome
Okay,
does
wait a minute.
is
It
it
binds
binds
That's not what I
and it
said.
provides
That's
a
not what I
catalytic
said.
environment
That's
for
not what I
tRNA.
said. Hold on.
I'm sorry,
What I
did
said was
he
a
not say
sequence-
that? Because I'm
Wait a
writing
minute.
down what
No,
he
I
said.
did not. Could I repeat what I said? Do you know what sequence polyhydrogenylation specificity factor is?
Yes, what does that have to do with ribosomes, though?
Okay,
That's
so
during
okay,
mRNA
when-
processing,
okay,
that's
wait a
before
minute,
translation.
Wait a minute. When it goes through transcription, and both ends, the 5N and the 3N of this line, that gets tagged with this factor. What puts that on there? Is it a ribosome machine?
No, ribosomes don't do transcription; they do
Which-
translation.
No, they don't. The
Okay,
mRNA goes through. It's from a
Well, wait,
ribosome
wait,
machine.
wait, wait.
No,
Does the
you don't
transcription.
understand. I'm sorry,
Hold
man.
on,
You
Brother,
don't
hold on.
understand. You don't
Gene
understand.
Let me read.
Gene
Man.
expression.
Obviously,
Hey.
you're trying to play games now.
I'm
Right,
not
okay,
trying to
here's
play
what
games.
Here's
Look
what
at-
happens.
I can
May I
grab it.
please? If you don't mind. Right. The messenger RNA is polyadenylated at the end, a poly A tail, okay? That's at the transcription level before it even gets near the ribosome.
Okay. That's my mistake. You're absolutely correct. You're absolutely
Right,
correct.
that's why
What I meant was
Fiona
the
said
RNA
that's
process.
what- that's That's why Sam said that what you had said was gobbledygook. It didn't make any sense to anybody who knows
Right.
anything
So
about this.
regardless what I said, what did make any sense to you or not, I'm back on my point. The point is this: when you use that specific factor, is it the same each and every time?
What specific
The
factor?
polyadenylation. What are we talking about?
Sequence polyadenylation specificity factor. Those number of nucleotides at the end, are they the same?
No, they aren't.
Okay, so it's not A's at the adenine.
It's a bunch of A's, but it's actually known as a problem in sequencing. I mean, I can talk about this, but because it's difficult for the sequencer to actually detect the exact numbers of A's, it's still an open problem in bioinformatics, the number of A's at the end of a polyadenylated tail.
Wait, but is it functional in making proteins?
The A's, no.
Yes, it is.
How so?
No, not in the action. It's
They're
not
in the
functional.
three.
It doesn't-
They're in the 3'
it's-
untranslated region.
Right.
No,
And the
no,
reason
I mean,
why
I-
this there, it actually
It's-
keeps that string of pre-mRNA from actually grouping in with anything else. From
Yeah,
this
the
point,
point
this is
is-
No,
this
wait
is when
a second.
Sam's
Kevin,
point. I think Sam's point was the fact.
Fiona, I can handle this. I
Wait.
know, I understand this
But
stuff. I
can
actually
y'all-
do research
but y'all
on it.
gotta let them finish though. Let them finish. You
But-
keep cutting them
It's
off.
out of it, because I did
So
my
the
work on it.
audience can listen and let them finish, and then y'all can talk, man. But let them finish because the audience can't hear it because
Hey, but
y'all
listen.
keep cutting them off.
Hey, listen though, I do have an appointment that I have to go to in a minute, and I have to get off. But basically, what I'm saying is that the add of the polytails, or the A that's ended on the 3 end, actually is useful when it comes to the stability of that molecule. When that thing is going through translation, and when it's on its way to a point where amino acids can group together and create proteins, it is this function that allows it to be stable. In fact, on the 5 end, there's a similar thing that occurs that keeps it from actually grouping in with anything else. So my point is this, and then I'm gonna get off, is that there are specific things that we can see in biological systems that use specific sequence in order for them to function. I mean,
So I would say that first off, poly A tails are not. They can't. There is a thought that they are partially a protective area of the mRNA, but a lot of current theory seems to indicate that they actually tag it for future degradation.
not
the
the
other
same. That's
thing-
not the same. That's not the same sequence.
It's the poly A tail, right? We're talking about the poly A tail.
No, that's actually, but the sequence that you're talking about that's for future degradation, which means it marks it as trash. That's actually a different sequence.
No, I'm talking about the poly A tail. This has actually been found in long non-coding RNAs. This has been found in tRNAs actually. That it's been used as a degradation marker.
Right.
Also
So
on
okay,
a
so
bunch
if
of.
we
I'm not
use-
finished. Not finished.
Okay,
Let me
go ahead.
finish my sentence. If we want to talk about the 5' cap, yes, that is probably more. That is actually probably more protective of the sequence than the 3' because translation, than the 3' polyadenylated region because translation precedes 5' to 3'.
So in conclusion, you do agree that this is a functional process.
I don't. What do you mean by a functional process?
The point that the reason why I brought it up in the first place is to show that the biological systems is using sequence in order to accomplish certain things.
I never denied that it uses sequence, but you're confusing the idea that there are biopolymers with the idea that it has to be some sort of ethereal language. I mean, in reality, we're just talking about a biochemical process. That's how we understand these things.
No, man. I think you kind of confused it. But I need to go to
How am I confused?
because the reason why I brought it up, because she was pointing out that there are chemical signaling that goes on between certain things. Her example was plants or trees, and I was agreeing with her, but I was showing her that what intelligent designers look at as far as when it comes to language is the DNA code itself. Each of those nucleotides and how they're arranged in their sequence on the sugar ribose. And then I said, well, there are some examples of how signaling can occur within systems using sequence, and I brought up the polyadenylation.
But
which
that's
is
not
poly-A.
some. Well, I mean, the issue
But
there
you-
would. I mean, yeah, that's all fine and well. And now that we've clarified that,
but I don't really see how this, again, we're talking about things, you know, if I compare this to the bytecode on my hard drive, right? The issue is that what I'm doing is making a concrete implementation of an abstract thought, whereas the operation of DNA is entirely concrete. It's not abstract like other languages.
Well, okay. So what do you mean by that? There's meaning there's one translation system. There's only one system to there's no interpretation of it.
Great question. So what I mean is like when I am creating software representations of, let's say I'm doing some sort of histogram, it's a common graph, right? What I'm trying to do is I'm trying to capture an abstraction, but I'm using bytecode, right? So I'm going from what's in my head onto onto the actual registers on the hard drive, right? And so what I'm doing is altering using a medium to represent something that's an abstract. With DNA, right. I don't see, with biology, I don't see that being the case because it just seems like all of it is concrete. We don't need to refer to an abstract.
Exactly. So for instance, you use something such as C++ to program to the kernel. It's going to eventually be turned into ones and zeros, correct? So you're saying that in order for me to talk to the kernel or to your hardware, you're going to use an abstract language in order for you to understand.
What I'm saying is there is no abstract in the cell, though.
Right. I will look at So I will look at DNA as the binary code, as the machine code. I will look at it as the kernel level code.
But that doesn't make
it as abstract code.
DNA is a binary code.
Sorry, hold on a second. Wait
DNA is a binary code.
No, Fiona, wait 1 second. For starters, machine code is not binary; it's hexadecimal.
They're both interchangeable.
Guys, I don't think we need to.
You can convert binary to hexadecimal and vice versa.
No, he's just what Kevin. Kevin, do you mind if just correct me if I'm wrong? What Kevin is saying is that at bottom there is some sort of discrete representation of everything. That's all he's saying. Right?
Yep, no worries.
Yeah. That's all he's saying. We don't need to harp. But the issue is that DNA doesn't actually operate like bytecode. And this is because the cells no one has thought this since the sequencing of the human genome. And this is because there's a lot of gene regulatory elements. A lot of cell environment controls how genes are expressed. It's not it's a dynamical system. It's not a system that is determined. Whereas if I have, if I write code on my laptop and then I execute that code, that is determined. That is determined by the bytecode being interpreted by the CPU. So that's a very key. There are not really a lot of analogies that actually work for how this aspect of biology, I would say.
Right. And I agree with you. I think that it is a mistake to compare programming languages to DNA in that sense. The only thing that I will draw from it is that it is a sequence that does specify certain functions, such as when we look.
But again, I don't know why that's really critical, right? So let's break that down.
Well, because
so first
the reason why that
let me finish the sentence, please. Okay, so firstly, the thing would be is if it's a sequence. Well, what is a sequence? A sequence just means that there's an order, right? If we're talking about mathematics,
right?
So let's toss that out. Okay, it specifies functions. Well, again, I don't think the DNA specifies functions because still there's an open problem in computer science, which is the protein folding problem, right? From sequence, we actually can't determine the kinetics of the proteins. We don't have algorithms that can do that. It requires the dynamical system of the cell. So even then it fails on that analogy. Again, I'm not saying these analogies aren't useful. I teach intro students these analogies because they're good ways of thinking about it. But once you get to a higher level, you stop talking about these types of analogies and you start talking about what's actually the mechanisms there.
Yeah, I gotta get to my point, man. I wish I had more time to talk about this, maybe afterwards, because I'm actually going to another room. But I would like to come back and speak with you further on that. But I wouldn't say that DNA. I will conclude that it's not an abstract language. I believe that it is the bottom level language. We do have abstract ideas to kind of illustrate how these things work. But what we see when we see DNA is that it's sequence code for certain functions. We see machines that actually go in and actually transcribe parts of the code that it needs to create certain functions or proteins. A lot of those things do imply an intelligent thought or mechanisms, because the only thing we can draw from that is where else do we see mechanisms that are put together using a sequence, and that will be things that we design and create ourselves. But I will say that's where the intelligent designer is coming from. And that there is we can't really find any materialistic cause as to how these sequence machines would have come about just materialistically by blind chance.
Do you read the molecular biology literature often?
So, not often. No.
Like peer-reviewed journals, because there have been actually
not
several.
Sometimes
there was an article that came out in Current Biology. I actually sent it to Dragnot if he's here, but they actually analyzed the evolution of an entire metabolic system.
Right.
I mean, people are actually solving these things. I mean,
right. But they're solving.
I don't see how it's happening. It either reflects a laziness on looking it up, or it's an argument from ignorance.
Well, let me ask you a question. Were these done to a computer simulation?
The paper that I'm thinking of, not really. No.
How did they calculate the sequence then?
They didn't look at sequences. They looked at elements of a metabolic network. We can talk about this at a different time, but I would suggest that you actually look up the questions for a lot of these things, and look them up in the literature and search them, because a lot of this kind of sounds like you went to an ID, and I'm not accusing you of doing this, but that you went to an ID website and you looked at maybe some of their talking points.
I haven't been into an ID website in a long time.
I'm not saying that you did. I said I could be wrong.
My problems with the RNA world hypothesis, for instance, comes from a evolutionary biologist. I look at a bunch of different other views on it to see what are the actual problems with these. Well,
I didn't talk about RNA world, so I don't know why you're bringing that up.
Right, I brought that up as an example of something that that I would have looked up. I will look at a microbiologist, or I look at an evolutionary biologist to see what kind of problems they have with their own models, or what type of questions that they're coming up with to see why there's a problem with the model. But no, I don't necessarily just go to intelligent designers. Now, I would say that I do look at the books by, like, say, David Berlinski or Michael Behe and other biologists, and Lawrence Tinsdale and other people who are in the field, who do have their degrees and masters and whatnot, PhDs, and actually have looked at these mechanisms and raised these questions themselves. And I do think they're more than qualified to draw these questions up and to question these things, is So I mean,
but my question would be is, why do you trust these people over the biologists that then review the book and disagree with them?
You said, why do I trust these biologists versus your biologists? Is that the way you're putting it?
No, I'm just asking, how do you come to that conclusion? Because I hear a lot of people make these arguments of, oh, look, well, these professors accept the view, but there are astrophysicists who actually accept the young Earth somehow. There are a lot of people who believe kooky things, right?
So the job of the scientist. The job of the scientist is to look, to observe, to test, and to report their results on what they have. For me to be compelled by either side is my choice based on what I see in the evidence.
That's the interesting thing, because when you describe looking, right, I can't think of any papers recently that have actually looked at intelligent design, right? This is the reason that they publish books and don't do peer review.
That's not true, actually. There are papers out there that do look at that. Douglas Axe is one of them, actually. If you look up Douglas,
I've read his papers that are peer-reviewed. None of them mention intelligent design.
Yes, they do, man. Come on now. You got to stop with the dishonesty.
I'm not. I've looked on PubMed.
So Douglas D. Axe have not wrote any papers on intelligent design.
Not peer-reviewed.
Okay. Well, listen, I got to go to the point. I suggest you look at those.
Sorry, Fiona, you first.
Look at those, though. But I have to go to my appointment, though. All right, peace.
Well, that was a waste of time.
Yeah.
So.
Well, I won't say it was.
May I, if you don't mind?
I actually was learning something there. It wasn't a waste of time at all.
If you don't mind, I sat and listened to that, And the number of mistakes he made in there are rather spectacular. Stunningly spectacular. And for him to sit and tell us about how DNA works, when he thinks that the ribosome is what's reading the sequence off the DNA. Seriously?
Yeah, it was so fractally wrong.
Yeah, you should have fucking hammered him on that one.
It's not worth it, because then you're going to just be unnecessarily
Confrontational.
yeah, you're just being confrontational. Like I can, like, I don't think he's stupid. I just think, it's one of those things where you learn a little bit. It's the Ronnie effect. You learn a little.
Yeah, I was
bit.
going to say, does that remind you of Ronnie? You just picked up a little bit of jargon and kind of throw it out there.
But
And,
here's the
I
problem.
mean, he did say ribosome literally like took DNA and kind of read it, and I don't know what he means by calculate the sequence of that either.
Why does no one ever talk about protolipids anymore?
Proteolipids.
Yeah, I mean, I was interested in the claims that he was making, because they were just so wrong that it was unreal. When you get the actual basics of it that wrong, then there is no way to take a discussion.
But these
Because
are
if
the
he
people.
is going to
Okay.
use, if he is going to take his misunderstanding of it and then build an analogy based on his misunderstanding of it, then his analogy is worth nothing. End of story. You can't build an analogy to something that you do not understand.
But these are the people that G consciousness go to for their science. I mean, he even said, Kevin could, explain this stuff, blah, 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 rather than people like you and Sam who do know the science. And this is what I find to be the case over and over and over again.
Well, first of all, here's let me respond to that. Let me
point-
respond to that, Fiona, because you mentioned my name. First of all, Sam is rude. It's about the same thing. They act very rude. And so why would I go to them for anything? And so also when I hear how he speaks and how he's about intelligent design, I think it's better than what he's saying, because I view the world as having these molecular machines that's inside of the body, as well as looking at what we can see in technology in the world. It's the same thing. It's different molecular machines in the body, and they're intelligently working somehow, some way. And that's how I view it. I think that model is better. You guys may have a prevailing view because of what's being put on TV or what's being put in your books, but I don't think it's true at all. I think that it's intelligent design, and I think they have a better model.
Where's the intelligence? Where's the intelligence
actually,
located in a ribosome?
I
In this
wanted to say,
intelligent machine that you're talking about. But the final point I wanted to make was this. Sam said that Doug Axe has no peer-reviewed papers on intelligent design, and he is bang on. None of his peer-reviewed papers bring up intelligent design. However, he does have papers or essays, or he's even published some experimental work. It does bring up intelligent design. It's not in peer-reviewed journals. So yes, Doug Axe has written papers. Yes, Doug Axe has written some peer-reviewed papers. But Doug Axe hasn't written any peer-reviewed papers.
Right, because what happens is when a person makes a decision and say they want to talk about intelligent design, design in general, they just slandered it, by mainstream scientists, or they looked at this person as being some type of thing you guys do in this room, an idiot, or he just not ridiculed and all types of stuff. And that's what goes on in the science community. There's this prevalent.
It's it. Well, tell me all about it. So hold
on, Fiona. First of all, listen. For you to know all of this science, I'm pretty sure you should know how to interact with people.
Sorry, I thought you had finished. Right,
I didn't finish. But you do it all the time. You always just learn how to interact with people in the conversation. You say how to, because that's the problem. You got these people that think that they know the science, and they don't know how to basically, no morality.
Yeah, we get it. Your feelings are hurt.
Persecution porn.
I think that.
Hold on. I'm not hurt.
First of all, your mic is cutting out, leaving.
I keep getting silences when I think you're finished.
Yeah, your mic is literally cutting out for seconds on end. People
Econ,
think you're
refresh.
done.
Right.
to
but when
refresh.
all right. Okay, go back.
That is why I may have talked over him, because he's cutting out so much.
Yeah,
I thought he had finished.
No, I thought you'd finished as well, which is why I knew you had
Yeah.
to talk to me.
But apparently I always do this.
Damn you, Fiona. Damn you.
Or I could be hacking his microphone. You never know.
Yeah, that's true.
I have to say, in my experience, it's more women that say you always do that kind of stuff than men. But
here's what
The
I don't say
question I
about.
want to get to, though, is that he has claimed that that's what the science community does. And so I want to know about how much time he spent in the science community interacting with them, because here's the thing, I don't see that happening. I see the science community looking at science and saying whether it is good science or bad science or not science.
Can I ask a quick question of the scientists in this room? Because I'm not, and I think this is a good question. When you produce a peer-reviewed paper, you have to provide the data to back up your hypothesis.
Yes.
When you produce an essay or a white paper, that's just almost like an opinion piece, isn't it?
Yes.
Yeah. And especially now with sequencing data, usually you have to actually publicly disclose your raw sequencing data on resource known as GEO, or Gene Expression Omnibus.
So this is the thing I don't think that a lot of people actually understand, which is what the difference between a peer review and writing an essay or a thesis around a subject, which is, you have to show your work effectively.
Well, scientists for theses, you actually do have to show your work. Like I had to
Should have
publicly
stuck with essay and white paper, shouldn't I?
like my master's thesis, I had to go in front of a committee of scientists and defend my findings. So, I mean, properly speaking, I mean, it's not the highest form of peer review, but it's a form of peer review.
I mean, okay, real quick, GCOM mic test.
Mic test.
That's much better. Yeah, okay, you were cutting out really bad.
Robot GCon has gone. GCon is back.
Okay. No, I mean, like it's earlier, I made a mistake. I didn't know that there was an analog to colloquialisms, and I stand corrected. But I don't mind that. That's a part of learning. And
well, there's evidence to suggest that in in stress environments, and one of my colleagues, like 5 or 6 years ago, had a really interesting point about this, which is that the controls for gene expression actually go kind of out the window in the cell. You can almost think about the cell as sending out an SOS, and it just kind of expresses a lot of weird aberrant shit when it's under stress, right? But again, the issue that I'd highlight here is that if we are we can't be too rigid or too flexible with these analogies, because if we're too flexible, then we're just trying to talk about analogies and not about the actual thing. And if we're too rigid, we end up cutting off lanes of thought, because it turns out that DNA is not exactly like bytecode or like a hard drive, right? There are critical differences there, as to why things fail or how things work, right? So, just as an example, DNA has 3-dimensional contacts. We don't really understand those fully, and there's not really an analog in human communication for it. I mean, I'm sure you can find an analog for it, but
it's almost like quantum computing, where you have multiple states and you can have an if, and, or, but, rather than just a binary yes or no.
I don't know if it's that. I don't even know if that's.
I wouldn't even say that's good for analogous. The one thing I want to say about analogies: whenever you create an analogy, it's an abstraction from reality, and every time you take an abstraction, you remove accuracy from what you're talking about.
Right, but my main thing is this is just the rudeness, and that's just ridiculous. You arguing from a standpoint like you got all the information, and like you ain't got no type of, like, you ain't even limited on that on what you're talking about just as well. Like you come to
last time we were in a discussion, you literally said I was not a Catholic. Like,
wait, hold on. Wait, hold on. Listen, bro. Listen. You just hold on. Listen.
Hold on a second, people.
Isn't that like that is actually the greatest form of rudeness to
Wait,
literally
Max,
say
Max,
somebody's
Max,
identity
Max,
is
Max.
not
Listen,
even their
bruh.
identity.
Listen, why is it that y'all that claim that y'all know all this science, y'all can't hold a damn conversation without
Max
cutting
isn't
somebody out?
Max is
isn't
not
a
a scientist.
scientist. He's a
Well,
Catholic.
even Fiona, like, why is this? Can you hold a
'Cause she's a
damn conversation
professional.
without cutting somebody? Listen, if she's a professional, right, you would think that she would know how to hold a professional conversation.
But
I just
G-Con,
wanted
you were
to touch on
having
that
mic and lag
Yeah,
problems, and that's...
Sam said it. Sam
Sorry,
said
was I talking and you just overtalked me, G-Con?
right. No, hold on. No, I was talking first. Then Max cut me off. So that's what I'm saying. I was talking, then he cut me off, and so you wonder why nobody wants to talk to you because you don't know how to hold this conversation that you say that you are professional to do.
Right,
And
I'm
it's
going
just-
to address.
may,
I want to address it, Jade. Seeing as
Okay.
this seems to be, you know, I'm the professional and all the rest of it. G-Con, when you were talking, your microphone kept.
But you do
cutting
this
out.
all the time, Fiona. You've been
You've just
doing that.
You've just interrupted me. You've just interrupted me.
Right,
Now,
because I want to finish. Then you can.
Yeah, you've done it again. You've just done it again.
Okay, G-Con.
Let me.
Now,
Let
the
me. I'm
problem
gonna
was-
be real
No,
quick.
you've
Let
done
me
it
finish
again.
though.
You've done it again.
Now,
Let
I'm
me
gonna
finish.
interrupt both of you. I'm gonna interrupt both of you. We're gonna calm down for a little bit,
Guys, yeah, just
and now we're
calm
gonna
down.
pick which one.
Yeah,
Kevin, I got this. Thank you. We're gonna pick which one is gonna go next. All right.
Well-
it's gonna be Fiona, and then G-Con can
Flip a coin.
respond.
Okay.
Thank you, Kevin.
Here is what happened. When G-Con was talking, his microphone kept cutting out, and you would get a silence. Now, everybody in the room noticed that we were getting these silences. There'd be words missing and all the rest of it. Now, at one of those silences, I thought he had finished. And so I went to respond. And he's now screaming like a child that I interrupted him. I've got no control over your microphone, G-Con. It was clipping badly and it was cutting out. Now, the fact that your microphone is cutting out and we are getting silences does not mean that I don't know how to hold a conversation. It means that I thought you were finished. I had nothing else to go on apart from the fact that I had a silence. So if your equipment is causing a problem like that, don't lay it on me and start saying I can't hold a civil conversation when your microphone is cutting out.
Hey,
Okay,
And I was.
I'd like you to
Let me
acknowledge
respond to
that.
that. All
I'd
right,
like you
Fiona.
to. I would like to finish. I'd like you to acknowledge the point
Right.
that
Okay.
you've actually totally misunderstood what was going on and chucked that at me. And even after you were told about it, you repeated it.
All right, so let me say this real quick. Number one is my mic was cutting in and out. You're correct. That does not neglect the fact that you've done this prior to. And not only that, Max has done it. Sam has done it and very rude. And I'm talking about that guy is super rude. And so this is something that we're having in these conversations of people just cutting people off. Now, y'all can say all day long, I don't speak with some type of grammar syntax or whatever, and that's fine. But damn, at least hold some type of professional conversation and learn how to have some type of relate to people instead of just cutting people off, man. And that's ridiculous.
I just
because the
wanted-
audience can't even hear that stuff.
Can I get?
And
I
if
typed
I-
in the side chat that I wanted to get a word in. Can I actually?
Okay, so let's.
Okay, go ahead. Let's Sam.
So
And
I
then-
said that when I couched that, I said with no disrespect several times, G consciousness. Now, do I speak with perfect grammar? No, I was giving you as an example because you use a lot of different colloquialisms for grammar. For example, I don't speak perfect grammar, right? So I might ask a question like, is that what you're referring to? That's actually ungrammatical because you shouldn't end on a preposition. So if I was writing it in a paper, I'd say, is that to which you are referring? But it sounds awkward to me and it's hard to actually say in normal conversation, right? So I'm not
Are
saying
you
that
referring
any-
to that as the nice way to say it?
Sam, please don't refer to me because
No,
I don't give a damn.
Nope, he
I don't
wasn't
give a
finished.
damn.
I was not finished. Russ,
Right. Don't refer to me
No,
no more. We got bad
G-Con,
history.
G-Con, he wasn't finished. Go ahead, Sam.
not done. And so I did not mean that as a point of disrespect. I've tried to be respectful to everyone here. If if I've interrupted Kevin, who I did interrupt, and I do apologize for that. It was because I had a question because something didn't gel, but I tried to let him finish the sentence or finish the thought. And I do apologize for that, but I'm, you know, it's, you know, there are a lot of people in here. People get impatient. Shit happens. Internet connections. My internet connection isn't always the most reliable. So, you know, shit happens. And I didn't, at no point have I come from a place of disrespect towards anyone here. And I hope that no one interprets it that way.
And I just simply wanted to say, G, that there was a moment of silence before Max started speaking. So I understand why he thought you were done. I just wanted to add to this. G, your pronunciation isn't perfect. However, I've noticed that you are well read. So, you know, just because, you know, your grammar and pronunciation isn't that great, I don't respect the fact that you've researched and studied and you know what you're talking about for the most part, which it's all I can say about anyone. They know what they're talking about for the most part.
Well, that's what's up. That's good.
I'd also point out that I don't think anybody has got perfect grammar or syntax.
Yeah, I was going to laugh about that because that's not possible.
No,
Yeah, and I appreciate that, but I'm thinking out here, because I got a bad. No, I'm sorry, I got a bad reception, so I just want to let her know that, and I'm finna get up out of here. I'll come back in when this reception get all right. And Fiona, I apologize if I came off harsh, and everybody else, I ain't perfect. Peace.
Okay, thank you, G-Con.
Yeah, I was going to say that if I slip into my local Scottish dialect, I don't think anybody in this room would understand a word I said.
It took me 2 years to figure out what the fuck she was talking about half the time.
I would.
Whatever. I was like, it sounds good, but I don't know.
Fair.
Yeah, and also the syntax is
Hey,
different as well.
I used to watch this show, Chicken Run, or Wallace and Gromit. That's what it sounds like.
No, Wallace and Gromit is Northern English, Fiona's Scottish. So it's a bit like the difference between, say, Louisiana and North Carolina.
Right.
But yeah, with my lousy hearing, when I first came on here and I started listening to Fiona, I was like, what the fuck is she saying? But after a while, I've learned to be able to understand everything she says. It's just like, I can understand Phony Beatlemaniacs really well, but oh my goodness, when I was first listening to him, it's just that, you know, it's just, but then I have really bad hearing and I know I have this problem.
To be fair, Phony he's from Birmingham, and that is a difficult.
No, Manchester.
Action. You're talking about Sty?
Sty, Phony Beatlemaniacs, Gary, you know?
Oh, Gary.
Yeah. He's from.
Oh yes, no. I'm thinking of the other guy. Yeah, no, he's Salford.
Yeah. Sty, it was a little difficult too, but Gary, Phony Beatlemaniacs.
Sty's Liverpool.
Yeah, he's got the nasal problem. He's got a really nasal voice, and he's got that really heavy accent, so he's really tough to listen to. Oh, and he's absolutely hilarious, and he knows we do this, so it's okay. Sometime if you're listening to a Gary, Phony Beatlemaniacs video, turn on closed captions, and you'll just die laughing.
Can we go back to topic?
Yeah.
Because I think I'm trying to find the right words here. And I'm going to say something in support of true empiricism.
No.
I am. You see, should we have expected anything else on the basis that we already know that he sometimes struggled to express himself? We've all commented on that. And it's very difficult to actually get to what it is he's trying to say. Because if you ask any question, what do you mean by that? You don't have any explanation forthcoming. If you ask, is this what you mean? Then you get straw man. And so we never actually get to the bottom of it. And I think for that reason, I think last night he did better than usual. because I did grasp bits of it.
I would say he was winging it a lot.
Yeah, actually, he did better. I would actually say he did a better job debating me than he did debating Steve, and that's not just because Steve knows the science better. Steve does obviously know the science better, but at least when I was debating True, he could fill up his whole block with gibberish, whereas he couldn't seem to do that with Steve. Couldn't even pull that through.
Well, let Steve go next. I just wanted to make a quick comment after Steve goes.
I'll just say, yeah, you know, I was agreeing with Fiona, but the only thing I would have a little caveat is that actually, if you ask them more about their position, what they claim is that you're playing dumb. And if you don't ask them, or you try to think that you know what their position is, then you're strawmanning them. So either way, you lose. I felt very strongly that he didn't even show up to this debate. I felt there was nothing he contributed to the debate, nothing he prepared for. He had no opener, no closer, no preparation, no presentation. I might as have been just having a soliloquy or something. There was no engagement whatsoever. I've listened to him debate other people. I know he's debated Max. I know he's debated negation of P. At least he was engaging with them. This is something he's wanted for a very long time, and I just felt like I think it was Sam that said he just kind of showed up 5 minutes before, you know, kind of thing. Okay, let's do this on his kind of lunch break kind of thing. So yeah, I thought he did extremely poorly. I think this was his worst performance because at least as Max noted, he usually can fill up at least 5 minutes of jargon bombing. This was incoherent rambling that made no sense of any kind. I couldn't even formulate a rebuttal because I didn't know what he was trying to get at with his argument. And I didn't say argumentation, Sam. Argument. So we invited, or Drag invited Antonio to come in, by the way. Antonio is now saying that General was being unfair, that he showed bias, and that he, what was it? I don't want to misquote him. He said, and I wrote this down here. Did he say favoritism? Because I only listened to bits and pieces.
He said it in one of TE's videos last night, the ones that he deleted. I was watching.
Okay. Because he was saying that he wasn't letting True make his argument kind of thing. And True kind of said the same thing. True was like, oh, I was being cut off. He literally said he was being cut off by General. Well, if somebody gave me the timestamp where that happened, besides the one time that I recall where he was well over time, where anybody interrupted him or anybody told him, you know, to hush because he said General will let him talk, he was asked numerous times, are you sure you're done? Would you like to continue? You have much more time. And as Hannah noted, he wanted to do rollover minutes, which made no sense to me because that's not how it works. So well, I didn't know what the hell was going on.
That's why I wanted, before we go too far, that's why I wanted to address what Fiona said. I wrote in the side chat here, I speak 2 languages basically native fluently, right? And I learned them both simultaneously. I constantly ask you, whoever I'm talking to, does that make sense to you? Can you understand what I'm saying? Like, repeat back to me what you think I'm trying to explain to you, right? So I know whether or not we're on the same page. Because I struggle, you know, it's not a big deal to, if you don't have perfect English, perfect grammar, perfect punctuation, nobody gives a shit. Can you convey your ideas simply enough that the other person can pick up on it? And true empiricism doesn't do that at all. That's the part that gets to me, because I want to hold his hand and be like, I think myself and Hogtie and a few others have said to him, we'll be patient enough, sit here, listen to you go on and on. I will try to make sentences that make sense for you, right? If you can't make your thoughts understood, we'll try to do it for you. Just let me know, is this the direction you're going with? Is this the direction? Is that one? No, yes. Instead, he just turns it completely around and says, no, you guys are being dishonest. You guys are, you know, doing this as a trick. You guys are doing this for some nefarious reason. And it gets so frustrating at times. You would think that somebody would want to be understood as best he could be, right? Especially if people in the room are telling him, your argument isn't making sense, this point doesn't make sense, or hey, can you, clear this up for me? But it doesn't happen.
Quick question, Hannah. When you're really, really, really tired or stressed, what language do you default to?
Oh God, it gets really bad. So I speak Bosnian. And I do, I start cursing in my language, like, oh, shit, like, First words will be in English and then Boston.
Yeah.
And else. Yeah.
Because what I find, because my ex-wife, she speaks gazillions of languages and she speaks about 4 fluently. Because she's Dutch and they do that kind of thing. And it's quite funny when she's really, really tired, she always drops back, to Dutch, and then will suddenly, oh no, I'm doing this. And she does, she does translation, document translation.
Oh, that's cool.
Yeah, and it's not just from like Dutch to English; it's from like Dutch to German, or Dutch to Danish, or Dutch to Swedish, or Dutch to English, or English to Dutch, or English to Swedish. It's just scary stuff.
When I'm tired, I have to take my sentences become, longer to get out there because I'm thinking Bosnian, and then I have to wait, translate to English. I don't even bother checking if that's the correct, syntax or whatever. I just say it and hope that you understood what I meant.
I think it was quite interesting in the room that I was in with Drag and Sam and the rest last night, sort of watching the hangout, the debate with Stephen True. It was quite interesting because when General was actually sort of trying to say, hold on a second, this is what a model is. You're not describing what a model is. We actually said, this is bad. He's going, he's going a bit too far because this is going to be taken the wrong way and this is going to be assumed to be this. And it's quite funny because that's exactly what's happened.
Well, people pretend that we're somehow not critical of Steve, and I don't really know. At least from my perspective, I'm pretty even-handed in how I'm critical of people.
Yeah.
Like no one's ever, no one's ever said, you know what, Sam, you are way, you are playing favorites way too much. I really have not actually heard that except from them, right? And I try to be, either in public or in private. I try to go to people with my criticisms. Like I'm not. I view that as just something that I should do it as, in order to not be a hypocrite. But
it's also constructive as well. It's constructive.
God damn it, Truss! I'm in the middle of a sentence still.
Oh, shut the fuck up. Go on, Karen.
This is the 4th time I've spoken, and you just jump in, man. But I also wanted to ask, why did G-Con and Kevin leave? What happened?
G-Con had connection issues. He said he was going to wait until he was a better spot, Wi-Fi or something, and Kevin had another hangout to go to.
Oh, also, as I mentioned, like as Sam was pointing out too, like nobody really says that we're not critical of Steve. I think like as far as this debate goes, I think this is one of like the worst Steve has had. Not because of anything you did, Steve. I just think like, fuck. Damn it, this is just not well for the layperson. This isn't. I can imagine this wouldn't be well received. Not that you didn't have your shit about you.
No, I get that. I honestly thought we'd have much more dialogue. We had actually planned for a couple hours because I told him that's why I didn't want him to do it on his lunch break. I wanted to go more deeper into some of these things that we had talked about, and that's why the presentations were shorter, right? I wanted him to go into some of the things that we were talking about before, and that just didn't happen. Matter of fact, the Q&A didn't even happen, right? So
that's what I'm saying. I shit on you all the time, and for them to suggest that I'm somehow playing favoritism is like
chill.
It's weird. It's weird. It really is weird. I mean, I get just as much shit as anybody else in the community. Unfortunately, I'm not like them. I don't take it personally. I don't have this persecution porn. I'm not like, oh, Sam said this or Hannah said this. It's like you guys are my friends. I take it for what it's worth. I know you guys don't do it maliciously, right? And them
maybe Sam doesn't, but occasionally. Okay.
Well, everything they take is malicious, though. I mean, everything you say anything to them, even constructive or not, they take it personally. And even in here, I was going to ask before, when
G-Con's really anti-Semitic. I want to just point that out. That's the reason why he has an issue with me is because I'm Jewish. Because I'm Jewish, and I'm more educated.
Jewish.
It might be true.
Wait, really? I had no idea.
Yeah, when you convert to Judaism. Yeah, no, I'm kidding.
Suddenly, I didn't know you're a black Hebrew.
Yeah,
Sam's going full BHI.
It's a mix of racism, like because he's gone into this before. I just want to say, like, so when people say it's like him being no, I specifically trigger him. He also has some weird complex about education. That
they don't like education. Yeah. But here's the question. Kevin kept talking about why he thinks intelligent design is true and all that. That's fine and dandy. But my question is, how does that change the fundamentals? If he is so so wrong on some basic concepts. I mean, things like, oh, you know, I don't know what it specifically says, something like ribosome. Just
Ribosome sequences the DNA.
Yeah, I don't even know what he means by that. What do you think? Like ribosomes attached to the DNA,
I had no idea what he was saying.
polymerase or something. But I mean,
but the amazing thing is the arrogance, right? So me and Fiona are like, well, let's wait a second. And when it comes to ribosome binding to DNA, I've actually used raw data of sequencing reads of bound ribosomes to DNA. Like I have actual experience dealing with the data of where it binds to RNA. So like I do have some idea of what's going on.
Either one of you could have
Fiona's done gene expression assays. Like it's the arrogance that is a little bit odd. I'm not as pissed about it anymore because it's normal. It's just odd to me.
Yeah, I totally get that. And like I said, either one of you could explain his misconceptions trivially easily. But this is why I don't understand why they don't listen to these corrections. They think that just because they have a different viewpoint on things like intelligent design or creationism, that somehow the biology changes. Somehow the biology that you and Fiona knows is somehow completely different than the biology they would learn in any college around the world. And that's what I find to be strange.
Well, I'm pretty sure a small group of ID advocates know more than the majority of experts in all the biology departments in the world. So there's that.
Yeah, well, that goes the arrogance, right? They think all the scientists in the world are some kind of massive conspiracy going on. So,
well, and the one thing, I don't want to make any assumptions about any particular person, but there are a lot of people who, for various reasons, were unable to get an education, and they wanted one. And they tend to be jealous of people who have educations. I've run into that myself many times before.
But that doesn't prevent somebody from going and learning something now.
It doesn't, but it sticks in their craw, so to speak. You know, it's like, I could have been there, I could have done that, but life didn't go my way. You know, if I hadn't gotten sick, I would have gotten my degree. Today, I don't care. You know, I've got
and wishes were horses, beggars would ride, right? I mean,
I know.
So,
but sometimes it's part of a whole system. My mom, for example, had to quit high school to go to work to support her family, and it bothered her entire life that she never got her high school diploma. Mind you, she's run a couple of her own businesses. She married my dad, who was an engineer at JPL. Actually, his title was scientist, which she used to joke about. So she wasn't stupid, but she could never get rid of that. She never got her high school diploma. And I mentioned, well, you could get a GED. She goes, oh, it's too late, or something like that. But for some people, it just sticks in their craw, no matter what you tell them.
I ended up getting my GED. I was like 23 when it happened, but it was when I could finally relax and I wasn't around the country doing crazy stuff. So I was like, it's time to do it, and I did it. I didn't have to study, so at least I remembered some of the stuff when I was in high school. But then also, I went in to be a porn star, and I was like 3 inches off, so that's messing with me now.
Too much. Too much.
Hey Jay.
Yes, Jay.
My mom.
I think that like that's not like what I was listening in on YouTube. What you stated, you said jealousy. No, it has nothing to do with that.
Oh, I didn't say it was necessarily you.
Right. No, I'm just saying in general. No, I don't think that's the point. The point is how you interact with people. Because when we had when the other guy was on here the other day, I forgot his name. That Steve had him on, and then Dragnet had him on. That guy was a guy to where you could tell to where he was not how he responded and interact. How he held a conversation is something we got to start looking at. It's not about somebody being jealous. That's not the Max. What's his name? What's the other fella name? Not Max. Sam. Throw out all day long. I got this high education, and nobody really. That's cool. That's great. That's an asset. I'm not jealous of that. It's just how this guy interact with people is ridiculous. That's just
I've literally mentioned it once in maybe the past month, and that was in this hangout because we were talking about a topic I specifically addressed in that I've actually published on in peer review. That's the only
Right,
reason.
but
Like I otherwise
you
don't
said
mention. It's a myth that I mention it. It's other people mention it about me. I don't say it very often anymore.
well. Actually, you said because you said it to me though. I'm only going by what I experienced with you and what you said to me.
So I've said it
And
once to you, which is in this
right,
hangout.
and then you said, and then it was rude as hell. That's his bottom line.
Can I
And
inject
you,
something here?
so it's starting like you a mad scientist or something. But go ahead,
What do you mean a mad scientist?
go ahead, man.
Like I
Go ahead.
actually work as a scientist. Like I don't. It's not my title's
Right,
not
and
a
what
lie.
I mean by a mad scientist is that you know some science, but at the same time you just maybe you're mad about some things, maybe you're upset or something like that. I don't know.
Okay, so I'm just gonna inject right here. When have I ever told you what my education was, other than that I just went to college? Other than that, when have I ever told you what my education is?
Are you talking to me or who?
Yeah, G-Con. When did I tell you what I graduated in? If I went to grad
No,
school?
I'm not talking about you. I'm talking about Sam.
I know
You
you're
never
talking
told
about
me that.
Sam, but this is just like a bigger point that I wanted to make.
Right. Yeah, you
I
never
don't-
told me that actually.
Yeah, because I don't mention it. There's no reason to, right? To me, it doesn't matter. Just like I'm sure it doesn't matter to you. However, when you say stuff like that, right, you wonder, wow, these people don't know how to have a conversation. Well, sometimes when I have a habit of asking you a question and you don't directly respond, I repeat the same question to you several times, and I'm being as patient as I can. When you become impatient with me, you then tell me things like I should go back to the kitchen and make you a sandwich. Now, when you say things like that to me, and I'm not being disrespectful, and I'm trying to be as patient as possible, why would you think then a normal human being would continue to have a polite conversation with you? Remember what I told you before. You apologized to me for things that you've said before, and I said, okay, fine, forget it, we'll move on as if it never happened. But that doesn't mean that everybody else, when you do things like that to other people in the context of a conversation, that they then have to continuously treat you respectfully when you've done things like that in the past.
Right. I think the reason why in the past why I did that it was because people was cutting me off. Like I don't know, I keep saying that, stating it over and over again. Like that's just plain and simple. Like if someone is talking and you keep cutting them off, Fiona be in the back breathing, making these gestures and different things you can see her screen. That's very distracting. Like, and so that's just what I'm saying. Disrespect. And yeah, I'm gonna get frustrated, I'm gonna get upset, I'm gonna get mad because I'm like, dude, just stop cutting me off. Let me finish my sentence at least. Even if you don't agree with it, let me finish it, and that's the thing. And it's not just me, that you do that with. I may have this poor language or whatever the case may be, but you do that with people that come on here and say the same thing, that speak intelligent or have this grammar to use their proper English. You do that with them.
Can I interject?
Can I
just
ask
very, very quickly? Just this is
something,
really
Russ?
quick.
Just hold on, both of you. Just hold on one more second. Okay? I'm just gonna make one more point. I'll let one of you go. Okay. When you're talking like that, right? When people are you saying that they're being rude and they're over talking, and it's because of people who hold similar positions than you, it's not.
Sorry.
Objectively, it's not. Because if you heard earlier in the hangout, right before Drag gave me mods, we're jumping over each other to talk about something. We weren't necessarily jumping on Kevin or you. At times we were, because again, there were some lag issues and amongst other things. But we were mostly jumping on each other to address a point because we all had something interesting to contribute. So it's not so much rudeness as a form of, hey, I hate you, or I don't respect your opinion. It's a matter of the constraints of having a Google Hangout where there's 10 people in the room and we can't read each other's body language to determine who's going to go next. So a lot of the things that you perceive as rude, most of the time, and I will confidently say most of the time, you perceive as it's a personal insult when it's not. And
Well, actually, no. Well, actually, let me respond to that. I just want to respond. No, actually, it is. Like I have enough sense. I'm 35 years old to know when somebody is trying to be rude and insult somebody. So what we got to do is we got to stop. We got to come to the realization and stop playing games. It's just rude. I'm willing to admit that. Even myself, I may cut somebody off, but I got enough sense to say, yeah, you're right. That is rude. So bottom line is this: it's not about, don't excuse it, because then they're gonna keep doing it. Rude.
But yet you interrupt people all the time. So
Thank you.
I mean,
Right.
it's funny because if it happens to you, it's a grievous insult, and it's a mistake if you do it. I mean, you can't have it both ways.
And I'm gonna say it's rude.
Like you just
again,
cut
I'm
me
in the
off.
middle of a sentence.
Right, I was
Again, I'm in the
talking and
middle
you
of a
said, yeah,
sentence.
you interrupted each other and I was talking. Go
I'm
ahead,
sorry,
though.
he had paused though.
Yeah, he was not talking. Gee, you were
was
not
not
talking. You were done.
All right.
You
Like,
were
I waited
done.
a good 3
Yeah,
seconds.
There was no way that Sam interrupted you. And yes,
But-
Sam's spot on. Can I go next after Sam, by the way? But
Yeah, I would like to finish. But I mean, here's the thing, right? Like, I'm willing to just chalk it up to people get impatient. It's a lot of people in here. Connections operate at different speeds and shit happens, right? All I can do is that I can say, please. That's why I'll quietly but insistently basically go, I was not finished with my sentence. I was not finished with my, and I'll repeat that until I finish my sentence. And that way people know that I got interrupted. And that's it. I've actually talked to Hannah about this quite a bit, and she said, yeah, that's the only way that you're going to be able to handle it. And that's fine. Like, I'm willing to say that it's not people, it's not the world is out to get me. It's that people talk over each other. Shit happens. It's not a big deal.
You go next, Steve. I'll wait.
okay. Yeah, and it's funny to add on what Sam was saying. How many times does somebody try to explain something to you, and all you go is wait, stop, or whatever the thing you say to throw in an interjection. It happens all the time. It's not even like it's somebody making a pause and you're not sure if they're done yet. You are literally stopping them mid-sentence while they're trying to explain something to you. That is an interruption. And just like what just happened, you were done. There was a long period of silence, and Sam continued. You do what seems to do what DD reminds me of doing. You guys stop talking, somebody else starts, and then you're like, oh, I wasn't done yet, even though it might have been 5 minutes of silence. You all seem to have this persecution porn that you want to say, oh, look, I've been interrupted. Again, you have a lot of different people in here, as Sam pointed out, different connection speeds, different ways to interact with people. It is not personal. People want to be able to get in and say something. That's why you have somebody usually modding the room. In this case, Hannah, when Drag isn't around, or you just kind of relinquish to somebody else the time. Like Dress said, hey, you know what, Steve, go next. We have a way to do this. Most of us can sit and hang out for 8 hours, and you'll never see anybody really get upset. Oh, I was talked over, interrupted, because we know how to interact. But you and a few other people I've noticed seem to take it awfully personally if for some reason there's an accidental talking over or interruption, and that's something that I note. You can have it. Go ahead.
Well, let me respond to that. First of all, it's not just me; it's a lot of people. Whenever you're dealing with somebody that have some type of opposition with what you're talking about, you're gonna cut them off. And reason why I say wait is because, Steve, you're the cutoff artist. You're the cutoff king. You cut everybody off damn near. You had a conversation with us. With Kevin G the last time, and he kept cutting the guy off, wasn't letting them finish. So bottom line is I'm pretty sure there's an audience out there. They want to hear the both sides of the arguments, and some of them don't want to hear it. So they may act crazy or whatever the case may be. But that's just it, man. I'm not here to I'm going to say something about it is because every time I'm talking, you just cutting off, and then so we get into the mode of cutting each other off. So there has to be some type of order to let people finish, and I think that's something that we should practice. And otherwise, now we can go on to the next conversation, because I'm just saying, I think that we need to practice that so people can speak. But as to that, I think intelligent design is the best model. That's just bottom line. And
Yeah, that accusation is completely bullshit, G, because when I interrupt people, I tell them why I'm interrupting them. You're not answering the question as I'm asking, or
man, Steve,
you just interrupted me. You just interrupted me.
Right, I sure did. Yeah, I did.
Okay, good. So when I interrupt people, at least I'm telling them why I'm interrupting them, why I'm not letting you continue, because if I ask you X and you start giving me an answer dealing with Y, I'm not going to let you continue most of the time. Or if you've given me the same pat answer over and over and over again, and you want to spend 5 minutes talking about something that you've said 1 billion times, I'm not going to let somebody continue. So I don't know what you even mean by somebody like myself who interrupts people. We've been in this hangout for I don't know, an hour or so. I haven't seen any interruptions except for accidental.
Sorry, can I ask a quick question? Because I just want to get some GCOM's view. GCOM, I mean, and I kind of empathize with some of what you're saying. I mean, there's one thing, and I'm guilty of being upset with people sometimes as well, and I know what it's like. But there are 3 things that I don't tend to attack with people. I don't attack their appearance, I don't attack their religious view, and I don't attack their sexuality. That's kind of just me. That's my moral kind of rules if I'm going to be horrible to somebody, and I can be very horrible. But the second thing is, I've been in quite a few hangouts. I'm still fairly new to the whole G+ thing. But one of the things I've noticed is you go into a room with someone like DD, or you go into the room with someone like G-Man, and you have to fucking fight for the mic. And they will interrupt you, they will talk over you, they will, do everything they can to try and upset you. And they actively do it. I went into a hangout with G-Man, the last hangout that I went in his room, because I don't go in there anymore because of what he did. And I said, yeah, I'm happy to talk about archaeology. We can talk a bit about the flood or whatever. So he started talking about ice ages and dinosaurs because he understood that I knew what I talk about. I know what I'm talking about when I talk about archaeology. I have a reasonably good grasp of the subject. And the same, IT, I know IT very, very well. I have more than a reasonable grasp of that subject. And it always seems to be the case that, there I see the interruptions much worse than I've seen in any of the rooms for people like Steve or Hogtie Champ or even Tom.
Are you done? Are you finished?
I am. Sorry.
Well, actually, I've seen it there too, especially with Darn Deity. I actually pulled him to the back and had to talk with him about that. I say, listen, man, I don't see how you continue, and he was talking to, somebody that was dealing with something opposite of what he was dealing with. And so I said, listen, I don't know why you continue to cut people off, and I said, I think you make some great points, but you just got to slow down and stop cutting people off. You looking for this certain answer, and then when you don't get it, you just cut people off. And I think that we all guilty of that because we already got we argumentative, and we got this we got, if somebody don't say something a certain way, oh, you looking for this certain reply or whatever the case may be. And so that's how Darn Deities do. I told G-Man about that. Let him speak. You keep cutting them off. Let them speak so the people can listen. So I understand that, but it seems to me it happens when we have people in in opposition, some opposition going on to where this happens.
Sorry, have you finished, G-Con? Because I'm making a point. I'm not trying not to interrupt you, but I kind of agree with you when we get into that kind of confrontational conversation. It is, people sometimes are very keen to get involved. What I object to specifically with the DD and G-Man thing is how they say, oh, well, you obviously are stupid because you don't understand that. Or, oh, let me explain this so you can understand this. The level of condescension and personal insults. I've read the Bible multiple times, cover to cover. I'm not a Christian. I am a theist, but I'm not a Christian. And I know the history of the Bible reasonably well. And I'm always careful in how I claim what I know, because it's a very difficult thing. It is a subjective topic, and I'm kind of conscious of that. But what I very rarely do, unless I am insulted and I get pushed in that direction, is start insulting, saying, oh, well, you're obviously too stupid to understand that, which is kind of where DD goes all the time. And it's one of the things that G-Man does an awful lot. And I don't think that you can say that I'm being unfair when I say that.
Right. You definitely not, because DD, he has it worse, and G-Man, he does that too, where you stupid, and I will agree to that, and especially DD, because he's the worst one at it. Because I brought him in on my panel, and I brought him to speak with some guys, and he really embarrassed me, and I thought that he was gonna help out with the information that he was bringing, but he just got frustrated and got to saying all types of rude stuff, and so I definitely agree to that. I agree to that.
Yeah. On that, hold on. Yeah, so I'm back, by the way. Yeah, let's just change topics a bit. There was a mention of Kevin in my last hangout, and now that we've gotten a taste of him. Steve, how about this? Since G-Con and everyone else here, acknowledge that Ronnie did a poor job of presenting the model. What about a debate with Kevin? Not now, obviously, but at a later date. Would you be okay with that?
Yeah, maybe.
I will
mean,
supply
I'd rather,
sedative so he talks slower. Sorry, go ahead.
yeah, I'd rather just have a. I'd rather just have a discussion with him first. I don't know Kevin,
Okay.
very well, and I like the fact he came in here and he was able to have a discussion, but we seem to run into the same problem.
Well, which
you
is
know,
fine, but at least he offered like something, right?
Yeah, no, I might give it some consideration, but I do want to acknowledge that G did recognize that T did a horrible job. I mean, I think that anybody would recognize that, except for people that are complete ball washers and taint lickers. There was people that was actually supporting Ronnie before they've even seen the debate, and there's no way anybody can watch that debate and say that he presented anything or did anything. I mean, it's just not even possible for that to even be a reality. But they are trying to rewrite reality. I mean, look at Ronnie now saying that he was cut off. The general was a poor moderator. Well, what's next? He didn't have time to prepare.
Well, what's interesting is that I looked at the comments this morning, and do you know where the most awkward comment came from that actually agreed with all of us? Just take a guess.
I haven't looked at it.
Matthew?
No, Mr. Intelligent Design.
Oh yes, I did see that.
Did you see that? Did you see that?
Oh yeah,
Mr. Intelligent Design was at the forefront saying that no, Ronnie did not present a model, and I was like, but what you think about it, it makes sense why he would take that position, right?
Yeah.
How he labels himself the new Intelligent Design. Right. The flaws that he saw in Ronnie's argument is why he labels himself as Mr. New Intelligent Design, yada 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 yada. So. I think he had actually started up a hangout. I'm not sure if it was today or last night or whenever.
He
but
did start one last night. I don't want to talk about that guy. I mean, he's just a charlatan, and I feel confident saying that. And there's probably some mental illness going on there.
It's possible. Yeah, I mean, he's a nice guy, but I think you're right. I think something is not clicking upstairs too well.
I like him though. He's silly.
Yes, he is. You know what? He's just a personable kind of guy. I mean, I would go, hey, Edgar, let's go have a beer and play some pool, you know?
I don't know if I do that.
Too. I bet he's a chick magnet, seriously.
Yeah, because, that accent is thought to be sexy.
Well, Japan it might be, you know?
Oh, my God. To be fair, what isn't sexual in Japan?
That's a very, very good point, actually.
Yeah,
Tentacles.
Avi Pastor.
All right, let's definitely change the topic. I do not need to talk about Japan.
Oh man.
And yes, that's one of the countries that I've crossed off my list. Only a few people know about that list. And by a few, I mean a lot of people know about that list.
Cue him so horny reference.
What we could say is, why is Antonio continuing to defend TE? Regardless of the fact that he didn't watch it for the longest time. I'm still not convinced that he watched it today, even.
I don't think he did.
It's because he's friends with him, I think. I mean,
we're friends with Steve, well, some of us, and like during the this is my new friend, by the way, well, one of them, we offered like probably the most criticism was towards Steve. And I want to say in the hangout, we were mentioning, Steve, slow down, Steve, what are you doing, Steve? Like constantly. Critiquing, criticizing Steve, and it was like
absolute shit.
I didn't see that happening.
Steve, in case you didn't know, your debate was shit. So there we go. We fulfilled that little criteria.
A win's a win, baby. A win's a win. Yes, and I'm what's funny is I'm the most self-critical of everybody. I do recognize that I spoke quickly. I recognize I could have said things differently, different ways. But here's the thing: even if my presentation was completely wretched, which it wasn't, but I mean, it was still far better than his. Far better than his.
But I'm taller than Vern Troyer, Steve.
I know.
Again,
but again, I
have a bigger dick than every guy who has a micro penis. Again, these are not things I brag about.
but it is a win, right? So I mean, for him, for the arrogance of him to sit in his hangout and go, oh yeah, True kicked Steve's ass kind of thing. General was a bad moderator, blah blah blah. I'm like, what reality are you living in here?
That joke? Oh, there's a really bad American joke I remember. A guy was talking to his friend saying, "I'm the smartest guy on the short bus." So you ever wonder why you're on the short bus? It's like because I'm so tall. Get it?
Wow. What I'm curious about is that and I didn't catch all of the after hangout or the one that he deleted. When I mean he, true. Did he ever give a reason why he decided not to use the presentation that he supposedly had?
That's what I heard.
Did anybody catch why? Because I don't remember hearing a reason.
I remember the reason why he. I remember the reason why he didn't want to do the Q&A supposedly, which was bullshit reason, because he had said, "Oh, these questions were directed to me," when General had specifically said all the questions in the live feed I'm going to Ronnie, but I want to ask both of you, and both of you guys will have like a few minutes to address the questions, which I think was the fair thing to do. And I said, sure, absolutely, let's go for it. Ronnie didn't want to do that.
I just wanted to ask. He had some videos when the first video, Evolution BS with Steve. His internet cut out, so he cut that one. He deleted that, uploaded a new one. And he was addressing something that was written in the comments section of that debate. Did anybody catch that last night?
No, sorry, I was sleeping.
I fell asleep to that. Like, he was just, I don't know why I forgot to screen capture it. But
Was that the one that he deleted?
Yeah.
I don't remember him talking about that.
Yeah, I saw it this morning, and then someone said, "Yeah, it's deleted." I don't think anybody caught that.
It was, if I can remember, basically in the comments section, some guy said, if we found a man in a dinosaur's mouth.
Oh yeah. I did watch that. Yes.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. So something to that effect, and then he trailed off because he started cutting out. Then he said, "You see, how can you even have a model when there's no falsification for the evolutionary theory?" I thought, what the fuck is? When did he mention falsification of the model back during his debate? He's doing
He
that.
mentioned Karl Popper in some weird off sentence.
Yes.
In a way that made no sense, by the way.
Everything he said was off sentence.
What Karl Popper was concerned with was the problem of demarcation, right? Like, what distinguishes science from pseudoscience? That's what his chief concern was. I don't know what Ronnie was made like. Why does Ronnie think that he can bullshit his way through this shit and no one's gonna catch him? Ooh. Jesus Christ!
I did in the comment because that what prompted that was the fact that he was saying that if somebody had asked if we found a human in a T-Rex's mouth or something, would that invalidate evolutionary theory? And I'm like, well, yeah, that would pretty much falsify phylogeny because we couldn't account for how a 2 million year old human, which is probably the oldest it can be around 65 million years ago. There's no way to incorporate that. Okay, but he brought something about the grasses being pushed back about 10 million years when they first started to diversify. That's not a huge thing when you're talking about scales of 70 to 80 millions of years. It was just the phylogeny, from what I understand, according to what I was talking to Jade, we can allow for that. It wasn't something that was that even a big surprise. They actually suspected that this was probably may have been the case, but they needed confirmation. So he was trying to say, well, all they're going to do is push back the time if they found a human 65 million years ago. I'm like, I don't think you understand how fundamentally impossible that would be. Right? So that's where the falsification criteria came in. So according to that, Ronnie was like, oh, yeah, this is impossible. Falsifiable. Well, I could have used an example of, well, you have two dogs mate and a chicken comes out. That would probably falsify the theory of evolution because it couldn't account for that.
Or a dragonfly with a complete plant cell wall.
There you go. Yeah.
We're talking about it. I mean, that's the law of monophyly, right? If something is developed after some sort of major evolutionary branch, you would not expect that something by the exact same pathway would arise.
And
yeah,
then
it's in the same. It's in the clade, right? You have the different things, different changes, unique character combinations for the clade. And yeah, if all of a sudden you had some kind of eukaryote that was built upon plant walls, how would you account for that?
Well, plants are eukaryotes, Steve.
I'm sorry. Yeah, you're right. You're right. Yeah.
Fun fact: Karl Popper himself actually did initially believe that evolution was a form of pseudoscience because he wasn't aware of a way to falsify it until a biologist friend of his said, no, if we were to find a rabbit in the, Cambrian era, then yeah, that would falsify it.
JBS Haldane?
I'm sorry?
Are you referring to JBS Haldane?
Yes, I am.
One of the two great early badasses one of the two great early badasses of we get it, Steve. You got something wrong. It's fine. We're not saying you don't know anything.
Ronnie's been training me and teaching me biology, so sorry. No.
But no, one of the two early badasses of biology, probably JBS Haldane of that era, him and Ronald Fisher. Ronald Fisher, if you've ever heard of a Fisher's exact test, that's what he developed it for.
Okay. So, do you guys want to listen to a soundbite of Ronnie's port of the beginning of the hangout that Ronnie engaged the prompt at around 5 minutes?
I don't know that I want to. I don't want to listen to him coughing and wheezing.
Too bad.
Which hangout was it? Which hangout is this?
Listen. This is the debate with his
Oh,
portion.
okay,
This is portions.
All right, I'm going to step away because I don't want to have
All right,
it.
take deep breaths. Deep breaths.
Negation of P is in the chat, by the way.
Eagles or something to, you know.
Has anybody translated this part yet?
Oh, hold on. Let me
transcribed.
Boom. All right.
And by the way, Ned, peace, brother. I love Ned.
Yeah, I'm ready. All right. I want you guys to pay attention to the title of the debate. The title of the debate isn't necessarily to talk about scientific models, but to see what best explains or best accounts for the systems that you find inside of nature. One of the reasons why I was very careful to talk about scientific models is because there are some misunderstandings that people have about the scientific nature or the nature of science. One of the reasons why we go about the scientific process, or the main reason that we go about the scientific process, is cause and effect to better understand reality. And evolutionary theory with intelligent design, I think that we're going to quickly see that evolutionary theory, as in applying the mechanisms of evolution to try to account for this diversity of life, falls short. Intelligent design is the only explanation that we have based on the available data that can actually account through a measurement of causality for the systems that we're seeing inside of nature. There's a little bit more that I wanted to say here, but I'm going to cut short what I'm going to say to save time for this debate. So you can go ahead and respond.
Roll
Did he say measurement of causality?
He mentioned 3 measurements of causality, and that's when Sam started writing it down, and we were waiting for him to actually go back to that. And like, what does that mean? I don't even know what that means. So I was hoping he would. Well, that's the thing. Like what I was hoping, like in the body of his statement, probably halfway through, he would have gone through. Okay, this is 1, this is 2, this is 3. All of these together form a comprehensive model of. Well, you can't even say that because he said let's approach that first. His misunderstanding of what a model is.
Oh God,
I couldn't even pay attention to what he was saying because I keep hearing him smack his lips occasionally, at the end of every sentence. Yeah, like that. I was like,
get out. Yeah, well, how does he not understand that the title of the hangout, dealing with explanations, means a model?
I mean,
Go ahead. They can freeze up.
Oh, okay. Is it better?
Yep.
Oh, yeah. The model is what is suggested to be giving the better explanation. It's not just a position.
Yeah, well, explain that to Ronnie. I mean, he didn't think it was about models. He didn't think it was about explanations. He didn't think it was about science. I don't know what the fuck he thought this debate was about.
By the way, I'd just like to take a minute to say hi to my old friend, Arcane. How's it going? Miss you.
oh God, don't. You just no bags.
Okay, I'll stop.
And I like to take the time to say, I have mods, I have mods, I have mods, and we'll be doing that every 5 minutes.
Be nice to our guests. Welcome, Arcane.
I have
Did you
mods.
see the
That means
debate?
I have a big dick.
Don't worry, just the tip.
Well, just the tip. Well, just the tip is in effect, folks.
Did you guys hear that last night? Did you guys hear that last night with Mithridates?
Oh,
yes, yeah, he
that
did.
was fucking hilarious. That was fucking hilarious. I was rolling. How much were you able to get in? Just the tip.
Oh, wait, Arcane, mic test.
Yo, what up? Can you hear me?
Okay, I gotta turn him up, and I can't find him. The hell?
I'll find him. Let me see.
Well, yeah. See, check the control room. I can't. It's not showing.
No,
He's
he's
way
cut
down
off at
there.
the bottom. I can't reach him. He's cut off. Wait. Can I?
Turn him
No.
up just a little bit.
Let me see. Can I do that? Nope.
Fuck. G-Con, can you see him in the control room?
Can you hear me?
I can hear you.
Yes.
You're low.
Just fine. We just wanted to raise you up a little bit. Let's see.
Yeah.
Sounds
Yo,
like
what
Snoop
up?
Dogg.
What up, Max? Long time no
Hi.
see. Don't worry about it, man. You can pull your tip out. I already got cloaked with my homo repellent before I joined the room, so feel free, brother. It's all good.
Christ.
Did you see
Well,
the debate?
if the tip is already in there, that homo repellent isn't working that well.
No, it deflects, bro. It's a barrier. It's a barrier like a chastity belt. You ain't getting nowhere near it, bro.
Wait, inside your asshole already?
He said
No,
you could pull it out.
I said he said he could pull it out, but he's not getting close though. So
The dick is already in there. You're just sitting
no,
there.
he's just an exhibitionist. Don't worry, he's not getting close.
On that note, did you see the debate, Arcane?
No, that's why I just seen what Antonio was talking about, and I saw your video was like in the recommended videos next to it, so I clicked on it. I don't even know what's going on, to be honest.
YouTube is recommending your videos, Drag. What the fuck is wrong with them?
It works the same way.
New love
Like when I watch G-Man videos, and yes, I'm actually subscribed to G-Man, folks, believe it or not. I watch G-Man videos, and then sometimes a true video will pop up, or Steve, a lot of your
I know.
videos, Steve, will pop up a lot for some reason. The weirdest recommendation is when we were watching something in my biology class on. He helped Michael Crichton write the fucking books. Jack Horner. We were watching the TED Talk on Jack Horner, and one of Arn Raw's videos popped up in the recommended. That was odd, but yeah. So, okay, yeah. I was just wondering if. So, what was Antonio saying, Arcane? I haven't looked at his channel.
I ain't stay too long, but they were talking about what you guys were talking about, basically how, basically, true empiricism has its views. You guys got your views, and they're mad at the way he was treated, basically.
But you don't know how he was treated because you didn't watch, right?
Right, I didn't watch it. Yeah.
Oh, okay. Yeah.
Okay. Well,
I'm not gonna jump to conclusions.
Well, that's fair. That's fair. Okay. So I'm gonna put the link or the what you call them out there. The link to the actual debate, so folks can go
What
watch.
happened? Give me a rundown. Give me the.
Well, the issue is that they were discussing what accounts for the systems in nature. There's lots of systems in nature, but we're trying to figure out whether it was intelligent design or evolution. One of the biggest gripes from anyone is that True really did not, physically present anything. He sort of just skipped straight to the rebuttal and didn't really make much of a case for intelligent design himself. And then that's really, really disconcerting, as if he wants to show people what intelligent design is, it would be very helpful if he did have a model, because one of the things that I said and a few of us said in our commentary was that Steve had a kind of a joke slide, like a blank slide that said, this page intentionally left blank. That said, well, you know what? There is no model for intelligent design. If True would have presented a model, then he could have used that opportunity to say, you know what? My opponent doesn't even understand my position, as he has said that there is no model. And he could have exploited that, but True did not. So I think he missed a golden opportunity to score some real points with the viewers on that.
Although my joke was funny. I like the balls one better, but whatever.
Yeah, I
It's not
like
like you laughed.
his argument though about the molecular machines, if you will. I like that argument. I'm unclear, I guess, about what you mean by model. Like does the model have to come along with the argument for a specific case, or like I'm confused.
Well, if you're going to have a hypothesis, right, you want to try and figure out how are you going to illustrate this hypothesis so that other people can then make similar observations as you. So if you say that you see designs in nature, then you would come up with a metric. Well, this design occurs in these geometrical shapes. It's usually at this temperature. You can make qualitative assessments about it and then create like a scoring chart to show that, okay, well, once it reaches this score, whatever it may be, this is complexity. This really hints at a designer, and then you can show a clear line of demarcation between something that wouldn't be designed, I guess, like a rock, compared to the carapace of a beetle or something like that. That would be, I guess, a really rough example of what something that I guess that I would expect from an intelligent design advocate.
Yeah. Anybody else?
Yeah.
Well, I mean, basically, you know, a model is an explanation, right? So if somebody's going to say, okay, this is intelligent design, we need to know how that gives us any kind of explanation of how things came to be, why it's the way it is, how we can use it to predict things, how we can use it to rely upon that model to say, okay, if we do this, then this happens. That's what we mean by a model. Like, for example, the model of relativity that I had mentioned in the debate. You know, we model space-time as literally as a fabric, right, as a curvature that exists. And so light passing through it is going to go in a straight line in a geodesic, what was called a geodesic line, because it's taken the shortest path in curved space-time. That's the model. We can use it to say, okay, if we have this much mass, you know, light's going to bend this way, it's going to go this way. We can say, okay, if the star is supposed to be here, we're going to see it over here. We can literally use it to predict things. When it comes to intelligent design, it doesn't tell us anything. There is no model we can rely upon. It just says, hey, look, an intelligent designer made it this way. Okay, well, what can we use that to give us any kind of predictive ability or explanatory power? That's what we're kind of looking for when we say model.
Yeah, and that's what I'm confused by, because there are people who believe in intelligent design and people who believe in evolution who do the same sort of scientific research and have the same practices. Just because you believe how something came about in one way or another I don't think that affects science unless your belief is somehow dogmatically tied to science, right? So I guess I'm confused. Like if I'm doing biology with another biologist and he believes that it all evolved that way and I believe that it was designed that way, it doesn't affect the science that they do, I don't think.
Well, yeah, in some ways, but here my argument is this: even with an intelligent designer, let's say that things are intelligent design, whether it be life, be the universe, or whatever you want to posit as what was created by that intelligent designer, it doesn't tell us anything. It just means an intelligent designer did it. It doesn't give us any more ability to predict the movement of a ball. It doesn't give us any more ability to understand genetics. It just tells us something did it that way. We have no communication with that designer if he still exists, and even if he doesn't, it doesn't change the fact the model still works. If you're a computer program and you do some kind of modeling work in a computer and it's modeling a simulation, whether you exist or not at that point, the model stands alone. So it's completely irrelevant if the intelligent designer exists or not. It doesn't contribute to the science, as you even said.
Oh, just if I might throw something on here.
You look so clean cut today, Max, by the way.
Thank
look
you.
at that. Just I hate it actually, but that's okay. Go back to your goatee. You look like you're 12.
Okay. In any case, part of science is also looking for mechanisms we can measure. So, for example, if the ID proponent is saying that the intelligent designer is doing things just purely through psychic or mental power, and I don't say psychic derogatorily, I just mean psychic in the sense of just doing it, just thinking about something and something just happening in reality.
By will alone.
Right, alone. Mm-hmm. The problem is this: we would have to extrapolate to a being we have no psychological record of, to something which is completely private. We don't have mind reading powers or detection at all. Nothing. However, science is trying to measure any external mechanisms. Now, if you're going to do what I know of at least one ID proponent suggested and say, well, they have underlying mechanisms, they might use some underlying material substratum. Well, that's what we need to measure, in which case you're going to have to give us reason why that underlying matter is motivated by some intelligent mechanism we have no record of psychologically. So there's that as well. Like, that's a pretty hard bridge to pause. You're either going to have to give us a model of psychology about a being we have no empirical acquaintance with, or you're going to have to give us, you know, some kind of mechanism we can measure and follow, which is in physics, which we don't have. So I'll say that much.
Yeah, you know, I like the way you put that. It's like by will alone, because if the intelligent designer exists, then we would like to know how he did it. Did he use models to create things? Did he create the models to create things? Did he create the models to create the models to create things? There's almost like an infinite regress there. So I think it kind of presents more problems than it definitely solves or answers. It doesn't, again, give us any explanation of anything. I use the example in the debate. Look at if I hold a ball in my hand and I turn it upside down and I let it go, it's going to fall to the ground. It doesn't matter whether the intelligent designer designed the gravity to work that way or not. It makes no difference. The explanation is not that I opened my hand and dropped it. That is an explanation, right? But is it the best explanation? No. The reason why it fell to the ground was gravity, and then you can explain the model of gravity. And the intelligent design person is basically saying, look, the intelligent designer is a person who opened their hand. That's as far as it goes. It doesn't tell us any more about how things actually are.
I think a lot of that is irrelevant, though. If you're taking things on a case-by-case basis, you don't need to know who designed something in order to infer that something was designed using the scientific method. So if you're pointing out things in nature that are indicative of things that we know are designed, it can compete with the hypothesis that said organism or whatever it might be came about by a piece-by-piece process. Because what you're saying, we have no psychological understanding of such a being. Well, nor do we have the psychological understanding of a piece-by-piece process bringing about something that demands the sort of complexity that a designer would have. So I think we have to learn to separate between what's natural science and what can be extrapolated from that science to infer to a being outside of science. I think you don't need to know about the being outside of science to infer that something designed it.
Well, if it's outside of science, then by definition, it would be outside of the scope of what scientific models can measure or do. But even putting that aside, I never actually said outside. Wait. Right, but even putting that to the side, I never said it could, in principle, be outside of the realm of science. What I'm saying is, if you're going to give us a psychological model, there's a lot to overcome, because it's a being we're not personally acquainted with, something we haven't done any psychology on. We could do psychology of human beings. That's fine. We actually
that's a personal claim, though.
Whole area of literature.
It's a personal claim to say that we don't have any psychological understanding. I think that plenty of people.
When I say psychological understanding, I mean we don't have any understanding of the psychology of the being in question. We don't need to. There's no psychology.
You can say you don't, but you can't say that no IDer does, right?
All right, fair enough. If I'm presented evidence that we do have some kind of psychological evidence of such a being, I don't know why we even need to engage in ID arguments, because they don't really get us to that end. Rather, it would be this ID person having personal acquaintance with this being.
Well, all arguments are philosophical, though, right?
Not necessarily. No, they're trying to be published in the scientific literature. This is why I'm using psychology as the avenue here. Psychology is a science of sorts. It's depending who you ask, it's either a soft science or a hard science, but either way, it's constructed to give you a methodology of knowing human psychology. However, it doesn't apply to the psychology of a supposed designer that's out there. Now, even just putting that to the side, we don't need psychology to tell us about a natural process such as evolution. Evolution doesn't have or doesn't suppose there's a mind working behind it. So say it's psychological would be category error. If
See,
you
to
want
me,
to
this
say,
whole thing's really weird because there are people who believe that the intelligent designer instated an evolutionary process, which I don't hold to that view. But how could a naturalist evolutionist, if you will, a non-ID proponent evolutionist, disprove that hypothesis that the whole thing was complex in its beginning and that it was designed to evolve in such a way? How could you say that that's not a valid pursuit?
Right. Well, I don't think they could. I think that someone would have to say that, look, yeah, I believe God guided evolution, but I just take that on by faith, or I just take that on for some other philosophical reason. It's not because
Or scientific reasons, rather like
wait.
true
It's not-
empiricism's argument, for example.
Right. But in any case, the point is they wouldn't take it on board because of fine-tuning arguments or the intelligent design argument or the what's Behe's argument or Meyer's argument is from irreducible complexity. It wouldn't be because there are gaps within evolutionary process. Oh, because those are the main arguments of the intelligent design movement. It's either, fine-tuning, it's irreducible complexity, it's some kind of inference of design within creation.
That's why.
Oh,
sorry. Go ahead. Sorry.
Well, I would say I would agree that a lot of intelligent designers do point at that view. I mean,
right.
they kind of look for things that are mechanisms within these biological systems, and their counter argument, what they say is that these things cannot have arisen by materialistic cause or by blind, as you say, the blind designer or the blind watchmaker idea. But he's right about that. That's what the designers get at.
Right. Exactly. And when I expected Ronnie to build a model, I'm saying I'm expecting it's either going to be, it's going to have to factor in some kind of psychology, some kind of some kind of model of a psychology of the designer in question. That wasn't.
Does evolution do that? Well, why? If you could say that evolution is a blind and dumb process, why would you expect an
no one
ID
says
proponent?
that. Well, first of all, evolution.
Well, yeah, they do say that.
Wait. Evolution is just a process. It's a process that's not
It's a dumb
guided.
process. It's it's mindless, right?
Well, my drawer also lacks a mind, but it's not stupid. Like
Well,
that's
it's
a
pretty
category
dumb.
there. So,
Well, by definition, it is stupid.
No, it is.
well,
it can't be.
stupid doesn't just mean not intelligent. Stupid.
Well, mindless. It's dumb. It's non-guided. Whatever you want to call it. Why would you? You could just say, well, an unguided process, a non-intelligent process can bring about these things, and we don't have to question the method behind it. It just happens somehow. But yet, we have to give an account for the psychology behind the intelligent designer. That seems like a weird demand to make.
Because the intelligent designer is working from sheer will. He's not using some kind of outer mechanism you could measure what you're doing. You'd actually have to give us some facts about the intelligent designer, their psychology, their way of thinking. Why do they pick one design over another? Like this is what we, like. Wait. This is how we measure human psychology too. It goes into that just as much. Now,
you don't have to.
Not necessarily. You don't have to do that. I believe ultimately it will be necessary. The ultimate goal of intelligent design will be to identify the designer. But identifying design or intelligent causes within systems does not require identification of the designer himself. For example, an archaeologist can go and dig up a bunch of rocks and dirt, and he can find an arrowhead or a chisel or things of that nature. Does he have to know that it came from the Hopi Indians or from the Navajo or anything like that? He does not. He just has to.
I actually
Can I make a brief point?
Yeah, go right ahead, Sam.
What I was going to say is that the issue is that we have inductive record of people making these things. We know that people make buildings. We know that people make arrowheads. We have other examples. As of right now, we don't have any examples of any being. I'm in the middle of a sentence. We don't have any examples of something
designing a biological system whole cloth. And
Right,
so
you're
it's not the
absolutely
same thing. I am in the middle of a sentence, and I promise you that you can get to it once I finish.
All right, go ahead.
We don't have an example of this, and so it's a false analogy to bring those things to bear. Do you have examples or, you know, paths of how people would act, not even people, how a designer would actually make a biological system?
I think you're making the whole point. Hold on one second, brother. I think you're making the whole point for us, though, when you say that, because we do have examples of intelligence bringing about the complexity that is within the biological system, such as the ATP synthase and the argument that TE puts forward. So when we identify markers in nature that are indicative of what we intelligent designers make, and we have no record of such things in nature coming about piece by piece, as the evolutionist says, then the science is in our side and the philosophy or the psychology needs to be checked on your side.
But we actually do have records of environment shaping and molding biology. Like, that's not hard to find either. And in any case, whether or not these particular objects like the ATP synthase, that is up for debate here. That is actually what is at question. To say that it's already decided and this is our example is to beg the question.
I think that the quote actually, I could be paraphrasing. Forgive me if I get the quote incorrect here, but it was Charles Lyell that actually says that the best way to approach science, empirical science, is to look at things that we have in history, things that we can approach, things that we can observe, that we can actually see, to give us an inclination of what we can find in biological systems, or in his case, geology, right? So the thing about it is that when we look at biological systems, we do see, and I don't know anyone here that will deny this, or they may deny it, we do see systems within biological systems that do mimic a process in which we use logic to create things, or to test things, or to or just a simple production. When we look at the DNA, the double helix and how it's maintained, it's kept. Sure, there are mutations, or sure, there are errors that can occur when they transcribe or copy from one form to another. But we cannot doubt that there is a whole body of mechanisms used in maintaining production of proteins, similarly to how we will go about production and maintaining things within the real world when it comes to even making products or software or anything of that nature. We have QA testers that kind of do some of these things that we see in biological systems. So,
but
Hey, Max, I want to go next.
Can I just throw one more thing before you jump in?
Sure. Yeah.
Oh, okay. But well, we could always look to some similarities between the systems we purposely design and the systems that come about through nature. You'd always see that the systems through nature always possess within them some kind of imperfection. Well, not even some imperfection, but they're not really something we would think of designing. Like Sam yesterday gave the example of the human nervous system as being a lot more messy than, what was it, Sam? A computer, something we would read off the computer. If he's not AFK.
I mean, but one could take the same argument and say that, well, if the Japanese or the Americans develop an SUV and the Japanese created an SUV and then Volkswagen, the Germans actually make a better one, they can look back at the American design and say, well, as a designer, I wouldn't do that. But that still would not refute the fact that it was designed in the first place. So
Yeah, but we have example of those things being designed. We don't have examples.
It's funny how you said you're in the middle of a sentence, but you do the same thing to me. But
Right,
it's still an argument of aesthetics and philosophy. If you're getting into the mind of the designer or why he will do that, or I wouldn't have done it that way. At that point, you're no longer questioning if there's a designer. You're questioning methodology, which is
So the reason I was bringing that up was to say you're looking at the similarities and deducing a conclusion, whereas one could easily look at the dissimilarities and deduce a conclusion too. It doesn't seem to be sufficient just to point out similarities and then draw a conclusion by way of the analogy. That's my whole point.
So let me ask Kevin here a question. Kevin, if we, like for example, DNA was intelligently designed, what would you have as some kind of process we can look at to say this is intelligent design and this is not intelligent design? What would be that delimiting factor that say, you know what, this is what DNA would look like if it's designed. This is what DNA would look like if it's not designed.
Okay. I will start with the basic premise that intelligent designers use is that we know that complex sequence information is habitually associated with conscious thought. Anything that we see in the world when it comes to syntax, sequence, especially with a digital code that uses 4 values instead of say binary, which uses 2 values, hence the word binary, meaning 2. We know that it's habitually associated with conscious thought. The second premise would be there is no materialistic explanation on how such a sequence or system could come about. So for instance, if I were to say that the DNA had to be materialistically created, then I would have to find a demonstrable materialistic cause on how such a system could arise on its own. And we do not have one. So if we do not have a materialistic explanation as to how sequencing process information, which could be translated and used for the production of certain things, but the only association we see with such systems is with those who have intelligent thought, then it's logical for me to conclude that such a system could arise only from intelligent thought, unless materialistic cause can prove me otherwise.
Well, Kevin, we do have mechanisms. They're called chemistry. They're called physics. They're called genetics. We do have systems that explain this.
Well, actually, no. Well, we have systems that would explain some of the relationships between these things, but not necessarily with these macromolecules.
Sure.
For example, with RNA and DNA, they use these 4 base pairs, adenine, guanine, thymine, and cytosine. The chemistry does not determine the order of these things because they all are attached to these ribs using the sugar ribose, the same chemical bonds. It'll be similar to how when you take letters from a magnet on the refrigerator and you assemble them in a sentence that says, "I love you, Daddy," but it's the sequence of the letters aren't determined by the magnetism between the letters in the refrigerator. The sequence is determined by those who specified it to spell such a message. But if they're using magnetism, it'll be the same as you just taking those letters and randomly throwing them at the fridge and hoping to get a sentence out of that. So the chemistry does not determine the sequence, but yet the sequence is determined by its own. We don't know where it came from.
So I just want to say something just because it's irritating me. It's adenine, guanine, thymine, and cytosine, and it's ribose. And when they're linked together, they're linked together by a sugar or by a phosphodiester bond along the sugar phosphate backbone. So it's not the sugars that are linking these things together.
Right. So
the other thing is,
are the chemical bonds? I appreciate you trying to correct me on pronunciation and things. My left side of my jaw is actually swollen, so forgive me on not pronouncing those things correctly for you. But my question to you would then be: between these nucleotides in the rib, are there any differences in the chemical bonds in each of those nucleotides? Yes or no?
I was not finished with what I was going to say, so I'm going to ignore that question and continue with what I was going to say. Listen, the only time that I interrupted you is because of a lag on my part. So I'm going to continue with what I was saying earlier. So what I was saying earlier is that you are making the claim that one of your central claims, and I have it written down here, is that we don't have a naturalistic explanation for these things. Okay, but that's not but that's an argument from ignorance. I mean, aside from the fact that there is a decent body of literature that is exploring these things, that's an argument from ignorance. And so, I mean, and also here, Steve asked for a test. You didn't list a test. You made an inductive argument. You know, theoretically, I should be able to go into a lab and test these things.
Well, what I'm doing is I'm using empiricism. I'm actually using observation. If you're saying that there's a lot of theory and a lot of paperwork out there that explains theories on how these things come about, then you should be able to make a demonstratable experiment showing how these mechanisms can come about, especially in macromolecule. Even with the simplest, well, not a simple one, but the macromolecules such as RNA, how that would have came about. It's in it within itself too complex of a system to even be put together by random chance or by any type of chemical bond. Even if you were to look at biogenesis and amino acids bonding together with chemicals and creating simple cell organisms, then you will still have to explain, well, then why would nature or the Darwinian model then say, you know what, we need a blueprint to create ourselves going forward. So let's make a macromolecule to transcribe and make everything. It just does not make sense materialistically. Every example that we use to look at these mechanisms and how they work has been guided by humans. Our first fully assembled RNA has been done with design. It has not been done on its own.
If I can, all right, just for Kevin, are you done? I want to respond to
Actually, hold on, folks. I forgot. Ned's been waiting for a while. I'm sorry, Ned.
Oh, who the hell wants to talk to Ned?
Oh, I'm sorry. Go ahead.
Steve just doesn't want me to talk because I'm going to drop him in the grease here.
I love you. I do.
See, cutting me off mid-sentence.
Bastard.
No. First, Steve, good job last night, man. Or not last night, the other night. No, one thing that I saw that was, and it kind of seems to be brought up in passing, which seems very problematic to me in this. And I mean, Arcane, I think you touched on it a little bit, is that about the last 10 minutes of that debate, True said something that at least led me to believe that he doesn't think he needs to provide a model because the setup for this, the explanation, is so powerful that it's intuitive and we just all know it, that if something looks designed, it has to be, and therefore there doesn't need a model to demonstrate it. Did anybody else get that takeaway? And Arcane, is that kind of what you guys are saying, or am I missing it there?
No, I think the whole point is if it looks designed and we have no reason to think that something that looks designed actually came about by a non-intelligent process, then we're rational to maintain our view that it was designed if it looks designed. So it's not that we're saying it looks designed, therefore it is. We're saying if it looks designed, show me how something that's not designed can look the same way. And we don't see that.
Okay, but you guys understand. You understand that the scientific method doesn't work that way. I mean, you're not going to use that in the negative on that, especially in something that is, that's subjective. I mean, if you're going to make the positive claim that we have an intelligent designer, there needs to be a methodology to test that, and more importantly, to falsify it, to make it falsifiable. And we're not getting that other than just, it looks that way, therefore it is. We don't need to say anything else. You understand where we're coming from on that side, right?
Well, I don't say that. I mean, I say, both sides should present a case. And when I look at both sides, I see the evidence in favor of design more so than a random, undesigned, unguided process. I think the things that we see in nature are more indicative of something designing it than not, based on the things that we've designed. It's not that, oh, well, I think therefore. It's like we have a comparison, like he was describing with the DNA code, is something we're familiar with within our computer systems.
Okay, so
Ned, can I jump in for a quick second?
Yeah, go ahead, JD. Sorry.
Yeah, if I may. How exactly do you compare something that was designed by mortal, biological, limited agents and say that therefore an immortal, non-biological, unlimited agent therefore created this other stuff that looks like stuff we would create?
Well, I don't think anyone goes into it putting a quantifier on it other than to say that, well, we can't create it, therefore it must be more intelligent or have more means than us to do so. But that's irrelevant, I think, in the scope of the question, which is, was it designed or was it not? And I think that if it's mimicking the things that we know are designed, and we know such things have never come about from an unguided process, what in our right minds would make us think that it was the unguided process that produced it when we know that such things are coming from intelligence? It would be, I think that's anti-science. I think it's scientific to assume, until proven otherwise, that it's designed.
Right, but that's just an argument of ignorance.
I wanted to ask, like, is there some conceivable?
It would be if I never said that.
Come on.
Well, you can't just say that's an argument from ignorance and not expound on it. But go ahead.
Well, I actually have a way of expounding upon it, right? So what you've put forth is something that isn't falsifiable, right? Like, this isn't something where I could test it and prove you wrong. And if there's no evidence that could theoretically be against it,
then there's no evidence that can actually be for it. So I would like to know what would actually falsify your view, because I think that that's much more important. And then from
I
that,
think you're putting words in my mouth, to be honest.
and we can talk about the things that would actually support it.
I think you're putting words in my mouth, to be honest.
Show me it happening randomly. That would be the answer. That's the answer you usually get. Like, show me it happening without intelligence, and then you'll prove it wasn't necessarily intelligence.
Well, you're putting
All right,
words in
King, I
my
took
mouth,
it
to
back.
be
Go ahead.
honest. So I don't say that. I don't know anybody that does say those
Well,
things. but-
Arcane, maybe we can hit it from a different angle. Do you agree that there are things that happen randomly in nature that would look like there's a pattern to it?
Sure, yeah, we can find
Oh.
patterns, but patterns
Okay.
don't automatically lend credence to some sort of metaphysical theory about how the process that brought about the pattern got there in the first place, if we weren't there to see it.
But that's exactly what it seems like you're arguing for. Just because the pattern is more complex, all of a sudden it has to be designed.
I didn't say that, nor am I arguing that way.
Okay.
Well, can I ask then- well, no, I mean, I would like it if, sort of what I had presented actually gets answered, which is what would falsify the theory, right? What if someone's echoing really badly? But I would ask, what would actually falsify intelligent design? Because again, if we're talking about, any sort of explanation, it's, there has to be some sort of contrapositive in order for it then for there to be actual positive evidence for it. And I don't see that with intelligent design. I've never heard it presented.
Well, like I said, science is what we can reproduce, things that we can demonstrate, right? So as far as falsifying intelligent design, if the argument is made that, let's say like the true empiricism's argument about the molecular machines, if you can show said machine evolving without an intelligent designer, then I think that would falsify the
That's not
notion that an intelligent designer was needed to bring about said machine. It's
That's
really, really quite simple.
Wait, whoa, that's a
I can follow up on my own comment, guys. Well, that's not falsifiability, right? That's assuming that the only explanation other than evolution is design, right? But there's a whole mess of possible explanations we could come up with. I'm asking for something that
Well,
directly
present one.
in the middle, I didn't interrupt you, but there are a whole host of possible explanations that we could all think of. But the issue is how do you test those? Saying we're going to hold out until there's another explanation is an argument from ignorance. It's not how science is done.
Well, it's not an argument from ignorance because it's based on science. It's based on repeatability. It's based on observation, the things that we can test and reproduce together. We don't have to assume or draw up a picture in our mind about what happened millions of years ago. That's not science, right? So what we observe is our machines and codes, and such things are always, as far as we know, they come from intelligence. So, I mean, am I saying it's 100%? No, I've got the same critique of my own view, right? To say that, well, I can't automatically say it's proven, but if I were to lean one way or the other, I'm definitely leaning that it was designed rather than accidental.
So, Sam, can I just follow up on the falsification thing?
No, it's
Because-
fine. He didn't answer it, so go ahead.
Oh, okay. When you said the only way to falsify it is to show that it was
Let me
brought
know when I
about
can
by
ask questions.
by a random process. You just said that the only way to show that it wasn't intelligently designed was to show it wasn't intelligently designed. It's a tautology. You're not actually telling us anything about falsification. If I were to say you could falsify common descent by showing a human being buried in a fossil of a T-Rex just snacking on it, like that would falsify common descent. That would falsify a lot of our geological models of what an Earth is. That's not a tautology. That is literally me saying, hey, this would be a set of circumstances or a scenario which would falsify my model. Now you could say, Now you're going to have to give us some
That doesn't make
criteria of
sense.
falsification to actually see and be presented with that would falsify your model. It wouldn't just be, well,
that
showing
doesn't
another
make
model
sense.
is correct. That
Yeah, that
doesn't
doesn't.
help.
That's not what I said, and that doesn't even make sense. First of all,
What is your
it's
model
like
of falsification
for
then?
example, there's a volcano, right? And it looks like when you're standing on top of it, it looks like a bunch of dead, burnt bodies being tossed into a pit. Now, one could say, if you were looking at it, dang, that looks like a body pit, like somebody put a bunch of dead bodies there, and they can make that conclusion based on what they've seen before. They've seen like the Auschwitz pits and stuff like that. And they're like, dang, that looks like dead bodies. And then someone says, no, to prove it, we're going to give it enough time, and perhaps the volcano will reproduce that again naturally and prove that it's not bodies, that it's just natural volcanic ash making that formation, you see. So that's what I'm asking for. Give me a natural process that would disprove what we know. Not to say that my argument is at all analogous to that. I'm just giving you a picture. Give me a natural process that can reproduce it without a mind guiding it, and I will accept that as being scientific. Until then, it's just like, well, it happened in the past too far long ago, but there's nothing else but God, so we're not going to go that route. That's basically all I hear from you guys.
No, like you can reproduce a lot of the mechanisms of evolution today, but in any case, I'm not sure what I understood at all what you meant with your volcano body thing. If somebody said that the inside of a volcano was just burning bodies, they would form a hypothesis and say, well, the falsification criteria would be we could go up there, and if we don't see any bodies, then yeah, so much for my hypothesis. That seems to me a good criteria of falsification.
Yeah, I mean, we need something we would necessarily see if, I mean, a designer is honestly too vague. You need to specify a designer to know what its limitations are. That's how you can tell one designer from another or whether something isn't designed. So we need to know limitations of the design. Like, okay, well, this designer only designs this way. So we find stuff that's designed with these kind of limitations in mind. More likely than not that this designer was involved. That's one of the problems.
That's an unnecessary rabbit hole.
Well, it's one of the problems with positing a deity is that it don't have limitations. So you think D could have been designed by it. So how you
That's unnecessary.
So
That's unnecessary rabbit hole. What we're doing is comparing. Hold on, Max. I'll let you go. We're comparing competing hypotheses, at least in the realm of science, so-called science, right? So we're looking at what's observable, repeatable, demonstrable now. And if all we have are just so stories about how it evolved that way millions of years ago, then how is it not scientific to say, well, based on scientific principles, we see design producing these things? It's like 1 and 2, right? Like, so why should we leave what's observable to entertain something we've never seen happen? We know that if designers produce codes and machines, well, hold on. We know that designers produce codes and machines, right? So why should we leave that? Why should we leave the realm of science to entertain that something that is not a designer produced codes and machines?
Well, wait. Let's not get sidetracked here. Science isn't
That's
about
where the argument is.
No, I think we're getting what's being sidetracked here is you haven't given us a criteria of falsification. If I were to say my criteria of falsification is because the designer never does anything in vain, then no matter what you do when searching the human body, everything will have a use and mechanism for the human body. If I was to...
That's not scientific.
Actually, it is. That is a claim I would make that falsifies my model. And if someone was to go inside my body and was to say, well, here's something that's completely useless or orthogonal to the body, why would anyone even think of putting that in there? Like that would.
Yeah, that's exactly how you form a hypothesis and do a null hypothesis. That's exactly what science is. What Max has said. That is literally how science is done.
Now, do you have?
Although you need some core propositions first. You need something.
Well, yeah, of course. I mean, he's being simplistic.
The model before you start making predictions, of course.
Right. Like,
but your mic, JD, your mic is very, very statically. Like you got a loose connection or something.
So let me get this straight. So science is, you're saying God, I couldn't imagine God doing it that way. Therefore, I'm not going to apply.
That's
basically
point,
what you said.
No, that's not at all what he said.
No, what I said was when you formulate a scientific model, something you're supposed to add on to that is a criteria of falsification, a set of circumstances which, if were discovered, would mean that your model would be falsified. It would be false. It would not be true. You would have to give up on that model.
But why
And
are
you
we
have
talking
not-
about models instead of specific pieces of evidence and argument? See, this is what I see happening. We want to present
science is
what the case,
model-driven.
you know, I want to bring it into the
Yeah,
realm of
okay.
science, and you want to sit here and talk philosophy.
That's like
not
saying let's
fair.
talk about mathematics, but let's not talk about math.
Well, pick a topic. Are we talking philosophy or science?
Okay, one sec. There's an issue arguing, which is that you haven't actually touched on anything even remotely scientific yet. You've got a speculation. You know that looks designed, therefore it's designed. You
Well, I'll
haven't
wait for
actually
you guys
said
to
a model.
respond.
Well, I'm giving you some response to it. You haven't actually said anything scientific yet. Nothing that we could call science. All we've got is a speculation. Well, you know something looks designed, maybe it's designed, and you haven't shown that it's not designed. You haven't actually presented a model. There's no real proposition but that one, and there's no way to
You
test
guys
it.
sound like you're on a repeat or something.
You haven't actually gotten a hypothesis yet. Yeah, apparently I sound bad, but you can understand
Your
me.
mic is really. I don't know what it is. It sounds like it's cutting, like not cutting it out, but it's just like scratchy.
Hey, could you guys hear me? Is my mic all right?
His avatar, Morgan Freeman, he's starting to sound like Morgan Freeman with that stuff.
He wishes it sounded like Morgan Freeman.
Not that sexy.
JD, you got a loose connection in
You know
your
what?
mic.
I actually wanted to have an analogy, and it's interesting because I heard this like maybe about a year ago, but someone was saying, okay, there are the only lakes that we've ever seen created are man-made lakes, like Mead, for instance, lakes on golf courses. But we've actually, and I don't think anybody in this room has ever actually just seen a lake made naturally. So Arcane, it seems like your argument is because the only lakes that we've seen created are lakes.
Yeah, that dude needed to be cut off because that was a bad example.
I have.
That was
Yeah.
a very good example, Arcane.
Nah, that was a bad example. What are you talking about?
Well, actually, why is that a bad example? Actually,
Because he's talking about something that can be created. Okay, looking at lakes, it's not as simple as looking at a lake and saying, well, we only see man-made lakes, so therefore.
But I'm sorry, I just got cut off. But what I'm saying is that the lakes now that we see, since we've only seen man-made lakes, they can make that all lakes before are also and somehow designed, which doesn't make any sense. It doesn't follow. It makes no sense.
Hold on, let
Multiple
me
personality.
respond.
Let me ask you this question right quick. Multiple personality.
Well, hold on, he was
Have you ever
directed
seen
at
a-
me. Let me respond since he said that that's analogous to what I was saying. That's a decent point to make, but it's different in this scope because we can have a different train of thought about how all the lakes came to be as opposed to just a few, right? So let's say I was born at 85. I can only attest for the lakes that I've seen come into existence by man. That does not lead me to say, just like I said before, it doesn't prove intelligent design. Just like I said, it just says if I had to lean towards one or the other, I'd lean towards intelligent design because there is no other, in my opinion, explanation that can compete scientifically. It's not that, oh, I don't understand it, therefore it's designed because whatever. No, it's because what we see reflects intelligence, not randomness, bro.
Wait, Max, real quick. Have we ever seen an intelligence create a natural system of any kind?
A natural system, like what? Biological system?
Natural system. Take it for what you will.
Like, what do you mean? Like, be more.
A system of nature. Something that
Have you
exists
ever
in nature that's independent of human or intelligent involvement. A natural system as opposed to an artificial system or non-natural.
Well, there are different types of systems in nature.
Right, I don't know. I think.
Have you ever seen God do something like that? Make a law of physics, make a person.
Yes,
make a law of
exactly. Have you ever seen an intelligence make a law of physics? There you go.
I mean, the answer
Not
is
to
no.
discover,
No, we can move on, all right?
Right, but that's not what it is though. But the thing about it is that.
But that is what it is.
No, it's not. No,
That's
it's
the
not.
whole point.
Well, okay, so
So I
where
think-
was the response to the materialistic explanation for what we see in biological systems today? We
Be-
don't have no
because
example for that.
Because Kevin, you mentioned it earlier, and this is what I brought up in my discussion with Ronnie, like your Arrowhead example. We have precedent. We have seen intelligence create things like arrowheads. We've seen pattern recognition that we can form a actual inductive argument saying, yes, we've seen this before. We have a precedent for this. We can infer this is intelligent design. It doesn't go to the underlying mechanisms of how that arrowhead was created. how the arrowhead was created deals with physics, right? Somebody had to chisel it. You have momentum, you have force, you have all these different things going into the model of how that came to be physically. Right. That's what we're talking about. Not just the creator made the arrowhead. Yeah, okay, intelligent design, somebody made it. That's an explanation. But that's not what we're talking about when we want an explanation of how things actually work.
Right, but what I'm saying, what I'm saying is, when we look at something as such as the process in which how proteins are created from DNA, the only demonstrable process that we have of such things arise or such a thing existing will be things that we see in complex systems such as networks.
No,
yeah, we do.
So I think
we do.
So here, I think we veered off from science to something else because Sam. Wait, Kevin. Just let me say something really quick. Sam at one point posited and asked what would be a criteria of falsification for intelligent design. None was given.
And I asked for experiment.
Right. Steve asked for an experiment. None was given. Rather, what we have. Well, I'm not done. Rather, what seems to be going on is we're falling back on inductive examples about how everything that looks designed has come. It looks like the stuff we design until then, or until such time where we have a better explanation. This is the best explanation we have, but that's not really how it works. At best, all you're doing is kind of hedging a bet here. One could easily say, and you know what, multiple personality did a good job at bringing this up, and I want to repeat it because it bears repeating. We've never actually seen a natural lake being formed. All we have seen being formed are man-made lakes. Or is this to say that the next time we discover a lake, it's not really natural, rather it's just a man-made lake we haven't observed being made? Like, is that what we're going to go by in terms of accepting that's one more standard of evidence rather than just
can you guys lay out your model and set the standard for us then, since you're saying we're not giving a proper model? Can you lay out yours so that we can know where you guys are coming from?
I can't.
Is that fair?
Hang on, Max. I can't. And here's I wanted to. I know we're talking about 5 different things here, but Kevin, your analogy fails on multiple different levels because when we see complex systems like computers, those are not self-replicating. Those are not biological. They are completely disanalogous to a biological system. The reason why biological systems are the way they are is because of these models, which we'll get into, such as evolutionary biology and the mechanisms of which genetic drift and gene flow and all this other stuff. These we can show that without any intervention, certain chemical reactions take place and certain iterations could take place. Self-replicating RNA can take place. We can show mechanistically that these processes can occur independent of anybody's actions because there is reproduction involved. There's an iteration from generation to generation. Those things for a computer, those things for a computer require intervention from us to have an iteration from one generation to the next generation. They're not self-replicating.
Not with all computer systems.
With all computer systems.
We do have computer systems that can do things with the automated process. But here's the thing that I was pointing out.
That's not what I'm talking about.
When we're looking at, but here's what I was trying to point out. For instance, you're trying to make a similarity or draw a similarity between biological systems and computer systems. I wasn't at all trying to say that they were similar in the way that they operate. In that sense, that one is biological and one's actual tangible, or not tangible, but physical thing that's made up by engineering. What I'm saying is the logical process that's behind it, how things are handled. For instance, data flow, how data flow is handled, how data packets are handled within a network are very strikingly similar to what we see in biological systems and how data is handled. We have a cycle of redundancy checks that occurs within packets. We have packets that leave one layer of the OSI model to the next. They go through checks to make sure the integrity is there. They go through portions where portions of the code is removed so that portions of the code that are only for the next layer are only meant for its operation so it can produce something. They're checked again. They're looked at to verify its integrity. When we look at DNA and we see the creation of proteins, we see such a thing. We see pre-mRNA transcribe these things from the DNA. It takes it out. It checks out to make sure it's done. It goes through the sequence polyhydrogenylation factor process that I was explaining earlier. It goes through removing forgive me if I get this wrong, but the introns or the extrons for the non-coding parts are removed. Once that's there, then it brings it down to the ribosome, in which it matches it up with the tRNA that actually creates amino acid chains, and then those things fold into protein. It's like literally the same type of process of checking, error checking, make sure productivity is upright. Although you may have some nicks here and there where the code doesn't copy properly, or a few mistakes here and there, does not deny a fact that there is a operation and sequence there.
But where's their model to explain that process, brother?
Right. So my thing is, if we are to say that such a system like this arrives materialistically, that takes a lot more faith and a lot more evidence than to say, well, we have examples of this coming from conscious thought and intelligence. So where are we wrong in saying that?
First of all, it's the introns that are removed, but yeah, the problem you're running into is these are analogies. The cyclic redundancy checks, the CRC of the package, it can be compared to an error correction mechanism for the DNA. Sure, what's been the analogy here? They check for errors. That's it. It's just no different than the analogies I used in my presentation with Ronnie. There's no difference. Look at a heart is a pump. We can have a pump that pumps water. We can make it man-made. We can have a camera or the eye. We can use these analogies to compare one thing to another because that's how we'd like to understand things. We have piping for water. We have blood vessels for blood, right? These are just analogies. That's all they are. There's nothing more to it than that.
But I want you to take for a second to take the mindset from material. I want you to go back billions of years to the first single cell organism. I'm giving you too much, even giving you that. Because the cell, as we know, is more complex. It has nucleotides, it has a nucleus, it has a Golgi apparatus, an endodermic rough, it has mitochondria that makes ATP. We have all these complex things within the cell. So I'm giving you a lot, just giving you a cell. But if you go back to even just an amino acid and then grouping together chemically, can you tell me how in the world does the chemical interaction between these amino acids, how it in itself blindly creates systems to check its own errors?
Sure.
Why in the world?
Yes.
Yes.
The answer is yes. Okay. How are amino acids put together to form polypeptides?
Do you have an example of that happening now?
I'm asking a question. How are amino acids put together?
I already told you through the ribosome. When it grabs the RNA strand, it actually pairs together the tRNA based on their shape, based on the specific nucleotide that is on, attaching a specific amino acid together. That's how proteins are made.
Okay, they're basically put together by peptide bonds. Okay, and they're polymerized.
Right, the bonds between them does not
we
determine.
know RNA has polymerization capabilities. We know it has enzymatic functions. That was suspected. That's been confirmed. We know it to be the case. So we know it doesn't take a ribosome to make polymeric chains or polypeptide chains. It doesn't take one. In modern eukaryotes, yes, that's how it's done.
You're starting off with the macromolecule already.
But no, you're not. You're starting off with monomers. The monomers are amino acids that can build up through successive reiterations to form macromolecules or long strand polypeptides, which have peptide bonds being polymerized by RNA. Now, of course, I may not be saying that perfectly, and of course, Sam likes to be pedantic, but the concept is pretty sound.
But what you're doing is this: you're saying that you're saying to me that amino acids create peptide chains based on no type of catalyst or synthesis.
It does require a catalyst. You don't have to have a catalyst to have a reaction. A catalyst lowers the activation energy, so it makes. Why am I being interrupted?
No, I'm sorry, Steve. But do they create functional proteins?
Do they? The DNA is the code to create functional proteins.
But again,
right?
we're starting with the macromolecule that transcription is from. With just amino acids,
you don't have to have DNA to have proteins. Okay, that's a chicken and egg problem that doesn't exist. That's what creationist ideas like to present, but that's not the case. That's not how it is. In modern eukaryotes, that would be the case. But we can trace it back. Well, that wasn't always like that. Where you didn't have to have ribosomes to create proteins.
So you're telling me that functional self-folding proteins have been created without any type of
proteins can self-fold. proteins can self-fold. They sometimes use chaperones, sometimes, but they don't require to. They can self-fold just for the fact the way the charges are. The charges are on the strand. That's all it means to fold. They have different shapes: a quaternary shape, a tertiary shape. These things are based upon the types of amino acids that are in that strand and the charges that are in there.
Right. So
can I jump in for a sec, Kevin? One second. Kevin, hold on a sec. 1 second. I think the issue, we're kind of going back and forth on the same bit here. The issue is that when it comes to the origin of biological life, there are several plausible models to choose from. They all have problems still, because there's still some things we don't know, but they're plausible, which is about as good as it gets when it comes to one-time events. So do you have any problem with the existence of plausible models for how biological life originated?
Yeah, they're definitely not implausible by any stretch of the imagination. I mean, in fact, I have read that probably within the next 20 years, these
more plausible?
Some of these hypotheses won't even be hypotheses anymore. They'll be confirmed theories. Abiogenesis will either be incorporated at that point into the theory of evolution or be a standalone as a confirmed theory.
But what's more plausible, that code came about through a non-guided, non-mindful process?
Yes. Yeah, very much so. Very much so. Not. Yeah, I agree with JD.
Okay, so if you're saying that's more plausible, where's the evidence?
See, here's the question you should be asking.
Where's the evidence to support that a code could come about through a non-guided process?
Here's the question you should be asking. Okay. Is it possible that some computer program can just automatically come to be without some kind of human intervention or intelligence? No, in that case, no, that's computer code. But RNA, RNA, when you talk about a code, literally just means, look at these 3 nucleotides would form a codon, and that codon just happens to be on that tRNA molecule, like you said, will represent a specific amino acid.
Can you show me any code that's come about?
And obviously, you have different codons that can code for more than one amino acid, right?
Right, but we don't.
So you have a codon chart. That's all that means by code. It just means, look at, if you have A, T, G, it'll form this. If you have C, G, it'll form this. That's all that.
It's instructional, right?
When you have a code, that's all that matters. It is an analogy. It does not require. It does not require any intelligence whatsoever, except an intelligence to determine if you have these. If you have these 3 amino acids, what amino acid am I going to get? That's it. That's the only time intelligence is required.
What you're doing is you're explaining the chemical reactions within those systems itself. What I'm asking you is, can these systems come about or be determined without a catalyst or a synthesis macromolecule?
You don't need a catalyst. I don't know how you're using the word catalyst. Do you know what a catalyst is?
Yes, I do.
Okay. Then why do you need a catalyst for a reaction?
No, right. But I'm asking you where the functional protein comes from.
Well, I'm asking you, why do you need a catalyst to have a reaction? You don't have to have a catalyst.
Well, no. I'm not talking about the reaction. You're mentioning about the reaction. Please don't twist my words. You're talking about the reaction between these bonds. What I'm saying is, how can functional proteins arise without what we see in science, a use of a catalyst and a synthesis macromolecule? For instance, DNA and RNA. It's only observable that we see functional proteins built from these macromolecules. When the RNA is created, it comes from these chromatids. It's coded from these chromatids. They make a transcription, they copy, and they create a protein based off of that. Now, what you've done is you explain the chemical reaction between these peptide bonds in the amino acids. But what you're failing to do is explaining where the sequence information came about to create these self-folding proteins in the first place.
Iterations.
And what I'm saying is, if you believe that these self-folding proteins came about by materialistic cause via the chemical interactions that you're talking about, then what will be the point for, quote unquote, I'm holding my fingers up, evolution or this blind design or just chance to say to itself, you know what, this process will be a lot better if we had a catalyst in the synthesis. Why would that come about if proteins were already created via this chemical bond? It makes no sense.
Real quick,
Real
quick, RNA self-catalyzes, by the way.
Well, I mentioned that. Yeah, yeah, I mentioned that. Very, very simple answer. 1, again, you're still using the word catalyst. I don't know how you're using it. 2, as Fiona would say, dead things don't breed. That is the reason why we have iterations that work, because the ones that don't work die. That's it. That's the mechanism. Boom. It's as simple as that. And that's why Fiona says it so many times, because that's so critical, that creationists and ideas don't seem to understand that that is a fundamental factor of why we have existing organisms today. That is why we have the systems we have today. Cars
can you
don't have
explain to me the model?
Cars
though?
and computers don't
Hold
have
on,
to go
Steve.
through that.
Steve, my bad. I had say that again. What was Fiano's
Dead
quote?
things don't breed.
What does that mean?
It means that if you're dead, you can't reproduce.
Okay, what is that? What is that? How is that? What is that in line to? What do you mean?
Because our DNA is based upon successful and successive iterations, right? I mean, everything we have in our system is based on precursors, based upon things that came in the past. Unless an idea says, "Hey, here's like," take for example the ATP synthase. Are you suggesting that that was created out of nothing? Was that spontaneously created by an intelligent designer, or did an intelligent designer say, "Hey, I'm going to make modern eukaryotic ATP synthase that we have, right? The FADPase that we have in our body, in the mitochondria." Did he create that by building it up slowly over a time period based upon smaller iterations? Like, you know, this C ring of the ATP synthase is analogous to the bacterial flagellum ring, or is it the A3B3 hexamer synonymous with the DNA helicase? These things have precursors. So are you suggesting that intelligent designer literally created the machinery in our system all at once, or was it built upon something else?
But that's the question I was originally asking you, based on her quote.
I believe it's built on something else. How do you feel?
What was that, Steve?
I believe, and I can show that these things were built upon other things. I'm asking you, were they created at once, or were they built upon other things?
You can
These
show
things.
it.
What do you mean, like from its originality?
Were these systems created all at once? Just boom, hey, here's something's born that now has ATP synthase, or were they built upon precursors? Were they built upon things that used the same kind of parts but in a different way? They had a different function.
It could have gone either way. I will lean towards that they were built off of one another from simpler forms, and then they eventually were put together.
Okay, great. That's good. That's good. Yes, I agree with you.
But my question to you is, if you start off at the origins of life, and you're saying that our first proteins emerged by chemical bonds between amino acids.
That's not.
Right?
That's not exactly what I was saying. But go ahead.
Right, but that's what I was asking you.
What's the model,
I don't know
yo?
what that sound was, but I hope.
Okay, so Kevin, I agree with you. We're on the same page that these things are built up by precursors. Okay, if that's the case, then that goes back to, okay, how do I differentiate between a system that is built up by precursors and something that is designed to do so? What experiment can I do to show one is more favorably correct than the other? Because that's where the intelligent design argument has always failed. They have never once, not you, not anybody in the intelligent design movement, has ever given us a process or an experiment to say, look, if this is the case, that this is built up from precursors, which most people think, there are some people out there who do actually say, hey, look, yeah, no, it's just created all at once, which is not scientifically possible. But let me
How
finish.
did evolution do it?
By building it up.
Intelligent designers really don't make that claim either. There's a lot of intelligent designers who do say that there are a process in which these things are built up.
I just said that. Some do, some don't.
Right.
But now what's the experiment? What's the experiment we can do to say, I have system A. This system here was built up step by step. So was system B.
Steve, take a break, yo.
But I think that kind of gets away from what intelligent
Well, I
designers
keep getting
are
interrupted.
saying.
That's
When
why I'm continuing.
Right. But if some intelligent designers agree with that and some don't, then that's obvious not the issue. The issue is that the intelligent designers are all common with is, where did this code come from?
Okay. So again, I have system A and system B. Both of them are built upon precursors. System A was designed by an intelligence. System B was not. Give me the experiment to show how I can determine which one is the best explanation. Give me an experiment to show which one's correct. Because if you could do that, I'm telling you, DI would pay you big money. Big money. Because they don't have one.
Well, I think they've been trying to evolve these things in a lab for a long time, right? Like,
that's
the code
that's
is
the point that we're all familiar with.
right. You have to start with.
There are failed materialistic explanations for these things. What intelligent designers saying is that, hey, we see similarities in these types of systems with things that intelligent thought will come up with or create themselves. So maybe there's an intelligent explanation for it. And I would
Kevin,
say
you're not
that
answering the question ago. Do you not understand the question? I'm asking you, give me an experiment. Say, this is the experiment we can do. If we run this test with this null hypothesis, with this confidence level, with this ability to reject the null, we can conclusively say that A is better than B.
Right.
Give me an experiment that you can do that.
These are things that we're
I'm
currently
asking
looking at now. See, right now, intelligent designers are at the point where they're questioning.
So you don't have an experiment.
Darwinian, and well, of course, this has already been known. This is nothing new. We've already been at a point where we've been questioning Darwinian and neo-Darwinian models for the explanation of how complex systems come about through random chance and all of that stuff. But what the main question that intelligent designers have is the basic code for life that we see is DNA. We see these machines and mechanisms that are used to create these systems. So is there a materialistic explanation for the origin of these systems, for the sequence of these systems, for any of that? And we do not have a materialistic explanation for that.
Okay, so you agree you have no experiment then?
No, there are experiments that evolutionists are doing in order to try to find out, how these systems come about, but they fail a lot.
Okay, but again, I can't get a straight answer from you, Kevin. I'm asking you very simple: yes or no. Does the intelligence?
I said no 3 times already.
Okay, they don't, and that's why it's not science. Because
every experiment shows every experiment shows the intelligent design position.
Until you can come up with an experimental model, which is we've been asking for, which we asked TE for, a model, right? Like a model is something that explains and can be experimentally verified. Until you have that, intelligent design is simply not science by definition, because science uses the scientific method that creationists and intelligent design advocates love to promote. That uses the scientific method that you have to have an experiment that you can test and you can repeat. You don't.
But you guys have said that several times that we don't have a model, but when I've asked you guys to give us the standard, give us a model. What's your model look like? Show us the standard.
Yes, I can do that. That's a different topic.
Can I get an answer though? I just want an answer.
Absolutely. Yes, the model for evolutionary biology is predicated on the fact that dead things don't breed, that you have adaptation by natural selection, you have genetic drift, and you have mutations.
No.
The model.
No. I want a model that sufficiently explains the software systems within the biological systems that were just explained. Well, it's like you said, it's analogous to software, right?
Yeah. So you
so can you give a model that explains how something that is analogous to software can come about without an intelligent process?
Yes. Genes, chemistry.
The genes are what's in question here. So that'd be begging the question.
About by iterations because dead things don't breed, because you have a phenotype that can be acted upon by natural selection. You have
you have to have genes to breed, right?
You have a non-neutral mutation that produces a change in phenotype that selective pressures of the environment can act upon.
Well, that would be begging the question, because I'm talking about the origin of the very complex system that you're talking about.
No, we're not talking about origin. We're talking. You ask one question and then you go to something else. So, Arcane, you ask one question, then you ask about something else. Are you asking?
Right. Should I repeat the question? Unless you're confused, I was talking about origin.
Okay, so you're talking about abiogenesis, not evolution, because they're totally different.
I'm talking about the origin of anything.
Okay, the origin.
Any code whatsoever. If you want to say that a previous code produced a new code, a new functional code, I'd like to see that too.
Okay, sure. So I have. Let's say I take methionine, okay, AUG, which is the start code for eukaryotes. So that's yeah. So you have AUG combined. Okay, now I have a code. But three simple amino acids I've stuck together by peptides. Oh, I got a code because it codes for methionine. Okay, or I can say any of them. Proline.
Okay, can you give me one example? Can you give me one example of any code? Hold on, give me one example of any code coming about in nature without an intelligent design.
Yes, amino acids.
No, that was here when you got here, so you're begging the question. I'm talking about a code being produced without an intelligent designer.
Why is that begging the question? You asked for an example. I give you one. Amino acids, the DNA codon chart you can go to, and you can look up these. Do you know what a codon is?
That's the very thing in question. So you're begging the question when you start off with the DNA code.
All you have to do is take 3 amino acids and stick them together, and it will translate to a specific specific
that's
protein.
only because
yeah, but that's not the amino.
3 nucleotides. I'm sorry.
The amino acid is actually.
God, I'm getting interrupted every 3 seconds. Look at. If you take 3 nucleotides, not 3 amino acids,
right?
3 nucleotides. If anybody's listening, I apologize, but I'm being stepped over every 2 seconds. if you take 3 nucleotides, okay, like CCC, right, could be the same one. Eventually, that will code for proline. All that means is that's the code. That's all it is. You make it sound like some kind of mystical and magical thing. It's not.
When have you seen that come about, though? That's the question.
Steve, what you're talking about is when we look at tRNA and we see the amino acids associated with that codon, right?
Mhm.
Those three nucleotides. That's not the amino acid itself. That is the mechanism utilizing that sequence in order to put the amino acid, the specific amino acid, in order. So
yes,
so
certain codons can combine with these specific tRNAs.
For instance, that's the code that we're talking about.
Yes. What about? Again, I don't understand your argument. Then.
Okay. The codon is one of the 4. It's adenine, guanine.
We all know what
uracil.
ATG and CNG are. Yes.
Well, because uracil's replaced with thymine, right?
On RNA.
On RNA, right? Correct. But this is the mechanism used for coding of or to putting together of amino acids. Is that correct?
Yes.
Okay. So when we're using these days, AUGC, right? We're using those 4. The 3 mixed codons, and that creates the sequence based on what was already grabbed from the chromatids or the DNA. The amino acids are put together by tRNA using the codons to plug in. But the amino acid does not determine the order. It was the tRNA.
Yeah. Okay. This is
So
the heart of the
how
argument.
does-
Yes. I can sum up your argument very simple, because what you're saying is that, and I've ran across this argument before, and I'll explain why it fails miserably. You're saying that T combines with G, right? We know that T combines with A and C combines with G. We know that, right? You're saying there's nothing that will actually determine the nucleotide sequence in that step ladder, right? We can't. You're saying that there's no reason why we should have a specific nucleotide sequence, right? Not that the fact that A combines with T and C combines with G, but the sequence itself and that sugar phosphate backbone. You're saying there should be no reason for that, right? That has to be designed. Because chemically, there's
I'm
nothing
saying,
to
can
make
you
that
give an
sequence.
example of one code
Okay, I'm
coming
only gonna
about
address one
from an
person at a
unintelligent?
time.
Right. Go ahead.
Okay, so
Right,
Kevin,
you
is
still
that your
haven't
argument?
addressed my question, but yeah, okay.
Okay, but Kevin, is that your argument? Because I mean, that's the argument I've heard from intelligence.
I was helping out Arcane on behalf of what he was trying to explain, because it seems that what you were doing was associating the amino acid with that specific codon.
Begging the question,
Okay,
right?
so is that the argument you're having?
When the origin of the codon is what's in question.
Okay, the origin of the codon again is just simply 3 nucleotides that happen to represent something that'll be eventually translated into amino acid, right? So we can show how this is done over a period of successful iterations. What has worked, right? Our codon chart is not the same codon chart for every species, right? The other species have had different iterations that were more successful or differently than us. Okay, right? Don't know what happened there.
Okay, they're both on phones, and for some reason, if you're on a
I
phone,
know.
it'll disconnect you. I don't know what's going on with that.
Yeah, I got
Yeah.
disconnected.
Yeah, they use this word code like it's something magical. Okay, there's nothing magical about the word code. It just means symbols that represent something else. That's it. Symbols that represent something else.
Well, there's a lot more than that. If you just want to say it's symbols that represent something else, fine. We can say something like that, but it's actually a lot deeper than that.
Not really.
It is.
No, that's what a code means. Literally, that's the definition.
Right. Okay. So is code okay? The very nature of code itself. Can it be deciphered by a non-intelligent mind? What defines what a code is?
A code, a system of words, figures, or letters, or other symbols substituted for words, letters, etc.
Right. So when we look at the system, such as what we say, what the ribosome puts together with the amino acids, that code has been taken from somewhere, a library of some sorts. Correct?
No, because all it is these nucleotides have a very specific chemical relationship to each other, and that specific chemical relation with each other will bind with a specific tRNA. Right? It's chemistry. You're not.
No.
Yes. Oh, absolutely.
No.
That's how tRNA works.
Well, hold on. Negation of P1 to get.
The order of those codons is not determined chemically.
Okay, guys, I think I've got. I mean, since we're on symbols and codes, this would be a perfect segue for me to get kind of, like I put in the side chat, dumb it down a little bit, because I think a lot of people, especially people who aren't watching on the side, and myself, we're not up to speed enough on this to understand, to follow it enough. What I would like to do is first try to establish if a symbol/code can arrive through natural means, and then if we can get there, then maybe we can get to the point where if we can get a single symbol or multiple symbols that seem to arise naturally, then maybe we can get to the point where all of this, we can bridge that gap. That makes sense at all?
Good point. I'm with you.
Yeah, here you go. Origin and evolution of the genetic code, the universal enigma paper right there. There you go. This helps to explain how the evolution of the modern DNA codon charts and for us came to be.
Can you explain the process of how the first code came to be, or can you give an example of nature producing a code without an intelligent?
The code did not exist right off the bat.
Steve, let me, because I think I've got a way to get there. Because I think that's what I've been looking for.
But I gave you the paper, so there it is.
All right, I'll look at the paper.
Okay, so I mean, a lot of people know I was from Colorado before. I'm not there anymore, but there's a really interesting rock formation out there called the Sleeping Indian.
I mentioned it the other day.
Okay, good.
Synchronicity.
Exactly. So I mean, it looks very manipulated, very man-made. In fact, not only does it look like a face, like an Indian, but it's made out of angular. It's very straight, and we know that, you know, if you believe what most people say, nature abhors a straight line. This is made almost primarily out of straight lines. So we have an example there of something that looks symbolic. It looks like a human face. We know that intelligent beings have created human faces out of rock. So now we have to look at this rock formation and say, was that natural, or did someone go out there and plan it, contrive it, do the whole thing?
Hey, no offense, but that's the most dumbest explanation I've ever heard.
Okay, wait a second.
Well, hold on.
Kevin, you know what, man? For somebody who has a real problem with people calling them stupid or talking about their speech, and
that was Arcane, by the way. That was Arcane.
Or Arcane, whoever it was.
I didn't call you anything.
What I'm saying is let me finish, and you might hear something. Cut me off in the middle of my sentence. You're not gonna know what I'm talking about.
That wasn't me, man. I said, hold on, that ain't cool. But
no, that was me. That wasn't Arcane.
I wasn't. Okay, I'm sorry.
Whatever. So the point is this: we have an example of a naturally occurring phenomenon that would create a symbol of the human face, which is recognizable by anybody that sees it the first time. Not only a symbol that would indicate a human face, but actually an action that a human being would be taking. So we could look at that as a multiple that has multiple meanings behind that one symbol. Now, we know that intelligence can create that. We also would assume that based on at least this, if not the myriad of other examples in nature, there are other patterns out there that can look extremely complicated, can even portray a meaning, something deep, something meaningful to other people that comes about completely through naturalistic means, unless you want to argue that God carved that or some other intelligence carved that.
Well, the kind of code that I'm referring to specifically, P, is the one that is considered instruction, something that carries meaning.
Right, it has nothing to do with the mountain formation.
Wait a second. That according to the Indians back then, that was informative. It did drive their actions.
Mm-hmm.
So here's wait a second. So here's the thing: is what I'm saying is that if you guys want to get and say that we have to go all the way back to abiogenesis and say that we have to be able to define that, then what I want you to do is falsify the hypothesis that all of the rock formations that are formed on the Earth or even on Mars, we've got the Mars face, we can look at the symbol on the top of Saturn that looks very contrived. All of those, prove those are not aliens. Prove that we don't have intelligence behind every one of those, because that's exactly what you guys are trying to have us do.
No one believes that, though.
Nah, that's nowhere near. That's nowhere near what this is all about. Now, okay, with the example that you have, it's similar to the Jesus toast, right? The dude that popped a piece of toast.
Yeah, it's called pareidolia.
Right. And it popped out and it looked like Jesus, and they say, oh, it must have been a design. That's nowhere even near what's being explained here. What we're talking about here is there's pairs of chromosomes that exist within the nucleus of your DNA. Okay, there are mechanisms that transcribe or makes a copy of these instructions from your DNA. When it makes a copy of these instructions from your DNA, it goes through a rigorous process to make sure that the integrity of that message is okay, that the codon or the coding parts of that message is there, to verify the integrity, make sure both ends, make sure it doesn't adhere to anything else, make sure that it's stable, and goes through other processes, through the Golgi apparatus, through the
Gee,
endodermic
we understand that, but what I'm saying is the only difference. Wait a second.
Right. So what I'm saying is that a mountain, in which one can look at and say, well, that looks designed, has no comparison to an operation and sequence of something being produced.
A prescribed message, an intended
So
instruction.
Wait a second.
People come up with these examples like I saw a bunny rabbit in the clouds. Just because people can draw bunny rabbits doesn't mean that bunny rabbit was created by humans. But if I see an airplane flying through the sky with a banner on it that says "Eat at Joe's," here's the phone number, then I'm going to have a lot more to question about that. So when you look at that, So I'm just saying that example.
Good point.
Because it doesn't talk about what is nowhere within the realm.
No, the only difference in your example, and I'm not saying the airplane example, I'm talking about the naturalistic example. The only difference that it seems to me is that one has multiple parts and one has a single, or like let's say the face. The face has to do with how the rock was formed to begin with, the erosion process that it went through, and what conditions happened to occur over possibly millennia that came together to form that rock formation in such a way. So there's multiple stages in that process as well. But because yours is active instead of passive, somehow mine doesn't work anymore. And all you've done is throw in there that, oh, mine's active, mine's alive, so mine means more, without in any way, shape, or form defending that point, other than claiming arbitrarily that it is because it is. So how do you get there?
Well, like I said, the difference is instructions. It's like a recipe. If your DNA is coding for what is to be produced in the
and here's the bad part about it, Arcane. It's requested. It's requested.
Right. It's not only exactly.
It's not anything that's like, oh, that's the process. It begins with, let's say you cut your arm, or you got something that's broken or something like that. Your body actually says, okay, what's the instructions here to rebuild skin? It goes into the chromosome and it says, okay, It looks through the library. It says, okay, here's the portion of it to recreate proteins for the skin. It gives that over. It causes a pre-mRNA strand. It goes to as a messenger RNA. It goes to a tRNA. It goes to
and again, you want to go through all the science. That's nice. But what I'm saying is again, all you're doing is saying that because it happens, because it happens systematically, now it's automatic. I think it's drag drag, but
let's use that example. Let's use that word systematic, right? Let's use that exact word. Now let's talk about this mountain that you have, right? Now, is this the only place where we see this sleeping Indian mountain?
I would argue that there's hundreds, if not thousands, of different faces throughout at least our own planet and in our solar system. At least there's more than one planet that does it. So no,
but specifically this sleeping Indian. Is this one sleeping Indian? Can we find it anywhere?
Well, is there any copy of a specific DNA code anywhere except in you, or is that original?
Yeah, other humans.
No.
Everything.
No, but there's variation.
Exactly.
Other humans.
There's variation. There is no DNA code unless you have a twin that is exactly like you. So if you want to play that game, as far as say, well, they're not exactly the same. Wait a second, Kevin.
We're not talking about the code itself. We're talking about the mechanisms, right?
No.
So are you saying that different mechanisms than I do?
Then are you saying that the mechanism that created that one face are different on all of these other ones?
Well, yeah, they would be.
They will be. It wouldn't be wind and water erosion.
Right, but it will depend on the environment that those things are in. For instance, wind and water erosion wouldn't create. But wind and water erosion would not create the same Indian over and over.
Exactly the same thing that exactly the same thing that happens with evolution. The reason that we have different animals is because they are in different conditions in the same way that the Indian.
No.
Okay, Arcane.
It's part of it. I mean,
in the
What
sense
you're
like
what you're doing now, you're jumping over to a much larger claim than what we're making here. What we're saying is within these mechanisms, for instance, there's a certain type of cancer out there. There's a skin cancer called DFSP, right? There's an FS variant, which is fibrosarcoma. We know that this thing occurs when there's a translocation error between chromosomes 17 to 22, each and every single time.
And we know
we
rocks,
make
and we know
drugs
rocks,
that are,
and
we
we
make
know.
drugs that are inhibitors.
Okay,
for the
great.
specific
Again,
pathway.
I'll grant you that. Do we also know that rocks fall off mountains when it freezes each year
That's not
and
the same
fracks?
comparison, dude. Really, stop comparing a rock falling down.
All I'm doing is
to something
simplifying a
actually being
mechanism.
copying error within the code, man.
Kevin,
Come on.
Gee, all I'm doing is
Can I say
is-
something?
Yeah,
Do you
please
mind if
go.
I say something?
Go, Sam.
Well, what Ned is pointing out, and I think quite fairly, is that the same governing mechanisms are at play, right? So, for example, let's take two humans and simplify this example. Even if there's identical twins, there are going to be differences between those twins. Because there might be some minor amount of mutations that differentiate them, but more importantly, they don't have the exact same environment, and environment has a significant impact on the traits of organism. By the same token, we know all of the processes that cause erosion, but because of different geological and climatological conditions, erosion will happen differently in different climates. If I'm not incorrect, correct me, Ned, because it's been a while since I've overviewed it. So I think that that's a perfectly sound analogy.
Okay, so question: with these two different human beings in different environments, you saying that they have different genes, correct?
No, I'm saying that they have different expression of genes. Expression of genes can often be modulated by the environment.
Okay, but do they not use the same mechanisms when it comes to transcription?
Yes, that's exactly what I said.
Okay, so
And do the rocks.
to the argument.
Whoa.
We're not arguing what the environment does to it. What I'm saying is, are the same processes and organization as far as when it comes to the code, are they different in the biological systems? They're not.
And
Especially
are there-
in periodic cells.
But there's no difference. But by the same token, you'd have to concede that there's no difference between the different processes that govern erosion. It's just the specifics of that environment.
There you go.
But why y'all even arguing
No.
at that
Oh my
level though? Like,
That's a terrible example.
Why?
How is
why
it
do
a
you guys
terrible
keep saying this is
example?
bad? Yeah,
Well, you like
exactly.
it because you think it favors your argument, but it does not. We're asking this man the origin of a code, and he comes up with a mountain that looks like an Indian's face. That's
Which
no-
is a code.
Which is a code. He's giving you an example.
it's
I
not
don't-
the
So are
same
you
kind of
saying
code that
that
we're
our
asking
Oh my
for,
So
though.
are you
I
saying
think-
that our perception of a code is similar to wind and erosion affecting the mountain?
I'm saying your perception of DNA being a code is the exact same perception as the Indian perceiving that mountain formation
Well,
as
you
a
wouldn't-
snake.
Exactly.
So
Well,
wait a minute.
well, with
So
all
when we
due
map
respect
the
here,
human
you
being- when we
couldn't say
map the
that to a
human being-
biologist. Hold on, bro.
So
You
when we
can't say
map
that
the
to a
human being-
biologist or a geneticist. That
We're not talking specifically
Sam,
about
No,
biological
wait a
second.
codes.
Code.
Now we just
Sam,
moved the
Can I-
goalposts from Mars.
Can I
Wait a
finish?
second.
Very,
Can I
very
finish, though?
Wait a
Hello,
second.
hello.
Sam,
Nah,
Sam,
man, they
could
gotta
I
go
say
ahead
that?
with this, man.
Sam.
Can I finish?
Y'all playing some
No,
games.
wait a second.
Okay,
Wait a second.
all right,
You made a
all right.
claim. And we've got somebody here that's, let's say, fairly educated on the subject. Sam, you think that analogy that I used is fair?
I think there are points, of course, where it's disanalogous, but it's fair in the way that you're using it.
Would you at all argue at all with the problem that we have that is disanalogous? I mean, could you see that why we have a problem with that example then?
I don't see why you have a problem with the example other than you want to special plead out of it.
Okay, so Sam, so you say you wrote your master's, or you wrote your what paper did you write in regards to?
I've written 2 peer-reviewed papers on identifying proteins in the cell, and then I wrote a master's
All right, so
thesis
this
that
was the
included my
original-
contribution
so-
on how I didn't finish my sentence. I wrote my master's thesis on how to annotate genomes using protein detection.
Okay, so how do you detect those proteins? How do you detect those sequences?
Variety of ways. So one way would be to purify for a protein using an antibody. Typically, this is called a Western blot. Another way, which is the way that I'm more familiar with, and the area that I'd say would be my area of expertise, is using something called mass spectrometry.
Okay, so within that experimentation, are you looking for certain sequences within these proteins or within these codes?
Depends on the methodology. With some versions of mass spec, you actually don't look for specific sequences. You just see the spectra, and then you assemble a sequence from there.
All right, so you assemble a sequence of some kind. So the thing about it is what we're asking for is in production of proteins from codons, which come from the DNA, we're asking the origin of that code. Now, with the analogy that he gave with the mountain, how does that at all question whether there is a code or not?
Because what I'm saying there is where
no, hold
is
on. Let's
wait,
no,
no, you asked
Sam
a question.
came in midway. No, Sam came in midway thinking that we were talking about different environments and how things are.
But let me answer that because I can, G.
Oh,
if you
yeah,
want,
that's not fair though.
And I'll let Sam take over as soon as I get back. I hope they didn't drop on purpose. I'll let till they get back.
No, it was 4 different people at once.
I know. Okay.
No, if you're on your if you're on your phone, it'll crash you all at the same. I don't know what's going on with that or iPad.
And we get kicked out all the time.
Yeah, I'm on my phone. I got dropped. But
yeah, 4 of you got dropped all at once.
To answer the question, I think what Ned is highlighting is that it's that when we talk about it as a code, we're abstracting it, right? This is a mode of understanding it. That doesn't mean that that's literally what's going on. It doesn't mean that it's, some literal programmer in there, but rather what it's saying is that if we take the model that there's a codon chart and that we transcribe and that we take the model where DNA is transcribed into RNA, which is then translated into protein, well, you know what, for operational purposes, and in many cases that works. I actually studied quite a few in the lab, quite a few cases where that doesn't actually work, right? And this is because these are, this is biochemistry, and biochemistry is noisy. This isn't to say that, I would say for a lay level understanding or even for a different field in biology, that this is a fine approximation, but it doesn't scale to all cases, and we shouldn't confuse a model for what's going on.
Okay, so in what cases would you say that it does not work? Would you say that that an error has occurred or something went wrong?
Well, I don't like to say error necessarily, but for example, non-canonical start sites. There are a lot of start sites.
Why do we even need to go that deep? I mean,
no, that's
well,
fine.
Hey, I'm listening to this. Let Sam finish. Come on, I'm actually.
Do I not get to finish a sentence ever?
No, that's fine. Go ahead.
Okay.
Really?
For example, God damn it. For example, non-canonical start sites, right? So that would be an example of where, even though these things, if we take the strict code analogy, shouldn't be translation initiation sites, nevertheless, sometimes they are, and we have quite good evidence. In fact, this I don't know if it was used in the second paper that I published, but it was used to validate some findings in an earlier paper published by my former lab. Another example would be that stop codons are not actually always stop codons. A lot of the time they actually code for different amino acids. And this can really depend on the chemical context that's there. So and we understand biochemically why these things happen. So, it's more that these are this is an operational way of understanding how the biochemistry works.
Right. Okay. So basically, it sounds like with the stop sites, what you're talking about is probably just a multiform or another role that this thing can play. It can code for amino acids as well as be stop sites for the pre-mRNA from being produced or the transcription to stop.
I don't know what pre-mRNA has to do with this. I mean, it's just that in certain situations, right? So this isn't necessarily a wild type thing. It's just something that can happen if the cell is under a lot of stress and you induce like a certain biochemical mechanism. This was only one example. Another example would be is that oftentimes the ribosome can randomly shift out of frame if there happens to be some sort of difficulty in unwinding the mRNA secondary structure as an example.
Right. But this is all in production of the messenger RNA, correct?
No, this is all in translation of the protein.
Okay, so you're talking about translation. Is there not a stop codon that's used as a nucleotide triplet within the messenger RNA?
I just explained that those can be recoded.
Wait a minute. So there's no stop codon when it comes to production of messenger RNA?
It depends. In certain contexts, they are stop codons, but in other contexts, they're not. Most contexts they are. I mean, I think I was pretty clear with what I said.
Right, but okay, I think you're trying to confuse. But in my example, I was talking about specifically with messenger RNA, in which stop codons are used for that purpose.
Again, I don't know what this has to do with what I said, and I wonder if there's just an education. And I'm not trying to be flippant or offensive.
No.
If there's just a familiarity.
No, that's cool. It's cool.
I'm not trying to sound I'm in the middle of a fucking sentence. God damn it!
You get so offended.
Man, why are you so mad?
Jesus fucking Christ!
calm
Because I don't
down,
like
man.
being interrupted when I'm in the middle of a thought.
Chill out on the Red Bull, man.
And honestly, didn't have any caffeine today. Okay, but I mean, I'm not trying to say this to be, condescending or offensive or anything, but because it is a rarefied area of research. But I mean, your sort of responses to what I'm saying when I say the technical stuff doesn't really jive necessarily with the level of understanding that's needed to discuss this.
Nah, bro, you just said that the stop codons have multiple functions, correct?
In one instance, it's not necessarily even a function.
Right. So when I say
it's just an aberrant happenstance, it doesn't.
So when I say not just like the stop codons that we see with pre-mRNA or mRNA, which there are stop codons used for that. It's like you totally just shot it off to the side.
But no, I'm talking about translation, not about transcription. There are no stop codons in transcription. Those are in translation. Codons are translated. Codons aren't part of transcription.
Is the messenger RNA still in that process?
Yes, because we're talking about translation.
No, we good, man. See, look how long it took for you to say that. All I said, I mentioned.
I
don't know what.
I shouldn't have to say that though, because it's implied when you're talking about translation.
I'm gonna say it one more time. Is the messenger RNA in that process?
Well, yes, because we're talking about
Arcane,
translation.
What question do you have, man? Dude, you playing games, man.
I'm not playing games. I'm confused. I don't understand where the confusion's coming.
And you just admitted what I just said. It has something to do with that. So why would you sit there and question that?
I don't know what you're talking. Like, I don't know what you're talking about here. Or, I mean, Steve. Can I ask Steve? Because I know Steve has talked with me about some of my past research before. Do you know what he's trying to highlight? I'm honestly asking.
Why can't you just ask me?
Because I want another perspective that's not you.
Okay, so is my communication not thorough enough for you?
Oh, for fuck's sake, just let Steve answer.
I think Steve ain't listening, man.
Are you trying to say that he's fucking whining? Quit whining so much, Jesus.
Why
Who's
you guys
whining?
so mad though?
Nobody whining.
Yes, this would be whining like, what are you trying to say? I don't understand. Why do you ask me? I mean, yes, that's whining. My God.
I don't understand that, man.
Well,
Sorry.
I mean, my question would be: why is it why is what you just said even relevant to what I was talking about? Because if we're talking about translation, it's implied that I'm talking about mRNA being translated, because I mean, with a few exceptions, only mRNA is translated.
Right. So, do you recall what I said?
Yes. Do you want to repeat it and then add some context so I understand?
You said you can recall, so just go ahead and recall it.
You just declared that, because there's mRNA involved, and then I couldn't follow what you're saying. So could you please repeat it?
Yeah, I said that I asked you one question. I said, are you saying that these stop codons have multiple functions? And what was your response? I'm sure you could say it.
Not necessarily. I would say that there's also non-functional aspects to it.
I said, okay, so they're not just the typical function that we see in mRNA.
I don't like the word function in this context because let me finish the sentence so I can explain. During aberrant translation, it can code for a completely non-functional protein because of it's a translational error. So it's not necessarily functional in that context.
Right. And that thing could be marked as trash. It could be marked as trash and it could be done away with. But that wasn't what I asked you and what I said. If you have a problem with the word functional, then I'm sorry. But if I'm just saying simply that these are the same things that we see in mRNA, and then you have a problem with it, then
this isn't the same thing that we see in mRNA, though. I'm talking about translation, so I'm talking about proteins.
Okay, but you mentioned stop codons, correct?
Yes, that's a part of the mRNA.
Our stop codons used in mRNA.
they're used in translation. I don't get the verbiage of are
that's
they used
all-
in mRNA? They
okay,
are
Sam.
located on
Sam.
mRNA.
Okay, Sam, here's your sippy cup. That's all I was saying, bro. That's all I was saying the whole time. I
Okay,
was
so
like, oh.
how does that relate to? So then, how does that invalidate what I said then?
I didn't say, I wasn't trying to invalidate what you're saying. I was trying to get perspective on what you were saying. So I was like, oh, so it's kind of like this. And you were like, yeah. And I said, similar to this. And you were like, what? No, nobody's talking about that. I'm like, bro, hold up. And then now you finally acknowledged it at the end. Does it have anything to do with mRNA? And you said, yeah. I said, bro, that's all I wanted. You just acknowledge
Well,
it.
you could have
Nobody
gotten
was trying
that
to
from the
invalidate
beginning of
you were
what,
saying.
but
No one's trying to refute what you were saying.
okay,
was
so
getting
I got
clarity.
it. I've got it. Can
All
you
right,
now
good,
tie this
good.
into why this is
That Vader
relevant?
avatar
Why your
suits
question's
you, man.
relevant
Good
here?
gracious. That Vader avatar suits you, man. I think you need to take a step down and get an Anakin one, and then
Well-
eventually maybe get a
Okay, well, G, let me finish out the reason I brought up that rock analogy to begin with. The main thing that I guess I'm confused on here is if we do have natural functions that I think we both hopefully agree that can be viewed as creating symbols, and the symbols are assigned by the humans, the intellect, not by nature. What I would like to know is how would you determine, how could you tell the difference between a human or an intelligently created string of DNA versus a naturally occurring string of DNA?
Oh, that's a very good question. As I said already 30 minutes ago, there are no real experimentation on either side to show how these things come about. What intelligent design argues, however, is that they look at the similarities on how such processes can come about. And so far, they don't see any materialistic cause in how these things can come about. So that's why one of the premises of intelligent design is that there is no materialistic explanation for the process for sequence information.
And in the but wait, in the
That's
same
like
way,
a premise that says other ideas are wrong. That doesn't. There's no content to that.
well, all that is God.
Exactly. So science is meant to be falsifiable, right?
We're back to an argument of ignorance here again. Well, I mean, this thing is viable because there's no other alternatives.
It's not an argument. No, it's not an argument. We could make a hypothesis based.
It makes it. The idea is that this model would somehow be better if we knew less.
Hey, look, bro, just finish playing Fallout 4, man. I mean, come on.
No, all it does is fall back to God of the gaps in the same way that 300, 400 years ago is that we thought, or some of us thought, that lightning was created by the gods because it was so complex, and the only way that electricity has ever been shown to be created is by man's hand. We know
It's a straw man, though.
No.
Yeah, that kinda
it's
is,
analogous.
because-
It's analogous. No. Wait a second. It's analogous because if we start to add more and more into the processes that create whatever the event that you guys are trying to ascribe intellect to, all I'm doing now is I'm throwing in more variables. I'm saying that we've got to have the right conditions of humidity. We've got to have the right convective currents. We've got to have the right amount of movement in the air column. All of this stuff has to line out perfectly to get a lightning bolt. And before we knew any of that, all it was randomly generated electricity that, as well as I do, at least back in the Middle Ages, if not before then, everything was prescribed to an act of God. So when you're sitting here saying that, well, it's more complex, therefore God, you're doing the exact same thing that the Greeks did when they're saying that Zeus was throwing lightning bolts.
Well, I'm actually saying
You
we're
could
being
make an
consistent
argument
with
for
this,
lightning.
with the literature itself when it says transcription, translation. These things are indicative of what intelligent minds have created. We create systems that utilize transcription, translation. This is information communication
it's not as
systems.
simple as a mountain shaped like an Indian or an earthquake or lightning bolt.
And that's exactly my point. Is
Right,
when
right,
it's
right.
simple. When it's simple, you guys. When it's simple, you guys will go ahead because it's been demonstrated that more likely. Wait a second. That more likely than not, it is natural. But once it becomes complex, oh no, it's got to be God.
No one's saying that.
I would have to comment here that one of the things that's being used here is the fact that we call these processes transcription and translation. And I want us to be careful of using biological terms in order to make arguments, because unless we're talking about the actual biology itself, because biologists, especially of the 20th century, tend to name things so that they're easily remembered and easily put to mechanistic models. So, for example,
Practically applicable, right?
There's a gene called Sonic Hedgehog, because I'm forgetting the
Yeah.
organ. I think it's Drosophila. When there's a mutation in it, the embryo ends up looking kind of spiky. So it's like that. So we don't need to play, I don't like playing word games with the labels that we put on these things, because ultimately those are just used so that biologists have easier times talking about these things.
Yeah, but Sam, I'm sure we won't look at that and actually say, "Oh, that's got to be Sonic the Hedgehog," because they call it Sonic the Hedgehog. I think the idea of transcription translation is actually because that's what's occurring. We do see that. We do see the DNA unzipping. We do see it making a copy of a certain piece of code in order to create a protein. We do see it go through integrity check or cycloredundancy check, which we see in the packet. We do see it actually go through rigorous process for it to make sure that it has everything that it needs to create what it needs, and it actually codes for that and assembles that using amino acids. So it's not like we're just looking at it, calling it a name and saying, "Oh, we can't apply intelligence because we named it something." No, we're calling it that because of what we're witnessing and what we're seeing.
Well, I would then say that we've never actually seen a system like biology be created whole cloth from some non-material source.
I agree.
If we're going to go with that. So, I mean, you can't really speak out of, you can't at once say, well, these labels are the same, this is the exact same as what we see. And then when someone points out that, you know what, no, these are actually not that much like any human coding systems, you then fall back on, well, that's because humans couldn't have done it. It's kind of speaking out of the same, different sides of your mouth on the same issue.
Nah, I wouldn't say that.
What would you say in response?
What would you say in response? Yeah, thank you, Max.
No. I would agree with you saying that we don't see people making biological systems. However, we do see us reverse engineering using that perspective of design. For example, let me just use an example. The drug that I talked about earlier. When we talk about, there's a drug out there called imatinib. It's an inhibitor. And because we know how this certain cancer, how it translocates, we know exactly how to target it. And we designed something, we reverse engineered it and designed something specifically to inhibit it from reproducing. Our approach when it comes to biological systems isn't merely, well, it's so random, we don't know what's going to happen. We have a very good idea what's going to happen. It's our approach and our knowledge on certain things, but we do know how to interact with biological systems, how to stop certain things, how to code for certain things, how we can switch array genetic code, we can grow certain features on other organisms because the code just fits. Like we just used a PAX6 gene to grow a human eye on a fruit fly. We even use it to grow. We use another type of gene to grow a human ear on a mouse. Right? Because there is a process in which we look at these systems, we reverse engineer them, and we can interact with them using a logic or a system that these biological systems already laid out for us. So one of my reasons of testing and see if things are designed is our ability to reverse engineer and interact with such a system. It's not like an wind erosion, right? We can't reverse engineer.
We actually can, though. That's the thing, is reverse engineering is not evidence of engineering, right? There are plenty of things that we can reverse engineer that we can't engineer ourselves. So I don't really know. Like if I want to theoretically generate this rock formation that Ned was talking about, I would just need to have some sort of climatological laboratory where I could make sure that all of the forces are directed, and it would probably be much faster and more efficient to generate it. Reverse engineering isn't evidence of engineering, it's evidence of reverse engineering. I mean, you still have to make the basic gap of whole cloth engineering a biological system, not taking aspects of that system and then reverse engineering it, because that's not the same thing. They're not analogous.
But that's the thing, we mapped the entire human genome.
That's not a valid objection. Like, there's very complex math and chemistry that we did
We didn't just random. I mean, if you look at the, I mean, what we did was we took the chemical properties and exploited the chemical properties of DNA so that we could sequence. I mean, that doesn't mean we didn't reverse engineer the human genome. I hope that's not what you think we did.
We are getting there. I think we have at some point. I don't think we haven't reverse engineered the entire genome. No, of course.
I mean, I'm happy to talk. We do have a pretty much a good build of the entire human genome. I mean, I want to just say here, put my cards on the table, is that, you know, I've met some of the people who were on that project, and, you know, some of them I consider actually colleagues. So it's one of those things where, you know, reverse engineering isn't reverse engineering isn't evidence of forward engineering. It's evidence of reverse engineering, and that's kind of it's not a fair argument on your part to say that, well, because we can reverse engineer systems by taking existing systems, that somehow that's evidence that we can engineer systems from nothing. I mean, do you see how that's plainly disanalogous?
No, I don't.
What part of it isn't making sense?
Well, because of the part of, like, for example, the inhibitors that we create. Like when we look at a system such as biological systems, we know that they have a process to them. We can manipulate the process. We can add to the process. We can re-engineer the process, which is same as manipulation, pretty much. And these are all things evident of a system that exists, that had to arise from an intelligent cause.
I don't know how you're making that last. Sorry, I thought you paused.
No, go ahead. What was you about to say?
Well, again, you can't, that's not a justified leap. You're talking about manipulating an existing system and saying that that's evidence for formation of a new system. You can't go from existing, you know, just because we can manipulate an existing system, it doesn't logically follow that the system itself was engineered, right? We can manipulate, we actually do manipulate the climate by carbon dioxide and greenhouse gases. We actually do manipulate that. Now, does that mean that the climatological patterns are due to some person designing them just because we can manipulate them? I mean, that's a pretty absurd argument.
No. It wasn't on the basis. It's a lot more complex than that. A weather system, such as when warm air rises in one area and cold air rises in another area, and they combine and create certain winds and certain weather conditions in some areas. That's not what I'm saying. What I'm saying is when we look at the biological systems, we do see mechanisms or machines working, doing certain functions, keeping up with the order of that system, maintaining that system, checking the integrity of the system, cleaning up the system, making sure that the system is running right. We see basically a small city within these cells. So it's not like one cloud is going over here and then we have a specific cloud whose cloud's job is to run around and make sure all the other clouds are okay.
Can I stop you for 1 second?
Go ahead.
That's not the part of the analogy that's critical. The part of the analogy that's critical is what you're saying is by virtue of being able to manipulate a certain system, you are able to then conclude that that system was designed initially.
No,
and we have plenty of.
I'm saying that it's more complex than that. It's not just manipulating that system, but understanding that it's a system, period, and being able to interact with such a system.
But again, you haven't said that. But again, you still haven't justified that. You just declared it, right? There are plenty of examples by contrapositive of being able to reverse engineer things be able to reverse engineer things of things that we didn't initially engineer. For example, in some of the underground routing, I'm sure we've used actually algorithms that approximate tree branching of roots, right? So we've reverse engineered some natural system that that wasn't necessarily created, right? There are plenty of examples of this where we reverse engineer these things. I don't see how you're not just committing a disanalogy by simply declaring that by virtue of being able to manipulate and reverse engineer things, that means that those things were forward engineered.
No.
You should be.
It's not just reverse engineering. What I'm saying is we understand that the biological systems that we observe, specifically when it comes to machines and mechanisms within the cell that deals with the DNA, we understand that they are a system within itself. We have certain mechanisms or machines within these cells that perform certain duties. We have some that perform other duties, all for the benefit of the cell itself. We have vasicles that eat up dirt and other trash within the cell. We have the Golgi apparatus and endodermal growth, which are processing areas for when messenger RNA comes out. We have mitochondria that produces ATP for that cell to function. Then all within that, you have all other mechanisms that all work together for the creation of protein and for energy within that cell. What I'm saying is, because we can understand such a system within itself, and we're able to go in and reverse engineer it and understand how it works, I see that has to be intelligently called a system, not just roots growing in the ground or a weather system or our ability to be able to.
The word system doesn't magically confer things, I'm sorry to say, and just using it more doesn't make your argument more credible.
Yeah, because you could say that about the sun. The sun is a big fusion bomb. Now we create fusion bombs, i.e., the sun had to be designed. Like, I don't understand this analogy.
That's not it. So my example would be this merciful personality. Let's say that you had an area in which you've seen 4 individuals or 4 things that were specific to do their job. You had one that was going in to check the library, inside the library, to make sure the library was good. You had one that went in specifically to copy down things specifically from the library. He may get one thing misspelled or not, but he copies it out of a page of a library book. He goes outside, he takes it to another person. That person looks at the paper and makes sure that everything is fine. He then tags it with his approval and say that everything is good and passes it on to the next person. That person checks the paper to make sure that only the portions of the sentences of that page should be sufficient for what they're about to build. So he takes a pencil and marks out all the sentences that are not needed. And then that message is passed on. And then that message is given to a builder, and that builder goes and builds something based on the instructions that somebody had already copied from a library. It's not saying that, oh, there's a natural process out there, such as the sun shining, or the roots growing in the ground, or the clouds blowing across the sky. In fact, this is something that is actually a painstaking process in grabbing information, correcting it, and getting it to fit exactly what it wants to do, and then building it something based on what it had taken out of its quote-unquote library. That's what we have. It's not nothing like what you guys are explaining. So I'm saying, when we look at a system such as that, and we're able to interact with such a system, saying, well, instead of having the guy come in here and copy these things, what if we went in here and copied these things ourselves? What if we grab some stem cells and we induce some genes to these things and actually make them do things that we wanted to do? Or why don't we interrupt this process and have it do this instead of that? See, I'm saying there's an interruption. We can manipulate a system, not a system saying like something basic as you guys are putting it, but a system such as this whole process that goes on within the cell itself. That to me is amazing.
I agree it's amazing. It's why I chose to go into biology as a field. But nevertheless, you're arguing over degrees of complexity. You're not actually making a formal argument as to how that actually implies design. You're just saying it's really complex, and I agree it's really complex.
Yeah, we're all in agreement.
Yeah, that's the whole argument. These cells are so complex and there's so many stages, i.e., it must be designed. You're not connecting what you're saying to the conclusion of design.
Yeah, if I may, we all agree. We all here agree that DNA is nifty, but I'm not sure how that gets you. Therefore, it was designed. Your spiel continues to just explain how it's just so very, very nifty. Still not getting anywhere to connecting that to therefore it was designed, and it doesn't get us anywhere to what could have designed something like that.
Well, let me ask you something. Just using your empirical view, right? If you were to look at the DNA and understand that it is amazing, and you say you are thrilled by it and you see how it works, we know that through experimentation that there is no materialistic explanation to how these things have come about. Can you show me one real example?
I'm sorry, that's actually not true.
So what materialistic explanation do we have for the?
Well, yeah, like I said, we have quite a few plausible models for how cells form.
No, we have models, but do we have any materialistic explanation as far as?
What we don't have is a front runner, but we do have several plausible models for how that could happen.
Yeah,
but are we going back to arguments from ignorance? Tell me how it works. If you can't tell me how it works, then accept my conclusion that this is an argument from ignorance again.
Precisely, and just saying, oh, well, let's say that let's toss out all the RNA world experiments that have already been done, all the various abiogenesis and nucleotide synthesis experiments. Let's toss all of those things out. Even then, you still wouldn't have a case, because an argument in science is not made because there's an by excluding options that haven't been tested or verified. It's by actually going in and testing your explanation.
Yeah, let me put it this way. Even if we were to grant you that there is absolutely no materialistic explanation that we have, that does not in any way help you.
Right, but the argument that I'm
well, hold on a second. What I'm saying is, do you accept that? Because if you do, then I'd like to know why you keep asking. Well, gee, where's the materialistic explanation?
Well, because if there's no materialistic explanation, then the only real example that I see of such a system arising is by intelligent cause.
Well, again, they're back to the argument for ignorance. You should stop making arguments from ignorance.
It's not an argument. It's not an argument.
It is an argument from ignorance.
That is. You
said
can't tell me how it is.
No materialistic explanation. I didn't say it is not possible. Just that we don't have one yet. That let's say we're 2,000 years ago and no one has an explanation for anything. How in any way did that help your argument?
So for me to see something as complex.
All right, let me hold on a second. Try to put it another way. Honestly, I think Ned had a good example having to do with lightning. You go back before we can explain anything, and you're like, well, people can make fire. I've never seen anything else make fire. Therefore, intelligence makes fire. And then, well, all of a sudden you see, then you see something else make fire. Like, I guess I was wrong. But I was right until then. That's an argument for ignorance. You're using the fact that we don't have an alternative explanation as evidence for what you believe. And that is fallacious, and you keep doing it.
No,
pointing it out, and then you keep repeating it. Please just stop using that.
Something as simple as fire being made, or what those other examples. I can kind of see your point in that. But what we're talking about is a system.
That doesn't change.
That doesn't change anything. Just because it's complicated doesn't mean it's not an argument from ignorance.
Let me finish my thought. If Charles Lyell says the best explanation is what we observe in history to show how things come about.
Well, that works then. We have never observed that God creating anything. We've never observed anyone creating DNA.
Can I say something quickly? I don't care what Charles Lyell says. It's an argument from authority from 200 years ago. Can we get past it? It doesn't matter what Charles Lyell says. What matters is the fact that you can't just go from degree of complexity. That degree of complexity is not the important factor in determining whether something's an argument from ignorance. And if you want to say that it's not an argument from ignorance, then you could go ahead and posit how the designer actually acted. Until then, just simply asserting the same thing over and over again, even if you think it's correct and we're all delusional, it's not going to go anywhere towards convincing us. So I suggest that we should change the lane of argument.
My job here is not to convince you at all. That's not my job here.
I'm sorry, if you have no intention of convincing us, why are you even talking? That's why people engage in conversation. You think you're right to convince people otherwise, or you want to learn whether you're wrong or not.
Several times to come here and discuss it.
Let me rephrase that then. Well, no.
JD, because you're going to ask me why am I here when people on your side of the fence have invited me here to discuss it. Really.
What I'll say here is that, well, JD, give me a second. Okay, let's toss out the thing about it being convincing. This isn't going to be a productive line of argumentation for you in terms of people following the argument if you keep committing the same fallacy over and over again and then declare that you're not committing it. It's not going to be productive. So we should either change topic and try to find a different way of proving your point, because I don't think that this is a productive line of doing so.
As I said, this is not an argument from ignorance. The argument from ignorance is saying we do not know how such things can arise, so therefore God must have did it. That's not what we're saying at all.
That's the God of the gaps argument. That's not
intelligent design does not even identify the designer itself, nor does it get into the personality of the designer itself.
Kevin,
let me take one last step at this, guys. Kevin?
Let him finish, JD.
All it does is that it takes a look at biological systems, and it says, okay, we see these mechanisms in play. We see that these processes are taking place. Not saying out of ignorance, it's too complex, therefore God must have done it. It's just that the only association we see in such systems arising is by conscious thought. There is no other explanation of that out there. So how is it an argument for ignorance if I am saying by my own observation, well, I only see these types of things arise with intelligent thought.
Let me hold on. Let me answer that. Let me answer that. Earlier, we were talking about the lakes. Earlier, when I made up the lake example, you said that wasn't analogous. But that's
Hold
exactly
on.
what
What you say? What example?
earlier, I'm saying earlier when I said the lake example, that the only lakes everybody in this room has seen created are man-made lakes, lakes made by intelligence. And for the fact that now you're saying that, hey, we've only seen man-made lakes, therefore all lakes on the planet are intelligent design, is incorrect. You said that was incorrect. Now you use that same argument to say, hey, well, the only way I can understand it is because I know we've created stuff like this. So guess what? Everything else is created like this. The argument doesn't make sense. And you said the argument didn't make sense in the lakes example, but then use that same argument in this example.
Right.
You understand why the analogy doesn't work?
So, but here's the problem though with that multiple personality. Do we have examples of non-man-made lakes?
We don't know.
Do we have example? Wait. Do we have an example of an intelligence creating a biological system? We actually don't. Multiple personalities example is actually much better because we do have evidence of man-made lakes. We don't have evidence of intelligence-made biology. Like we've never seen that actually happen.
Well, I got a quick question for Kevin though. Kevin,
It's funny how I'm being nailed to the cross for even bringing up the suggestion when Richard Dawkins himself even came to the conclusion.
Richard Dawkins.
I don't care what Richard Dawkins has to say.
He is not my God. He made a mistake.
We're not here to defend Richard Dawkins. We're here to defend our own positions.
Yes.
You said that there was no mechanism.
Well, I want to get his position. Hold on, Brenda. So can I make a summation, Kevin, of your position that intelligent design is true because we cannot, prove that natural systems can create, or excuse me, nature can create natural systems?
No, that's not what intelligent design is out here to make. It's not making an outright statement that intelligent design is true. But the intelligent design and the main components of intelligent design put forth is that with Darwinian and neo-Darwinian mechanisms, we do not see how these systems that we see within biological systems came about by materialistic explanation. So what intelligent design wants to start doing is they want to go down a route and see how these mechanisms may have arrived at intelligence. And the starting premise is that, okay, there's no material explanation for the come about of these things. And we know that conscious thought is habitually associated with such things that we see in these systems. So the journey starts from there to them to go out and to find out more information and more evidence as to supporting intelligent design. That is the premise. That's where it starts. That's why I said from the beginning, science should be falsifiable.
Do you accept? Do you accept those times when scientists have said, yes, this is how Darwinian processes could have produced, for example, the flagella rotor?
What about the flagella motor?
The scientists have shown how it could have come about by Darwinian processes. You said we don't know how it came about, but scientists have said, oh, well, wait a minute, we do know.
Whose paper are you referring to? Are you referring to the paper from China?
No, there was actually a paper from Nick Motzke that was published in Nature Reviews Immunology, I believe. Or microbiology, I can't remember, but it was from a while ago.
Yeah, I think I have to find a specific one, but I think the one you mentioned in Nature magazine, I think Michael Behe already responded to that one.
But Michael Behe's response wasn't actually peer reviewed, and it wasn't, let's talk apples to apples, but with a peer reviewed model compared to another peer reviewed model. I think that's only fair. Wouldn't you agree?
So you're saying that Michael Behe does not have a peer review paper, or William Dembski doesn't have a peer review paper?
Not on that topic.
I have to look. I believe they.
I've looked through Behe's recent publication record, and he doesn't.
I wouldn't accept that. I would have
Why
to
not?
Look at it. No, because I would have to read it.
Are you qualified?
Are you qualified?
Brenda, this is not productive.
Right.
Okay.
Let him answer.
But wouldn't it be ignorant of me for you to mention a paper and then for me have not read it before and say, do I agree with that or would I accept that? No. That is the very definition of ignorance on its own. Why would I even accept, even if you guys say it is the truth, to say that that's evidence? I will have to read the paper, then I have to read the response from William Dembski and Michael Behe and some of the other proponents of intelligent design to see what they actually have to say in response to that. Then I will draw my conclusions from that. But no, I'm not going to say, do I accept that off the bat?
Well, there's been plenty of examples of this type of dynamic throughout the years from creationists complaining that they can't imagine any how. Yeah, they are. They can't imagine. For example, creationists used to argue that the bombardier beetle could not have evolved its system of defense, and then biologists, and then biologists showed that there was a clear evolutionary line leading up to the bombardier beetle of various defenses, chemical defenses on the parts of beetles that showed how, in fact, yes, it could have evolved. And in fact, it did evolve through natural selection.
So let me ask you a question. David Berlinski, is he a Christian?
I don't know who he is.
Why is that relevant? He's not a biologist. He's a mathematician.
Okay. Right, he is a mathematician. But again, I'm just showing him. I'm just giving him an example of that not everyone who is a proponent of intelligent design is actually a Christian or have any type of religious belief.
That's not related. And
right.
I mean, unless
but he's saying, but right, he mentioned creationists.
Well, I mentioned creationists because that's who it was back in the 1970s who brought up the bombardier beetle. It was the Creation Science Institute.
Right, but it has nothing to do with
Brenda. We're not talking about creationism, and this is.
We're talking about intelligent design, which is creationism.
We don't. That's a different discussion, though, Brenda. We don't need to be alienating him out of the gate for no reason.
I got a quick question for Kevin. So I'm trying to get a brief summation of your argument. So it's you and other ID advocates are kind of putting your chips in the camp for intelligent design because this, correct me if I'm wrong, evolution is false because you can't prove that nature can produce these systems. Is that accurate?
No.
So what would you correct on that?
That through experimentation that has been done by Darwinian evolutionists or neo-Darwinian evolutionists, biologists, they have for a long time tried to find basically good explanations as to how some of these biological systems came about. And so far, there is no materialistic explanation for the origin of the complex sequence information that we find in DNA. So what the intelligent designer says is, okay, we do understand some of the concepts of evolution because a lot of intelligent designers do accept concepts in evolution, descent with modification being one of them, some of those other things. So what they're saying is, well, where is the origin of the code? Where did that code come from? Where did the information for the biological systems that we see today come from? Where did the phylums, biplans, all of these different types of things, where did they originate? So what they set out to do now is they want to look at these systems and see what experimentation they can do to show if these things arise from an intelligent cause.
Do you believe?
Quick question. Hold on. Quick question. Is this the argument for abiogenesis, or you're talking about evolution? If you're talking about the origin, that's abiogenesis. If you're talking about evolution, you're talking about the process.
And that's
so I'm trying to understand what is he talking about.
That's what I'm having trouble trying to figure out because he says evolution and he starts talking about abiogenesis.
Right. And he basically He basically just restated what you said.
Yeah, exactly. That was the other issue too. Of like, I'm trying to figure out what was the difference in what I said, but then you started going into abiogenesis.
Right. So no, not at all. Because if you look at
did you say origins?
If you look at,
hold on, wait, Kevin, 1 second. Okay. Did you say origins?
Origin of complex sequence information.
Okay, so when you're talking about the origins of complex sequences, you're talking about molecules, right?
No.
Okay, so what are you talking? Okay.
Okay. If we're talking about the origin of complex sequence information, which is DNA, let me ask you a question. According to biological studies, or according to the evolutionary worldview, did the first life start off with DNA?
That's abiogenesis.
That's abiogenesis. That's
it's
not
also
evolution.
that's abiogenesis, and that's also an open question.
No, it's not.
Yes,
Yes, it is.
abiogenesis.
Wow. Yes, it is an open question.
Evolution is only talks about how life evolved after it starts. It doesn't show you how life
Multiple personality. A lot of biologists don't agree that life started with the DNA.
That's
Yeah,
what
I
something
know.
RNA.
That's why I just
But you're talking about something. You're talking about a whole different topic now. We're talking about evolution. You're talking about how life started. Evolution doesn't talk about how life started.
Follow me here, most person, because you're trying to drown me out with what you're saying, but you're not really listening to what I'm saying. If biologists don't agree that the first life started using DNA, and yet DNA was the byproduct of what mechanism? Was it Darwinian mechanism or neo-Darwinian or evolutionary mechanism? Or was it?
It's not hard to go from RNA to
He's just not
DNA, though.
understanding.
You're talking about. I mean, that's a very. You're talking about a very, very similar
Right, so
molecule.
what I'm proving when I'm proving the merciful
But this.
personality is
Wait.
that it
Let me
has nothing
finish
to do with
this,
age,
Kevin.
it has-
Kevin,
it
let me
has
finish
nothing
my
to do with
sentence.
abiogenesis.
Let me finish my sentence, please. Let me finish my sentence. Okay. So, but multiple personalities. The fact that we don't know that doesn't speak to anything. And secondly, this is the big thing. You're talking about abiogenesis. You're not talking about evolution.
No. How?
Yeah.
How?
Sam, do you yourself?
How?
Okay, Sam, yeah, I can ask you a simple question. Sam, do you agree that DNA was the start of all life?
I personally don't think so.
Okay, right. So why, if I'm arguing for the origin of DNA, why would I be talking about biogenesis?
That's still a portion of abiogenesis. Abiogenesis discusses.
That's a postulate.
It's a
Right, but
yeah.
listen.
I mean, we're still discussing the origin of these biopolymers, which is part of in the purview of abiogenesis and biochemistry, and not in the purview of evolutionary biology.
Do you believe,
Okay, so-
scientist Sam, that RNA came
hold on,
first?
stop changing the topic. Hold on, I'm trying to get to what Sam is saying. So Sam, okay, you believe that life started before the introduction of DNA or the production of DNA, correct?
Me personally,
Yeah.
okay, because there's no consensus on this in terms of the literature. I think that it was RNA, that the RNA world hypothesis is the most probable.
Right. So I'm saying that there are theories out there in which people the biologists say, okay, DNA had to arise later, but we're saying that the origins of life were these more simpler organisms that didn't use a macromolecule in order for them to reproduce or be created or
We don't even know if it would have been considered full-fledged life
Well,
before DNA. It's an
Okay,
open
cool.
question, right? There's more that
Right.
we can say. Like, I'm not saying if you're asking me what I think the first macromolecule was in terms of the biological system,
you'll say RNA.
I think it was RNA.
Right.
But I would also add the caveat: I don't know that we actually had stable life prior to DNA being introduced, because of the fact that RNA is not part of any extant organisms that are living. It's a part of some viruses, so it could have been some intermediate form, or it could have been the first form and then DNA happened. Like, again, we're talking about something where there's so many unknowns, and we're talking about abiogenesis. We're not talking about evolution here.
Do you accept evolution?
Right. So,
Do you accept evolution past DNA world?
Who are you asking, me or Sam?
I'm asking you. You're advocating for abiogenesis, for a miraculous beginning of life. And
Brenda, this is just distracting. Can you?
But that's what he's doing.
Merciful personality asks a question, he makes a claim, and I'm saying no, that's not true. I'm trying to point out what I'm saying, and then now you're going back to saying, well, you're talking about abiogenesis.
You are talking about abiogenesis.
No, I was not talking about abiogenesis.
Yes, you were, because you're talking
Everybody,
about the
wait
origin
a
of
minute.
biopolymers.
But that would depend,
Look,
right? You just said it was. A
Have you
open
wait?
question, so that
One
would
second.
depend.
1 second. Let me finish the thought. 1 second.
Hold on, man. You just got done speaking.
I did not get done speaking. I was in the middle of a sentence.
Who was speaking prior to you?
No, I was speaking.
Right.
Okay. Have you ever taken an evolutionary biology course?
Yes.
Okay. Did they talk about abiogenesis as being a separate
No,
but
no, they
related
did not.
area?
No.
Then I don't believe you, because I've taken multiple evolutionary biology courses, and every time they've said, oh, look, they've had a brief section on how abiogenesis relates to evolution. And then they've said, well, this is a connected.
That wasn't a part of the course, though. We did not study or talk about abiogenesis at all.
Then did you take it at a college level? Because
yes, I did.
I've never actually encountered. That's surprising then. But
yeah, I took biology 101 and biology 102 both with labs, and we did not.
Okay, that's not an evolutionary biology course.
And I
like
also took a course on evolutionary biology. We did not talk about abiogenesis. We jumped right into phylums. We jumped right into different body
phyla. Phylum is a single. Phyla is plural. But I mean, the thing is we're talking about adjacent fields that are related, and I'm not going to deny that there isn't a relationship between abiogenesis and evolution. But what I will say is that they are different fields, and these are different conversations. So I'm perfectly willing to have a conversation about abiogenesis, but I don't really have very strong opinions on most of the theories in it because really the literature doesn't have terribly strong opinions.
But does he accept? Do you accept evolution, Kevin?
To a degree.
So we'll take the story of evolution after the beginning of life. And the broad, the Earth is so many billions of years old, and we can account for the species that we see today and we see in the fossils by means of natural selection. Is that do you agree with that?
Natural selection, yeah.
Yeah. So natural selection brought about humans. It brought about apes. It brought about the dinosaurs, the birds, the fish, trees, plants, all of that.
But that will take a degree of historical information and observation to see these things in play. For instance, if I were to say the first human beings or Homo sapiens sapiens were Africans, and then you have to explain the origin of white people and how they came about and this, that, and the other. Of course, where they traveled and migrated, what they ate, the certain environments that they were in might have changed the way they were.
Well, yeah, that's pretty easy to understand.
Right. So, I mean, I believe it to that degree. Because I do believe that we all came from one.
You don't agree if speciation takes place? Because humans changing from dark skin to light skin because they traveled up north, that's not speciation.
No, it's not.
Right. So you don't agree that humans have ancestral species in our line, in the primate line, that we're part of the primate tree?
That's a big debate. I'm not too sure about that.
It's not a big debate, actually.
The amount of changes required to come from what they call this ancestor and to what we are today. The number of changes even between us and what they say is our cousins, the chimps, are massive amount of changes.
Well, no. Hold on. We have 96% identical DNA to a chimp. 99% of our coding. 99%. Hold on. 99% of our coding genes for coding for proteins in our DNA is identical to chimps. So so you're saying these massive changes. You're talking about 4% of all the DNA strands that we have.
That's not the way it actually is, man. Just because it's 98% doesn't. I mean, we're about 90-something% matched up with mice.
No, we're not.
No, we're not. No, we're not.
Actually,
what are
what? Wait, where did you read that at?
To whom are you speaking?
Kevin, what you said? You said you were 90% similar to mice. Kevin?
Hold on a second.
Okay. I'm like, we do. Well, my brain just went to fuck. I've never read that anyway.
But you believe in an old Earth, and you believe in natural selection, and you believe that most species have come about by means of natural selection. And I don't see the problem with accepting that humans have also come about by natural selection.
The number is about 90%, by the way, according to education.seattlepie.com. So I don't know how much that's actually
in common with mice.
Yeah.
Well, they're mammals.
Well, right. That's what I was going to point out.
So that is actually not correct, according to the NIH. Now that I'm looking at it, the protein coding region, and I'm quoting, on average, the protein coding regions of mouse and human genomes are 85% identical. Some genes are 99% identical, while others are only 60% identical.
Yeah.
So this would, and remember that protein coding regions are going to be under more selection than non-coding regions. And so this would mean that the number is significantly below 80 or below 90%.
Yeah, and in fact, this is how evolutionists or biologists will determine how far away species are from each other, how much time has passed, by the amount of genetic drift that is between, that you can measure between species. You know, so you can actually measure how old a species is and when it branched off from a common ancestor by comparing its DNA and measuring the amount of genetic drift, because there's a certain amount of genetic drift that just happens.
Right, but intelligent design does not. We don't. There's a lot of them that don't. We don't have a problem with evolution at all.
Do they accept speciation at all, or do you accept speciation at all by means of natural selection?
I haven't thoroughly looked at it, but at this point, I don't.
I mean, that's fair.
I'm confused. You don't accept natural selection as the mechanism by which species arise on Earth.
Repeat that. You cut out.
Do you accept that the mechanism of evolution, one of the primary mechanisms, is natural selection? That's how species originate.
Right, but natural selection, what it does is it chooses from current populations.
Yes.
In order to choose from those current populations, it must have a choice. So, in order, like for instance, let's say like there's a group of cats, and there's some that have stripes, some that don't have stripes, some that, you know, different kinds of tigers.
Yes.
Now that we know them today. And let's say that, okay, because the tiger with stripes tend to be more successful when it comes to hunting for prey, all the other cats are just caught in broad daylight and they're not able to hunt. So
well,
therefore, the tiger with stripes are able to survive and they're the ones that are able to progress.
Yes. I understand.
Right. So that we can observe and we can kind of see those type of things occurring.
Right, and that's how species come about.
Right. So
in some scenarios, right, there are different modes of speciation.
There's different modes, but the major one is natural selection, operating on the natural variation that is present in any population of an animal, right?
Well, that's not a mode of speciation, Brenda. That's a mechanism of how populations change.
Well, it's a combination. Well, the ground fact is that you have a large.
I would suggest
of
looking
animals.
up. I would suggest like Wikipedia and speciation.
You have a large population of animals, and there's a certain amount of natural variation. He was questioning whether, you know, it has to have material to work on. That material is just the natural variation that's present.
Yes, but now we're not talking about speciation. We're talking about natural selection and adaptation.
I'm just genuinely confused because you seem to accept evolution, not wholesale, but I guess certain aspects of it. But then you kind of meandered in between that and abiogenesis, which, okay, we can just, you know, throw a wild card on that one, you know, as far as anyone's concerned. So I'm trying to figure out, how does intelligent design fit in here? Because on the one hand, I kind of
because Darwinian or neo-Darwinian evolutionary models does not explain the origin of complex sequence information such as DNA.
They don't attempt to, though.
You said what?
Right.
It's
they
not
don't
supposed
attempt to. Yeah. Read. I mean, if you read like.
So right, but it is by these mechanisms that drive the creation force of nature as we see it.
But no, that doesn't. Well, that sounded a bit incoherent. But again, you're trying to assign something to a theory that it doesn't seek to explain, right? So evolution seeks to explain how populations were modified over time and organisms change over time. Broadly speaking, that's the thrust of evolution. What the theory of evolution says is that we observe that there are divergent and uniquely adaptive populations, and the explanation is that they diverged in a family tree like manner, right? That's what evolution is. It doesn't concern itself with, you know, the origin of systems. There are people who do study, you know, the evolution of networks and systems, but it's hard because you don't have, you know, quote unquote molecular fossils of networks, right? So I mean, I'll agree with you that the origins, like a lot of the evolution of biological networks, we still need to investigate, because we don't have. I mean, the big elephant in the room here with evolutionary biology in terms of biological networks and you know, these types of things, is that our network data is not very good. We don't have very high quality data, and we don't have a lot of it in a lot of organisms. So it's hard for us to do that type of comparative work. And also we don't have, you know, fossilized metabolic networks. And so, I mean, part of this I could see as being the project of an advanced evolutionary biology, but we're just not there yet. So, I mean, on the one hand, I kind of sympathize with what you're getting at, but on the other hand, I don't really, like, I see that as a challenge for future systems biologists. I don't see that as a necessarily some evidence of intelligent design, because I don't see how intelligent design benefits from that.
Do you believe that information must necessarily come from an intelligence?
I do believe that information begets information. The conscious thought begets.
Well, that's just a tautology. But
Well, the thing about it is that are you saying it, like, clarify yourself? Are you saying that is it only a conscious thought that interprets information, or something?
no, I'm asking if you believe that information can only come from an intelligent mind.
Like, in what way? What kind of information you're talking about?
Any information.
What, like, okay, if you were to look at the sand in the sea, and you see at what times the tides pull in, and the type of effects that it makes.
Right, cut a tree in half and look at the rings on the tree.
Right. So those types of things is what we can interpret. We can interpret that as information. Yeah.
No, it is information.
Right, but information is only perceived by an intelligent mind.
I suppose.
Information is not perceived by.
What do you mean by information? I think that's kind of what gets caught up in a lot of these conversations.
I think that's right, and Scientist Sam is much better informed than that.
Right.
Well, I would and this is the problem, right? And so this is why I don't necessarily like using the word information, is because people use it in really ambiguous ways. And like, if you talk to a biologist about what, you know, information is, you're going to get someone who says, oh, information is, you know, that's what, you know, that's the genes, right? That's what they mean by it. And then if you ask, you know, an information theorist about it, then they're going to go, oh no, it's the, you know, it's the statistical reduction of randomness. And then, you know, you talk to someone who's in linguistics, and it means and it's, you know, some unit of communication. So I mean, I would wonder, you know, what definition are you using? Because, you know, one of those definitions, the linguistic definition, implies that you need an intelligence, but I don't think that definition really applies to DNA per se.
Yeah, I guess that's questions for him, because I didn't bring up information.
That's what you've been talking about the whole time.
No,
I mean, Brenda, in all fairness, you've been redirecting the conversation the entire time. He hasn't really brought up that much.
Well, I'm trying to figure out what it is he believes.
Well, so here's where I'm trying to also figure out what's going on, because when I was giving a summation of your position, and I mentioned, you know, evolution not being, you know, a very good model, you kind of switched to abiogenesis, and then through the word.
I didn't bring up abiogenesis at all.
Okay. What?
Yeah,
but that's been almost the entire. That's been almost the entire discussion.
See what I mean? See what I mean?
Right.
Yeah,
like,
that's what's confusing.
And I wonder, you know, how much of that is just. It's really strange, because there's only so many times that we can explain it.
Okay, not everybody on here agrees that DNA is the beginning of biology.
No one said that.
No one said that, and it's not relevant.
Exactly, but that's something that we already know, and that's something that Sam already openly admitted.
No, we don't already know that.
We don't. Wait. We don't know what the first.
Admitted that personally, he does not agree that DNA is the beginning of biological life.
But that's Sam. That's not all of us.
Come on, man. How is me bringing up DNA all of a sudden a claim on abiogenesis when not everyone?
Because you're talking about the origin of biopolymers. Like, I don't know how many times I need to tell this to you.
I'm talking about.
You're not very. I mean, like, it's getting to the point where, like, man, I want to be charitable here, but this is just the point of definition in terms of, like, I can personally say, like, I've gone to evolutionary biology conferences, right? They don't talk about this stuff.
I gotta go.
Like, I don't know how to say other than from experience and from textbooks that I've read on evolutionary biology, this is what you're bringing up is abiogenesis. Literally, no one regards this as part of evolution except for creationists, and he's gone.
He only had two main arguments. One, it looks designed because, hey, we these things we have designed. It looks designed, so therefore it must be. And hey, you guys don't know where the origins of these things were, i.e., it must be designed. And it's like he couldn't back away from these ridiculous arguments, and he keeps saying the same thing. I don't know. Maybe we just are not communicating the right way.
I mean, I think that there's very clearly unfortunately a cognitive bias there, because I don't see how there was a series of the conversation where I muted after I had said my piece, and then MP said the exact same thing, and then Ned said the exact same thing. So clearly, if all of us are getting it, and you know what, we're all, if I do toot my own horn, we're all bright guys. But I don't think we're exceptionally bright to the point where we were all coming up with some groundbreaking insight. No offense to my friends here, but that's like I thought that there's only so many ways you can explain that it's definitionally an argument from ignorance if you don't have some sort of mechanism.
And that's I was trying to grant him, like, okay, well, if he described the gaps argument and then called it an argument from ignorance, but when I went back to it, I said, okay, well, let me get a summation. Let me try to pinpoint what he's talking about. But I think that he is stuck on the idea that when you reference abiogenesis, you have to have origins of DNA. That's like the only thing that means, and I think that's where his misunderstanding is. Even when we mentioned, I think he even said RNA world hypothesis too, or at least it was mentioned, but it for some reason didn't sink in after the lengthy explanation that was given, and then he went right back to saying origins of the molecules, and I'm like, you can't be talking about anything else. I'm sorry. So,
and I also want to say something here, and this is going to sound dickish, but it is. I don't think that he's nearly as well informed as G consciousness tried to tell us, and I think neither on the logical part of this nor on the biological part of it.
I didn't mean to redirect. I was just trying to figure out where he was coming from, where his confusion was where his confusion was. I didn't mean to redirect.
No, it's all right. I mean,
it's no problem.
Well, no, it's the issue of, I understand what you're trying to do, Brenda, but it's not necessarily you. It was the issue where he would say something and say, here is my problem with evolution, and then start describing something else. That's where the problem originated from. And so that's how we got off on a lot of these tangents.
And I certainly don't have any problem with Scientist Sam correcting or being, he's a little bit hardcore. That's okay.
You have to tap his pee-pee, it's okay. But
what?
Please don't. Please don't.
No,
but one thing I want to say is that even his argument for
Greg said,
even for his arguments for abiogenesis, he kept saying because Sam said that he believed in the RNA world, that means we all must believe in an RNA world, and that his position is correct. I'm like, what are you talking about? That makes no sense. Just because Sam says he believes that.
I didn't catch that until you had mentioned it, multiple personalities, because he had said it, but it didn't really sink in until you actually went in on him on that, and that is a good catch. He kind of did something similar, now that I think about it, when he mentioned Richard Dawkins. He just assumed that what Dawkins was saying in that fucking video, what 10 years ago, is something that we all hold to, or some shit like that.
Well, the other thing was,
Sam, if I may, you asked about any video ideas on G Plus just like a moment ago. Address that. What Drag just said about Dawkins. How old is the stuff that he says? How outdated is it by now?
So he actually is, like, here's the thing is, I wouldn't actually trust him on molecular stuff. And even like his pet selfish gene theory, it's not correct anymore. People have there are aspects that people have poked holes in. This is why I say, like, I like Dawkins. I think he's a good writer. That doesn't mean he's 100% correct.
Well, that's what I mean. Like, stuff that people did 10 years ago, 20 years ago, and 30 years ago it does get outdated. Now, when your career is to write a book, you keep flogging it. You don't
Yeah,
stop.
well, I also
because
don't think
it's all he's got to go on.
Well,
Yeah, I
also
mean,
Dawkins is speaking to a lay audience, most
Yeah.
likely.
well,
What I'm
also he's a
saying is-
stubborn, arrogant bastard as well. But that's, I
Yeah,
mean,
what I'm saying is
so are
address,
most of the.
address the things that these people keep bringing up when they keep going, well, Dawkins said this. Well, address those things they keep bringing up and show how those things are either correct or incorrect, or at least outdated now.
Yeah, that's a good idea.
Yeah, I mean, I could probably do something like that. I
'Cause
mean,
at least if one person catches on that that stuff is outdated, maybe they'll stop quoting it.
well, the thing that I wanted to say to multiple personality when he caught on to that is yes, like I don't speak for everyone, and I had to couch it in terms of my belief. I do think that the RNA world is the most plausible hypothesis right now. But also, I was careful to say I don't think that RNA would have been the first molecule in a life form. I think it's perfectly possible that DNA could have been the first, in cellular life, been the first molecule, because we don't see RNA organisms, we see DNA organisms. Like, I don't know when the transition from RNA to DNA would have happened. And it completely glossed over his head, right? And I don't think he was listening to us is the problem.
I'm going to go out on a limb here and say something stupid.
Do it. Do it.
Yeah, thanks for encouraging me. Is it possible that there could have been something else before RNA and DNA that has just gone away?
So like some people
something
think
that led
maybe,
to something else, which leads to the DNA and RNA.
Yeah, so Dawkins actually presented this in The Blind Watchmaker. I don't know how much I buy it, but the idea that maybe crystals were the first replicators.
Mm-hmm.
And there have been a lot of different hypotheses, to
Okay.
be honest.
Aliens.
I wasn't even going to go there.
No, I mean there's evidence, that just life on this earth has experimented with so many different things, so many different times, that some people think that, well, there was nothing, then there was simple life, and then boom, complex life. No, there was nothing, there was life fucking died, nothing, life again, fucking died, and like it just happened, I want to say like 3 or 4 times, and then okay, well then you had a while before the next mass extinction, but it wasn't like a total extinction. But yeah, there.
Well, the oldest multicellular organisms are estimated to be something like 1.5 billion years. It's not a lot. I mean, you're talking about 2.5 billion years of just single cell life.
Yeah, it's hard to really say because as we're learning more, we're learning that dead things don't breed, of course, but even the things that do breed, they may or may only last, a certain amount of time. And trying to visualize that and understand that in terms of our human experience is sometimes too much for folks. So it's easier just to say, well, magic.
Well, the explanation that I seem to remember reading about and many years ago was the idea that you'd have mud flats, and the structure of the clay silicates, it forms long planar crystals, and that these could have served as a sort of a substrate for organic molecules to organize themselves on, and that this could have been some sort of beginning stage for replicating molecules. I don't know how current that is, but that was what I recall reading when I was quite young, quite a long time ago. Okay.
Sorry, I was watching a cutscene from Kingdom Hearts, but yeah, it's. I hope we get some more conversations with Kevin. I mean, he seems like a nice enough guy. I guess he's.
Is he a friend of G Conscious?
Yeah. I think he's.
Or rather, let's say an acquaintance, not a friend. I don't know if they're friends or not.
Yeah,
it wasn't too contentious. I'm sorry.
No, that's cool. I think I don't think Ronnie is G-Con's go-to sign. Like, we know that G-Man is, but I know that Ronnie is G-Man's and Antonio and the rest of the Common Core posse. That's their go-to guy. But G-Con kind of has his own circles of people that he deals with, and that's why sometimes you'll hear me mention somebody by the name of Ankh West. That's because, like I said, G-Con has his own little like microcosm of people he deals with, and Kevin is one of those guys. Just like Alvin from Nadia's Hangouts. So maybe once Kevin gets some of his stuff refined, he and Steve can interact, because I mean they both seem like they were, they both agreed to something but I think they would have more of a discussion back and forth, more like they did here earlier, just I guess with less people.
Mm-hmm.
More with less people. That's a weird statement.
Yeah, it is. That's pretty
More
weird.
with less people. Awkward. Okay. Oh, welcome back, Ned. How have you been doing?
Oh, good. Other than work, man. It's got me hammered, and the whole last year has been just nuts. But
I understand.
Ned's video on presuppositionalism was one of my first introductions to presuppositionalists.
Oh, well, sorry, Brenda.
Yeah, well, it's been hell ever since.
That's the problem. It doesn't get any better. So, no, go ahead. Sorry.
No, dude. I want your honest opinion. Do you think that Steve did better in his debate against True than you did?
The problem is I think they're different. Now, I don't mean to be dodging. I mean, I think Steve came loaded for bear. I mean,
you're breaking up real bad, Ned.
Yeah, you're roboting.
Sorry. Is that any better?
Yes, better.
All right, good. I was a little farther away from the mic.
It's auto clipping.
I think it's different. I mean and I don't mean to be evasive. It's hard. I think it's hard to compare the two, because where I went in looking to say, you know what, I'm going to give True every possible point and just let him run with it and see how he can get to God. I
remember that.
And then I think Steve went in with the opposite view of, look, I'm going to show him where the science is at. And he did. I mean, Steve was loaded for bear. I mean, it was just, the way that he came across as far as knowledgeable and, having it researched and understanding everything, at least to a point where he could combat True on the verbiage, the way that True kind of wants to do the little verbal diarrhea deal and use all the big words to impress everybody. I think Steve, and I think that's why True backed off as quick as he did. I mean, if you notice, Steve gave his opening statement and then True just pretty much folded from that point on.
Yeah, but yours was more of a you granted him everything, and then
it was like Ali. It was Ali.
It was a rope-a-dope.
Yeah.
That was brilliant. It really was.
I can't believe I just compared a YouTube debate to one of the greatest fights in the history of boxing. As a boxing fan, I'm kind of ashamed of myself.
You should be. I know I'm not that damn good.
But it was a good tactic. It was no one else up until that point had thought of doing that. Nobody.
Yeah, I do have to give credit. And that debate, I will say, was actually kind of like a watershed moment in terms of understanding like how competent True is. And I'll say that because, you wonder, because he just verbal diarrheas these fancy words and like he diarrheas them enough. God, I feel disgusted by this metaphor as I'm preparing a protein shake.
You're welcome.
He diarrheas them in such a way that, God, I am a child. I'm laughing really hard right now. In such a way that like there's a loose order to it that like you're like, okay, like I recognize these words, right? And like I told Drag like there's something wrong with the way that he uses these words, but your debate kind of conclusively proved that he needs a memorized script. He doesn't have an ability to think on the fly. And I think we do have to give you credit for that.
You're making a protein shake?
Yes.
There could be life in there. You monster.
I mean, I hope.
Come on, Brenda. We all know it's for you.
Monster.
Well, I'm about to go get a beer. So what does that tell you about all the yeast and everything that was in that? So
Yes, I used to do my first model organism was Cerevisiae.
Well, with a beer, just remember you're drinking the excrement of yeast.
Yes, I am.
Delicious.
Exactly, and as when we eat honey, we're doing the exact same type of thing, except the
No,
other
that's
way.
bee vomit.
That's what I'm saying. The other way.
Bee vomit. Yes.
It's the other hole instead of the. So yeah.
And it tastes delicious.
You know it.
So I wanted to also say, I think that Kevin has a little bit of the TE syndrome, though, in the sense that he kept on using random terminology in ways that made no sense. Like when I was explaining the alternative,
so true.
when I was explaining the alternative coding, right? So that's when I said that it's about proteins, right? So it's implied in there that I'm talking about, not to get too technical, but I'm talking about mRNA because that's what the messenger RNA is, what gets translated into proteins. And he starts asking these questions that just made no fucking sense. And that's why I kind of like stumbled over it. Like, what are you talking about? Like, and I was like, oh, that's why that's like that's a true tactic.
It's a truism.
Yes, it's a truism.
Yeah.
I don't like that.
You know, I've looked up these terms. I've Googled, is DNA a code? And I get various answers to it, and it's sort of confusing. It sort of seems to me like I almost need a background in formal information theory to understand some of what they say. I mean, I think, it's sort of on the face of it, it seems to me, yeah, it's got information there, and it's encoded in the sequence of nucleotides that are in DNA.
I'm fully, like I've said, I think I said earlier today, I'm fully willing to concede those points, right? Because again, we're talking about an abstraction of how we understand what's going on. It's just that, also we've got to remember it's an abstraction. So we can't really go beyond like, okay, it looks like it looks and functions pretty much like a code. There are exceptions, but it functions pretty much like a code. To then go from that and then say, oh, well, then it came from a mind is just such an unjustified leap. And that's where it kind of raises my hackles, so to speak, because I have to say, well, that's not a justified leap, right? We can talk about how this is disanalogous, but ultimately you got to have evidence that it came from a mind and that it didn't, arise naturally.
Well, I think it's just hard for some people to imagine that it could have.
Yeah,
and they look at that and they say, this must have been designed. How else could it have come about?
I mean, it's a hurdle that a lot of them have a hard time getting over, and it probably doesn't help that in a lot of the literature, as you're first learning this stuff, that it'll say in the text that ATP synthase is a turbine. Even my own biology book that I showed Steve, it says that word for word. But then once you read into it, it tells you that it's like a turbine. It doesn't say that, well, since it is one, it also functioned every single way like a turbine. Like it's just a basic entry level biology book to help you understand some of the mechanisms of this molecule. Now, if you go into molecular biology, it's going to be a bit different. It's not going to use these analogies because now you understand the function of this particular protein. So there's no longer a need for those analogies. And so when you see these guys using these analogies, it kind of lets you know that they only have a cursory understanding of.
Well, I also wanted to sort of take him up on the thing, like, we can see the DNA unwinding. No, we actually can't. Like, that's just a kinetic model.
Well, people have seen or at least, I don't know if all people have, but I have seen these animations. And
yes,
these are
they're animations. They're not actually, like, we don't actually have a micrograph of these things happening. It's
well,
a common mistake.
They're taken from raw data, and then
no, they're not taken from raw data. They're taken from hypotheses. They're the assembly of models.
Oh, okay. Well, they're taken from protein databases. Well, people will build them up from protein databases.
For the structures, yes, but for the functions, and for the functions as well. But we've never actually seen a lot of those things do those things, right? So, people don't realize they're artist renderings.
Well, yeah, but people see that, and they see that one structure that walks up a strand carrying carrying its load with it, and it looks for all the world like a whole bunch of miniature robots, all working, running around, swimming around, doing various tasks. And
you know
they
what's
look at that,
hilarious?
they
Is
think,
kinetically it doesn't
yeah.
look anything like that.
Oh.
I've studied the kinetics of it. It moves in a really herky-jerky fashion.
Okay.
It doesn't look as beautiful. That's the funniest thing. But it's a cool artist rendering. Like I'm not saying it's not.
I've seen all kinds of them. They're just fabulous, I think.
Yeah, it's to kind of get people interested in the topic. It's not like, because let's say if you were at the college that I go to up the street, we wouldn't be having these types of conversations. I'm not sure if there's another way to say it, and I'm pretty sure Sam and Hogtie and a few others can attest to this. Like, if we were going to be talking about, well, what do you think the merits of a DNA world hypothesis are compared to RNA world hypothesis? Well, we would then begin talking about a bit about molecular biology, about how RNA self-catalyzes and that DNA, can't do this. So there's a hurdle, but yet we don't see RNA-based life other than in pseudo-life like viruses. So we wouldn't need to really like inundate each other with too technical terms. Like when you start naming the fucking nucleotides, like there's no reason to do that. We all understand like what that is. So
well, I don't need to explain that. Like, oh, every time that that there's a conformational change in the kinesin, it's because the ATP gets hydrolyzed into ADP and an inorganic phosphate, and the molecule moves forward. Like, I don't need to go into that kind of depth. Like, it just confuses people.
Why are you calling it ADP and ATP? Why don't you always?
Oh, I'm sorry. I'm really stupid. Yeah, I'm really
triphosphate?
stupid. Exactly.
And I'm going to say, oh, go ahead. When you're done, I'll say.
No, I was just going to riff off of that. No, please go to something more substantive.
Okay. I'm not at all dismayed by the sort of pictorial or almost cartoonish depictions of things that happen at the molecular level, because that is conventional across all areas of education. So, for example, a heart looks nothing like how it's pictured in any picture you've ever seen. And its position in the body is not as shown in any position, in any picture you've ever seen. The intestines are probably a better example. The first is sort of this cartoonish serpentine zigzag drawing of like, well, food goes in this part, and then it goes around and around and around, and then it comes out. And then later, like at a very advanced level of education, you actually see the 3D layout, because you have to memorize every nook and cranny, right? Like, I think most people know under the stomach, there's the duodenum, and then there's some stuff. But no, you got to know duodenum, ileum, jejunum. You got to know the whole loop. It's everything. So then you see that. And if you ever get a chance to take one of these things apart, and I don't recommend it, they don't even look like the pictures they look like in the books they use to teach you how to take these things apart. So it's never a surprise to me that when somebody who does molecular biology tries to explain something like laminin, for example, by just laying it out flat in nice straight lines and using different colors to show different ribbons of polymers, biopolymers, and then puts little labels and little arrows to point to those features. Thank you for doing that, because if you tried to understand how laminin functions, or even what the parts of it are called, by looking at what it actually looks like as a photograph, it's just about impossible to learn.
Yeah, well, I mean, like I would say, like, again, this is why, like, I actually softened a lot of my stances on people sort of talking in these metaphors, and I've tried to clarify and said, listen, these are metaphors. They make it easier to learn and understand, but don't confuse them for the actual thing. And that's all you have to say, right? Like I said, kinesin does not, which was the molecule Brenda was referring to, I believe, either kinesin or dynein. They don't move in the way that those in the way that those animations say. But does that mean the animations aren't still awesome, and it's still not awesome to see that, and that it's generally a good representation? Awesome. Hell no. Like, they're awesome. And I wouldn't say otherwise.
One funny observation here. Yeah, I mean, obviously in psychology or in neuropsychology and in neuroanatomy, there's a lot of brain as computer discussion that goes on. One of my favorite bits was when I was TAing for labs where you need to actually sort of experience human brains, was I would start by saying, I know we hear all these things about how the brain is like a processing, and there's like, here's the memory center here, and there's like you know, well, processing is no CPU because it's distributed, but the visual cortex is a lot like the, was it the, I'd say CMOS, that's not what it's called, CCD, you know, all these other things. And I say this while I'm putting the big rubber gloves on. All right, and then I go, but this is the last day we talk about the brain in those terms, because boom, here's a human brain. Human brain, completely like any computer you've ever encountered, which is funny now that I say this out loud. Apparently this was part of the topic of the debate yesterday was all about how brain as computer.
Yeah.
And no, you need to get one. Get yourself a brain if you have access to one, and take a look at how they actually work.
Well, you guys never let him give his argument.
Get the fuck out of here!
Interrupting him.
I was going to play. I was going to play the next part where he voluntarily gives up his minutes. But Hogtie, you just reminded me of an experience I had when I was a paraprofessional in the clinic, and I at first, you're going to laugh at me, but I got scared the first time I saw a heave.
I'm just going to say, if this story involves you taking out a human brain and putting it on the desk, something has gone terribly wrong.
No.
But go ahead.
But
does it involve you whipping out your dick and putting it on the desk? Sorry.
Not this
no,
time. Not
this time.
So
Greg, what's a heave?
Yeah, so I'll let Hogtie explain what. Let me set up the scenario, and I'll let Hogtie explain what a heave is. So a heave. So 23-year-old kid, high blood pressure. Kid's in great shape. We can't figure out what's going on with him. I'm taking vitals, and then I report back to the PA that I think there's something really wrong with him. The PA comes in, and he says, "Oh no, that's a heave. You've probably never seen it because, well, you're a bigger guy." And so he just kind of laughs at me, and yeah. So the Hogtie, if you want to explain what a heave is, that's yeah.
I don't think I do. It's not a term that we use. What is
you don't know? So you.
You're not talking about the stomach thing, like where people are.
Yeah.
Also, oh, okay.
Guys, yeah.
Why would I get me to describe
what
that?
happened?
It's a heave is like okay. So when somebody's nauseous, you refer to productive nausea or non-productive nausea, and it just means literally whether they're ejecting something. And so a heave is non-productive. It's not correctly called vomiting because vomiting means you're ejecting vomitus. So
I think I got the wrong term. I'm sorry. It's what is when you see their diaphragm like shrink, and then like a chunk of their abdomen go in as they're breathing in and out. I thought it was called a heave, but I cannot remember. See, now it ruins the story. I can't remember. It's been so long.
No, that is a heave. Like when you can actually see lurching. So like the rib cage holds its structure, but then you see like it's
like an indentation of skin that just kind of sinks in.
Yeah.
Okay. So
I know what you're talking about now. Okay. Yeah, you're talking about the morphology. You're not talking about the action. Yeah.
Yes. Yeah.
Yeah. In very skinny people, yeah, so you sort of have the rib cage that comes out and it almost like drapes like an awning, and then underneath it'll go in and then down, and usually the belly button is sometimes pronounced and often an outie. And yes, that is sometimes referred to as a heave. But now I know what you're talking about. Okay.
So I have big news.
This is a wonderful topic.
I've big news. Rational Mind just tagged me in a post. He has a play-by-play of Steve and Ronnie's debate with transcripts of what Ronnie says.
The transcript?
Do you want me to start reading the transcript?
I'm going to share it. Where is it at?
Yeah. Although I feel we got to salvage Drag's story here, because I think my narration actually shot the story. We said
we can do that. I'm tagging Drag right now, and I'm going to open it up in a bigger window. So in the meantime, fix the story.
Yeah, what was the story now? So the guy was showing. Oh, this was about when you were learning something or teaching something, and he said you've probably never seen a heave.
Yeah. Well, the thing was, I thought we couldn't figure out what was wrong with him. Turns out he had a inflammation of the renal inflammation because there's an artery that runs back there, and it was causing the high blood pressure. But I thought the heave was the issue that was going on with him. But he had laughed at me because I'm a big guy, and I've never seen that because I've never experienced it.
Okay, well then let me share a quick story about laughing at the guy. Oh,
you may have experienced it because you're big, though. You just don't see it that way.
Yeah.
No, I'm serious, because you got more up front that when it sucks in, you don't see the rib cage.
Yeah, I mean, it's the fact that it scared me, and then he was like, "Oh no, you're a big guy." It was it was classic Army humor, and it was one of those kind of aha moments that you learn about something in a really, really humorous way.
Yeah, well, now I know where your story's going, and that is funny because I'd say there's a lot of mistakes that people make when they're learning this stuff that they are unfamiliar with the variety of body morphology. And I had this happen to me once about 4 years ago. I just rather suddenly lost about 60% of the hemoglobin in my body. And I'm having trouble, like I'm getting winded all the time, but I'm not having trouble breathing. It's just like there's just no oxygen because, of course, I can breathe, but it's not getting into the bloodstream and then getting to the target tissue. So I'm lightheaded and dizzy all the time. So I go to a doctor about it, and I get the, oh, we have a med student here, so if you don't mind, you know, he gets his turn. Okay, that's great, that's great. And I notice when this med student's checking this and checking that, he has me lay down for a bit, and he's checking this, and he's kind of like a little big in the eyes, and like he's big pupils, and he's looking a little nervous. And I thought, well, he's just, you know, he's young, deer caught in the headlights. I have no problem with this. Oh, and I should mention too, he's from India, right? So dark-skinned South Asian kind of guy, eh? And skinny like you wouldn't believe. And anyway, so he's going over this stuff, and I can tell like he's got the jitters, like something's weird. He's like, one moment, just relax, just stay where you are, just relax, it'll be okay, I'll be right back. And he leaves, and then he comes back in with the older doctor, and the older doctor is a middle-aged white guy. He's got a big smile on his face, right? He says, sit up. He tells me to sit up. He says, okay, go ahead, and what do you think the problem is here? He says, well, I'm concerned it's a cardiac distress. He says, yeah, my student here thinks you're having a heart attack. Do you think you're having a heart attack? I'm like, no, I'm okay. What are you talking about? He says, yeah. First off, he's really pale. He's not just white guy pale. He's explaining to this student from India, right? I know you see a white guy and you think they're all pale. We're not that pale. Look at him. Remember how this guy looks. That's a sick person, not a guy having a heart attack. And he goes,
you laugh, but that sometimes is very hard to tell. That is actually very hard to tell. And I had to learn that people, my skin color and darker, actually turn gray. I didn't know that.
Yeah, but I don't know why. He's doing a couple of tests and he thought he was having a heart attack. So he goes and he tells his doctor, he's like, oh, this guy's having a heart attack. He comes in, watch this. And he reaches forward and he uses his thumbs to pull my eyelids down over my cheekbones. And he says, look, that's supposed to be pink. Those are white. Even in white guys, those aren't white. He's got anemia, right? And it was just that big smile on his face. And after his student left too, he was laughing about this. He says, yeah, he came in. Oh, the guy's having a heart attack. I could tell when I walked in the door, you've got anemia. Like, but that's how you learn.
Yeah. Oh God, learning medical science is a fun thing. I'm trying to invite the med student in, but I cannot find his freaking profile. But here's the transcript, folks. Let me present it.
Oh boy,
I've been reading it already. Oh, it's great.
So let me
watch
see
you guys. I can read the first one.
No, you
It's
read it.
literally
You
1
read it.
minute, 20 seconds. I want you guys to pay attention to the title of the debate. The title of the debate isn't necessarily to talk about scientific models, but to see what best explains or best accounts for the systems that you find inside of nature. One of the reasons I was very careful to talk about scientific models is because there are some misunderstandings that people have about the nature of science. One of the reasons why we go about the scientific process, or the main reason we go about the scientific process, is cause and effect, to better understand reality. And evolutionary theory with intelligent design, I think we're going to see that evolutionary theory, as in applying the mechanisms of evolution to try to account for the diversity of life, falls short. Intelligent design is the only explanation we have based on the available data that can actually count through a measure of causality for the systems that we're seeing inside of nature. There's a bit more that I wanted to say, but I'm going to cut short what I'm going to say to save time for this debate. So go ahead and respond, Steve.
Oh my God.
That was verbal diarrhea.
That was the opening too. That was like the opening.
That was his opening. I tried to read it as fast as Ronnie would. So
He just didn't say anything in that paragraph.
well, apparently science is about cause and effect, except for those scientific findings that don't have causes, like the Casimir effect and various quantum fluctuations, right?
Basically, most of quantum.
Where exactly is cause and effect in F equals ma?
It isn't. Like, it's about a model, right? And so the mechanisms are what drive the model.
The Camelot.
Well, I'm still struggling to even get through this hangout. As I've been driving around a bit today, I've been listening to it in bits and pieces. And I got to the part about 1 hour 14 or so. True is Oh, sorry. I'm sorry. This is not the debate. I'm sorry. I'm getting this from why General Han Solo. No, that's not the right one. I'm getting my things mixed up.
You were in there, Hangout. Did you convince any minds? Change any minds?
Oh, the one that I was over on. Yeah, it was that. Yeah. No, sorry. No, it was pleasant though. Yeah, it was pleasant. Nobody fought. But no, the one I was thinking of was the Steve After Hangout or whatever it was called. Sorry, I apologize. I'm thinking of a different one. But yeah, it was the Steve After Hangout thing. And around an hour 14 or so when he's talking to Phony Beatlemaniacs, and you'll see why this reminded me of it. He starts talking about how that it's really nothing to do with prediction. The predictions don't really tell you anything, especially when you're trying to model or you're trying to study cause-effect relationships. And the way that science actually starts is by testing the mechanism. And I just went like, I don't know, like how many ways can that be wrong? Like that's just so wrong on every level.
So, Hogtie, do you remember when we were on Talking Shit Tuesday and we were talking about Ronnie as a superhero?
Mm-hmm.
And we said his power is going to be fractal wrongness? This is it.
Yeah.
This, sir, is it.
Yeah, and it is at every level. Because shortly
That's
after
cold, Drag.
Yeah. Around that time, when he's talking with Phony Beatlemaniacs about chromosomal fusions, he makes the point that Robertsonian translocations happen all the time. You know that guy in China, but then telomeric fusions are bad. You see it in terminal cancer, which is weird because you see it in carcinoma in situ with like the most basic. Oh, I've got a little dot in me. That's what whatever. But then he ends up going into how it's always bad, but then no, because sometimes it happens. And I thought, well, maybe I was mixing up listening to when he was talking about Robertsonian translocations versus specifically telomere fusions. But then he says that the Robertsonian translocations cause horrible birth defects like Down syndrome.
But that's a trisomy. That's not a Robertsonian translocation.
Oh, well, thank you, Mr. Guy with high school education.
No, I learned.
I know.
We had a girl with Down. No, it's not even high school. It's grade school. We had a girl with Down syndrome in my 5th grade class. That's when we learned about it. So like.
Oh, okay. I'm not sure which way, how to make fun of that because, we're having these discussions about.
You don't make fun of Down syndrome.
I don't make fun of. I try to make fun of Sam there, but yeah, it's weird because we're talking about some things that you learn about in university, but this is. I thought it was high school knowledge. I seem to remember learning about it in grade 10. When did we learn what chromosomes are? Maybe grade 8. I don't know, but that's pretty. I mean, thinking that Robertsonian translocations cause Down syndrome. Okay, maybe people don't know what a Robertsonian translocation is, but you should know what Down syndrome is. I mean, how do you even come up with that? So, I mean, that's just a detail. That's just a detail. But I'm just this point of fractal wrongness about being wrong on every level. There's so many details in what he said, and so many big picture issues, and just at every level, there's just something wrong. And he just says it with such confidence. The idea that you have to test. This is something he's been on for a while. The idea you have to test the mechanism before you can really do any real science. And that's not true. I mean, if somebody came and said, well, I have the ability to predict winning lottery numbers because the forest pixies tell me, well, what do I test first? Do I test the ability for sound to go into her ear canal? Right? Like that's part of the mechanism. So do I test that first? Or do I test the overall picture? Can this person actually foretell lottery numbers? Does the phenomenon even exist? Right, that's the first thing you test.
Yeah,
but
what I want to say is I will take full blame for the fact that I was the first person to mention mechanisms to True a while ago, so that's my fault.
Okay,
that is your fault, Sam.
I think we've figured it out. If I ever become a superhero, that's the power I want. The ability to predict the ability to predict lottery numbers.
Come in handy.
It's funny. The truth, that whole argument True was putting forward is just to try to knock down the fact that you need to be able to predict something. He knows intelligent design can't predict anything, so that's why he's just trying to say, well, prediction means nothing.
Hey, JD, you still got that short somewhere in your mic cable there.
That's not me.
I think that might be MP.
Oh, that's me? Can you guys hear me?
1 second. Mute yourself, MP.
Try muting.
How am I coming through right now? Is my still short or I sound fine?
You're fine. No, it was MP.
It's
Yeah,
MP. You've got a short some. Are you wearing a headset, MP? You unmute yourself now.
He's probably trying to fix it.
Oh,
Yeah,
okay.
it's funny. I'm actually.
No, it could be a short, like the cable from the headset could have pulled loose.
Yeah,
Which
it's
would
funny.
fix it.
Can you guys hear me now?
No, that's much
That's
better.
fine now.
No, that's better. I'm actually going to learn about Robertsonian translocations this Thursday. Speaking of
But Drag, how do you feel about the fact that you're never going to know as much as Ronnie?
that haunts me every fucking night. Like I walk into that genetics classroom looking at a woman who is a Christian with 2 PhDs, and I just feel like shit because I can never match up to Ronnie's magnificence.
Well, Ronnie, he actually gave me some homework to do, and he gave me an article yesterday from 2005 to read, saying it disproves evolution, and the article was in Nature, and he was like, "You see, read this. Evolution is disqualified, and you guys don't even talk about this." So I actually read the article, and he was right. What happens is that scientists before, I think for the past 30 years, have believed grass evolves, but it started in like 55 million years ago. That was the first blade of grass that we know, we define as grass. The oldest fossil is 55 million years old. So scientists have concluded that there was no grass before then. That's when a lot of the dinosaur exhibits, you don't see grass because they just didn't believe that grass had existed before that point. The article in Nature had found that there were some dinosaurs that were 65 million years old, but in their dung, they found blades of grass. So they had said, oh, well, we were wrong because obviously grass had to exist if we found it in the fossils. And not only that, but within the grass that they found in the fossils was so complex that they said that it had to be even farther back than they estimated because of the mechanisms it would take to create the blade of grass that they found within the dung. So True is trying to say that disproves evolution. But it's simple. It's that they said they were wrong. They misunderstood what they were seeing. They made a false analogy, and now they've corrected it. I said, so his whole thing is this article proves evolution to be false.
Well, he presents it like, too, that the reason it presents it to be false is because it was an incorrect prediction, which, again, is an example of just not understanding the basics. Because to falsify a theory, you come up with a prediction that necessarily flows from the truth of the theory. Right, that's why we call them theoretical predictions. They arise from the theory. And if the theory is true, then this is the thing you need to see. And if it's not true, then, well, you might see something different, in which case that'll be your clue to get rid of the theory. Evolution doesn't make any prediction about how long grasses have been around for. And in terms of how they determine it, it's like when somebody says, okay, the word fuck. Not an example I can use in True Empiricism's Hangout. But how old is the word fuck? Now, we have audio recordings of people saying it in the 20s, so we know it's at least that old. And there are plays written in the late 19th century where the word is used in some rather guttural plays. So we know it's at least from the last half of the 19th century. But what happens if now somebody finds a manuscript with the word fuck in it from the 18th century? Right now we're going to say now there is a new upper limit for how old, or sorry, a new lower limit for how old the word is. Right? Like it's not a prediction of language theory that the word fuck is a particular age, but we know that it must be at least some age. And if somebody comes up with further proof that says, well, no, we can refine that estimate and say that it's at least some other age, right? Yes, we knew it was older than 100 years. We knew it was older than 200 years, but it turns out it's at least 270 years old. So we've actually refined where, when the word came from.
I'm going to take Ronnie's position. What you just did was justify a wrong prediction for evolution, and this means evolution is unfalsifiable because something like this falsifies evolution. They said it was 55 million years old. They were wrong. Evolution is false. This is Ronnie's position.
Sure. Well, then show me how the prediction. How does the prediction? I can ask one question. How does the stated prediction flow necessarily from the truth of the theoretical account of evolution.
This is actually something I gave Steve a little flack for, because when he was in his debate the other day, he was kind of fuzzy on he didn't elaborate on the distinction, which people in the comment section, the creationists, were taking advantage of. And it's the difference between making a risky prediction, one that if you don't find it, your theory's fucked, and more speculative ones, which are just like, well, you know, we're refining our knowledge. Let's predict this. Nope, is this way? Okay, we're now refining things a bit more. So one of them kills the theory. The other one is just giving you further knowledge.
JD, but to answer that point, I know exactly how he's going to answer that. He's going to say that when you ask people to disprove evolution, or what tests could disprove evolution, most people will say, if you find the head of a modern human's head in a dinosaur's mouth, evolution is wrong. That's something that's falsifiable. So he's going to say, hold on. He's going to say, well, then having a blade of how is that different than having a blade of grass and dinosaur shit that, you know, that we didn't believe could be there, because we don't believe human heads could be there, and we didn't believe that blades of grass would be in dinosaur shit 65 million years ago could be there. So how is that not the same thing? And again, this is true empiricism argument.
Yeah, that's true. That's a lot of creationist argument.
Yeah, that would be because the stuff that we evolved from wasn't even around yet, and so you can't have the descendants before the ancestors. They can intermingle a bit. Let's say you're gonna have, you know, our common ancestor and us around the same time if they didn't die off. But if you go even before what then, I mean, you go back far enough, it's like, hold on a sec, how can we be around long before the stuff that we evolved?
I think the objection is that science admits that it can be wrong. And in contrast, they have a book which is absolutely true and will always be true for all of eternity. And you're offering them these conditional statements. Well, it could be right. It could be. We could be mistaken. We could get this mixed up with that. And then they're saying, well, I've got this Bible here, and it is the absolute truth for all of eternity. Why should I adopt your faulty science in favor of my absolute certainty in the Bible?
I don't think Ronnie would have made.
But see, you know, it's funny because you guys aren't convincing me, and I believe Ronnie's argument is bullshit. But I don't think you guys are even convincing me, because his argument is that these things are analogous. A human head in a dinosaur's mouth, that's clear. That would be wrong. That would violate evolution. I understand what JD said about you know, our common ancestors not being around, but you can say the same for the blade of grass. There wasn't supposed to be any common ancestor because there was supposed to be no grass. Just as the reason that he's trying to make that analogy, and I think it's more difficult. It's easier to say that, yes, science can be wrong. Science is a part of a human system, and us humans are fallible. So sometimes we're going to get things wrong. And it's okay. But the majority of times, science gets things right.
Hey, MP, have you ever done photography?
No.
Okay. But you understand how a camera works. You focus the camera to get the image?
Yes.
Okay. If you take a picture and it's out of focus, you can still kind of tell what's there. You don't have all the detail, but you can still see what's there. The sharper you get the focus, the more detail you get. Now that we have digital, the file size, how big it is, will give you more information that if you zoom in, you can get more detail before it pixelates. When you don't have a sharp focus, or when you don't have all of your evidence, it's like having a photo out of focus. You've got enough there to kind of figure out what's going on, but not enough to see the picture clearly. As you get more evidence, you're bringing that photo into focus. And that's what I see a lot of these people that we do argue with just don't get.
You know, I would add that if you get enough speculative predictions wrong, then your theory is also probably wrong. Like, we kept predicting like grass should be 70 million nodes, 80 nodes, 90. If we're like drastically wrong often enough, that's also a sign that you're on the wrong track. We need a lot more of those, whereas risky predictions are kind of a one-off. If you confirm, yes, there's a rabbit in the Precambrian, confirm, we find it 3 or 4 times, it's over. We got something really, really wrong here. The whole model needs to be completely redone.
A lot of these arguments honestly come down to a misunderstanding of basic science, and Well, when I mean basic science, I'm not meaning
Drag, you're coming through horribly, man. Drag, you might have to reset.
Yeah, a whole lot of that was a mess.
Okay, sorry, I was actually in the kitchen trying to make dinner. But what I was trying to say is that I think at the core of a lot of these issues is that I think there's a misunderstanding of basic science, and I'm not trying to say, well, you need a big science education, just the scientific method, just how we come to these conclusions. I think there's a huge misunderstanding about that. Especially some of these guys, Steve was interacting with some guy that kept mentioning like independent variables, like that was a fucking, ace in the hole or something.
Or systems, he kept saying systems.
Or systems, yeah.
There's systems, and there's systems. I hear what you're saying, but you see, these are systems. Like that was some kind of buzzword that got him out of every objection. Like, well,
more cowbell.
In your case, it's argument for ignorance, but in this case, it's systems. It's still an argument for ignorance.
Well, it's worth mentioning too, like this grass observation, like who is it a problem for? If the issue is the claim of common ancestry, then there are certain predictions that flow necessarily from common ancestry. There's a whole host of observations that are consistent with it, but so what? Because lots of things are consistent with any number of theories. But when you look at the grass thing, those scientists who spend their days worrying about the evolutionary history of grasses, great, if it pays the bills, good for you. I can't find that enthusiastic myself. But they're the ones who create a theory about the evolution of grass. And if their theory is making bad predictions, then that's a problem for their theory. But keep in mind, their theory could be constructed under under the umbrella of a common ancestry theoretical account, or a baraminology theoretical account, or an intelligent design account, or a special creation account. As long as you accept that grasses are capable of speciating, then their theory fits in there. And if their theory is making bad predictions, then they got a shitty theory. But it doesn't speak to any of the other theories about the common ancestry of anybody else, or special creation for that matter.
That's actually really good, Hogtie. That was actually a really good explanation. And I was also going to say too, this was before the time that they actually did the genome test on blades of grass to actually see its genetic history. So that was another huge issue that they didn't done. This was just this article in Nature was literally just we haven't found grass older than 55 million years, so therefore we made this leap, and they were wrong. They even admit they were wrong. So actually, now I think they've proven they've shown that. But I just think that articles like that I think give them more credence. But I like your explanation, Hogtie.
Well, also Jade mentioned in a follow-up thread that this was actually something that was expected, that we had evidence of grass pollen from 70 million years ago. But that alone was not enough to move the timeline. But now with this confirmation, like, okay, you're right, it's back a bit further. So, and of course, I mean, the main issue, of course, is that none of this is a serious challenge to evolution. The age of grass can be any number of things, seriously challenging the model. So,
yeah, absolutely not. I agree with that 100%.
No one has ever said this is a risky prediction. If we find out that grass is older or younger, it's over. That never happened. That does not mean that evolution is unfalsifiable. Just means that not everything that is there's some things that challenge the model, some things that are just consistent with it.
And I would have some difficulty if somebody found fruit seeds. I don't know when, 400 million years ago.
Precambrian. We'll go Precambrian.
Precambrian fruit seeds would be a huge problem. And it's again one of those things that comes in direct conflict with the Bible, like whether you believe it was an apple or whatever you think it was. That's referenced in Genesis chapters 2 and 3. It just refers to a fruit, which I know Aaron really takes up the cause in arguing that's completely metaphorical. The fruits of a tree are the things that arise from character, not literally fruit that you could pick up and eat. But anyway. At the time of creation, whatever you want to consider creation to be, fruits are, people know this already, don't you? Flowering plants and fruiting plants are actually a very late arrival in the thing. Like if somebody found ancient fruit, I would have to wonder That's actually a pretty big thing, because it's not merely a misestimate of when that transition happened and how it created these relationships with the insects. But that's such a misplacement in time. It's not just a misestimation. It's actually a misunderstanding of how these things came to be.
Is everyone okay?
Yeah, am I frozen?
No, I just was watching True Empiricism. He's putting up a Bring It Evolutionist Scientific Model edition. So,
That's a sign of how butthurt he is. If he's doing something. He always does like a Bring It Evolutionist when he feels like his honor has been, sullied. Like, oh yeah, I showed up for a debate and barely talked for 20 minutes and didn't say fucking thing, and then left early because I didn't want to answer questions. So yeah, he's feeling a bit butthurt, being all bitch made that he is.
Hey, I will say, I think Steve crushed him in the debate, but I do think General, with that 8-minute back and forth between him and True, I did think he slipped up there. I think for like 95% of the debate, General did a great job, but I really think that back and forth with True, I think it went too long, and it almost showed like a little bias as the moderator.
And that's fine, because he is biased. I mean, we knew that going in, and he's not a professional debate moderator, so I would. And also, he actually was doing something moderators are supposed to, which is if one side is having trouble, give one side help flushing out their argument. And one of the issues is that Ronnie was having difficulty, although I think it was on purpose, sussing out what the ID model is, if it's got any core propositions, if it makes any predictions.
Because there is no models.
Well, exactly. But that was what was under discussion. Like, well, we have a better explanation.
Well, that's why Ronnie can't get a model for his ID thing, because he hasn't got one. There is none.
We've asked him this question so many times, and he comes back with something that seems like it's a model. Tell you like, wait, hold on a second, how are we supposed to test that?
Well, I'll repeat the observation I just made in Antonio's hangout. So Antonio had given, in his view, like an unbiased. He watched it, and then he asked me what I thought, whether it was unbiased or not. And I said, well, he did okay. Again, there's no point in. I mean, obviously he's got his bias, but I think he really did his best to say, well, I'm going to be unbiased. But certainly that issue was that 8 minutes, and in my view, that's just best avoided. Right. I mean, the reason I'm recalling the conversation with Antonio is because Antonio was making the point. It sounded like that question was sort of sharply focused against True. And then, well, why was there a similar question for Steve? And I would make the point that, I mean, there's always an imbalance. As soon as you start involving other people, you got this guy versus that guy. But then now we've got audience questions. Well, you never get the same number of audience questions, and they're never even close to the same level of being challenging. And then if the moderator also gets to put in something, it's really hard to come up with something balanced. And just for simplicity, I think that sort of thing is just to be avoided. I made a reply today, and this is my honest opinion about this. When those guys like G-Man, everybody else, when they're insisting we've got to have a moderator, it's got to be a fair moderator, they demand a moderator, but they're actually seeking a timekeeper. So from now on, I mean, if I ever do a debate with any of these guys, if they ever stop just freaking hiding under the bed from every time I challenge them, or they challenge me and then they just run away from their own challenge. What's that?
Give them a month. We're gonna have about maybe 30 or 40 hours of Bring It Evolutionists in my hangout. We'll include everybody who says anything remotely intelligent, so that Antonio, G-Man, and I can crow and pronounce ourselves masters of universe. After another 30 hours of that over a month or two, they'll be like, oh, maybe we'll actually talk to someone outside our little circle.
Yeah. Well, my suggestion is this is what I would do. You can, whatever. This is what I would do. You can do it if you want. But I would suggest that in your first sort of proposed conditions, specify no moderator, just the timekeeper. Because there's genuine confusion over what a moderator is, what they're supposed to do. And there's no confusion amongst those guys. When you say, well, what is a moderator supposed to do? They will perfectly describe the position of timekeeper.
Well, hold on.
So just for simplicity, no more.
Well, two things. First, when General Han Solo asked that particular question, I thought it was I thought it was a tough question to True. No doubt about it. But understanding two things, understanding that people are already going to believe that he has a bias. And number two, it's really, True is really coming into hostile territory with the questions that were even in the live chat because I was looking at them. So I would think general understanding that true empiricism will probably get the more difficult questions. I think number one should have said before he started, hey, we're going to have questions for True, we're going to have questions for Steve, and we're going to do it one at a time. First question, and I think he should have just said, no matter who you're doing the first question for, everybody understands we're going to go back and forth, back and forth, back and forth. So then when you come to True's answering the question, you ask it the first time, ask it the second time as he did, explain that, hey, I don't think that you've answered the question correctly, but when True said, hey, I've answered the question the best way I can, then he goes on again and goes back at him again. That's where I think that he kind of took it too far, and that's where I thought the bias came in. So it was kind of the format, and then after that, True there was no other questions, and Steve didn't get a question as challenging as True, so it kind of left it out there, and that's kind of where he's coming from, where the bias was at.
Yeah, I agree with that assessment. Completely. Tough questions. I know. Sorry, questions. I remember. If you guys can still hear me, in Antonio's Hangout, an interesting thing happened. So that Ecclesiastes fellow, I think he sometimes goes by King Matthew. I don't know if I'm mixing him up with somebody, but whenever you're in a Hangout with him, you always see the name Ecclesiastes. He asked what I thought about whether or not, actually, the way he asked, he said, did Steve actually answer the questions that True Empiricism was asking, or did Steve just not answer them at all, like True Empiricism says? And I said, well, I listened to it. It sounded to me like he answered them. And he says, oh, okay. Well, I haven't seen it yet. I'll watch. But you're saying that True Empiricism was lying about Steve not answering these questions. I said, hold on a sec. I'm not saying he's lying. That's probably his honest assessment. But one of the problems we have, you hear this all the time. You're not answering my question. Yes, I am. I'm trying to. But you're not answering the question. Oh, you're dodging. Right? A lot of times the person is addressing the question, but not like the person asking the question doesn't feel like it. So this Ecclesiastes fellow says, well, you know what I'm going to do? When I listen to it, he wanted to put up a video that showed here's the question, here's the answer. So in my view, that doesn't really answer it. What you should do is say, here's a question that True Empiricism asked. And how do you make a video saying, here's a question that he asked, and then here's a video clip of Steve not answering it? That doesn't make sense. What you should do, put it a challenge to anybody who says, yes, I think Steve answered these questions. Have them bring you the evidence. So you watch the video, you see where True Empiricism asked Steve a question, and you post the timestamp to that and say, at this timestamp, True Empiricism asked Steve this question. Now, where did Steve answer it? And then let other people go watch the clip and say, well, here's where Steve answered it. And if people can't identify where Steve answered it, well, then Steve didn't answer the question to anyone's satisfaction. And he says, this Ecclesiastes says, yeah, that's a good idea. I'm going to do that. So I encourage people to look for that post from him. Because when he said that, he sounded genuine to me. It sounded like he actually wants to know whether or not True Empiricism was giving a fair assessment of Steve's purported evasiveness.
Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, I'm on my phone right now. Every so often you'll come across Matthew Ecclesiastes, whatever his name is, and you'll have a good conversation with him. He'll actually be receptive. When he starts getting back around the clown car posse, it kind of wavers, and you'll eventually the bias will kick back in for him. But I think since Rational Mind did that transcript, I think that's going to be very, very telling. And I think I have on my computer back there, I should have it still screen shared, the next part of that transcript, if you guys want to read that off. Actually, I can't see it. Hold on. Let me go back in the room.
Oh God. Make it stop. Okay, hello. Can y'all hear me?
Yeah.
Okay, that. Ow. Ow.
No
All
idea
right.
what happened.
Yeah, but I put my phone down next to my headset.
Oh, that'll do it.
Okay. Let's see me present to everyone. Oh wow, this is jeez. Okay. So this is the 15-minute presentations. Now this is shit. You all right? You need help?
I'm fine.
It sounded harsh.
I'm sneezing. I put my hand over the mic to muffle it at least.
Oh man.
And don't sneeze directly into the mic.
All right. So
By the way, Drag, sorry, I don't know why I'm going to interrupt with this. By the way, that's where the term heaving comes from, because when people do that heaving motion, they create the heave, but some people have a natural heave. I don't know why I felt compelled to go back and close that loop.
Hogtie, is that also like a dry heave? That unproductive vomit?
Yeah, that's where the term comes from. Like you can be nauseous and there'll be no outward signs of it, but then people will start to do that belly in, belly out thing, and they call it heaving because you're actually creating an abdominal heave in the motion.
Yeah.
And that doesn't happen, by the way, when you have what they call productive vomiting. Just a bit of trivia. I'm just trying to buy Drag time to set up his game.
Yeah, just as a side note, actually, I've actually done that by coughing.
There's a good reason for that, but I'd love to explain it. I'm so fascinated by this stuff, but I think Drag is almost.
Okay, well, when Drag's
we'll do a separate hangout on body oddities. Oh, there's a good name for that. Body oddities. Someone write that down. I'm driving.
Okay, sorry, I was talking to the wife. Okay.
And then we'll do another one called Body Oddities, but it'll be BADY, and it'll be like dirty stuff.
Body.
Like, yeah, like porn. Have you ever watched those like porn outtakes things, like the porn star that's deep throating and throws up on the guy, things like that?
Oh,
Body
like on
oddities.
World. Yeah.
Yeah, body oddities. We'll have a whole hangout on that topic.
That's efuck.com. so the I was laughing. So the 15-minute presentation, Steve gives his General asked Ronnie at 1925 if Ronnie wants him to present. Ronnie, so he can give the presentation. Ronnie says, no, that's not going to be needed. I have a presentation, but the way he went about it was different than I was anticipating he was going to go about it. So I don't think it's going to be needed. So this is what I was talking about earlier, and this is what I was thinking about in the car. His presentation wasn't present his argument, it was to refute Steve. And this right here is the evidence for it. And this, I'm glad that Rational Mind did this, because this is the evidence. He admits that this is the claim. Like that, this is undeniable here for me. So I'm gonna try and read this 4 minutes and 10 seconds of gobbledygook. So bear with me. So he goes about talking about predictions, and that he mentions some on the order of you can use intelligent design to argue for all sorts of different points. It can't explain anything. That's a fundamental misunderstanding of intelligent design argument. Intelligent design, and anyone can go to the website or listen to what philosophers of science, who are the type of people you would like to speak to if you want to understand what science is, like Stephen C. Meyer. You can go to the website and you can clearly see that intelligent design is only arguing for specific patterns that are only known to come from an intelligent agent. Let's take his idea of prediction, for example. What is the reason why you are predicting? You're trying to see if the idea or your hypothesis, your claimed cause, can produce an effect. With SETI, for example, they're looking out into space and they're trying to find telltale signs of intelligence. If they were to confirm and find some sort of telltale signs of intelligence, some sort of pattern that we know can only come from an intelligent agent, like that of sequence information that is finding inside of DNA or computer programs and so on. This would help to confirm their suspicions. Here was another example actually from an educational video where they were trying to talk about evolutionary theory, and they actually go about defending evolutionary theory. And one of the examples that they use is, hold on, imagine if you were to wake up in the morning and see the light outside. You know, based on your uniform experience, that the light outside is the sun. That's what it is. It's the sun. And then when you go out there and see the sun out, you've confirmed your prediction, your expectation. Well, let's just step back for a second and look at that from the perspective of an ID proponent. We're saying that the mechanisms or the systems inside of nature are the end result of an intelligent agent, because typically when you see multiple components placed together in a coordinated fashion to give overall function, like we're seeing inside of the cell or the human body, those particular types of patterns have consistently come from an intelligent agent. I'll give you guys an example of what I mean by this. The nervous system, the human nervous system in the brain, is very similar to a computer program in its functionality. Computer programs, as I mentioned, with DNA, with the DNA molecule as well. The point is that cause and effect. You know that those patterns, those particular patterns, have come from an intelligent agent already. But let's just say we don't make a prediction. Let's just say that we take prediction off the counter. Is causality still there? Are you reasonable for assuming that the light would be outside based on the fact that you've woken up every single day and you've seen that when, hold on, that when you've seen that light outside, that it's the sun outside? So we can't approach it from the angle, if we're going to take, or going to look at it from what Steve is saying right now. But the very fact that we are concluding an intelligent agent is based on previous situations in the past, that intelligent agents have always produced those particular types of systems. That's the point here. The demonstration, the test, has already been fulfilled with intelligent thinking agents. We know based on our history and the past that when we trace these things back to a root source, they've always come from an intelligent thinking agent. So the prediction is not needed here when we're looking at it from an ID perspective, because it's already confirmed. With the evolutionary theory, they're trying to do tests and experiments to get an explanation. With intelligent design, the explanation is already here. So that's the point right there. From the perspective of a scientific model, fulfills its goals. I've got a little bit to say on that, but I'm going to let him go ahead and respond, Steve.
Why does Ronnie say everything 3 times?
I don't know. Like,
Read actually the part about the brain being like a computer and and the nervous system and the brain and the nervous system. He repeats it's like he's trying to make a list, but he's got one thing for the list, so he repeats it until he has a list.
I think he can't remember what he wants to say about it. So he mentions it and then tries to expound upon it, but he can't remember. So then he moves on to the next thing. Because it seems like the way he speaks is, the way this is typed out, it seems very stream of consciousness.
How does he work in a call center?
I don't know. It's really hard to read this. I'm not even gonna lie.
No. Sometimes in call centers you don't get a script.
Yeah, but I would bet that his call center, it is very scripted. I would almost guarantee you, and that's, I mean, if you look at,
he's the out-call sales guy who calls,
exactly,
reads a script to try to get you to buy a cable package.
Yep, exactly.
And then you hang up on him and he feels down.
Or you ask him some strange question that's not part of the script and he chokes and hangs up.
That would actually seem like his MO, because my wife worked for a call center. Well, she worked from home as a call center job, and most of what she had to say, I'd say 80% was scripted, 20% was kind of on the fly. But that was when it got interpersonal. But that's kind of Ronnie's MO. He can't think on the fly. Like he has no ability to think on the fly. He can just repeat stuff that he's read and memorized.
Yeah, because when I worked in the call center, Drag, with banking, we had no script. We had articles that would explain how things work that we can read from and learn from to learn how the system works. But when it came to talking to the customer, we had no script.
Oh, I guess they like being sued.
Oh yeah. Well, no, because he just fired the employee then.
Okay, I got a message from General Han Solo. He says Antonio thought I did an excellent job moderating. I'm wondering if Antonio's changing his position on something. But here's what I found interesting, other than him repeating himself. Toward the end of the debate, he complained that Steve didn't address his mention of the nervous system. Well, here's where his mention occurs. It's an example. So what was he supposed to address specifically about this as an example? That's what I'm trying to figure out. Like if he said, well, these things are analogous. So was Steve supposed to say how they're not analogous? Because he did actually do that with the turbine thing.
Yeah, I have no idea. I mean, it didn't seem like he had made any other point other than, hey, look, the brain and nervous system are complex, therefore God. And I mean, how, especially with as I guess prepared Steve was with other examples. I mean, in my opinion, like you said, I think he did, maybe not specifically, but I think through his other examples, you definitely could expand that to include what, that argument from, again, ignorance and whatever. I would suggest, or I would feel that fully covered it. He didn't have to say a word about that, at least in particular.
Yeah, it's like he could. I know he's pulling shit out of his ass when trying to give.
Well, the problem is that whole deal wasn't anything about that. His whole deal was trying to prove that because the sun comes up in the morning and you've seen it every day, that you can assume that it's the sun that's causing the light. Which, I mean, not to mention the black swan fallacy, but to put a point on it, yeah. At the same time, if somebody happened to sneak in your house and change your, let's say take your clock out and put some big lights outside and not let you go to the window, you can assume that that's the sun, but you don't have any way of knowing without going outside and look at it. And the problem is he's almost barring the door to where you have to make a definitive claim without being able to go out inside and look at it. And I mean, it's ridiculous in the way that he tries to pull that together. I mean, I was on with G-Man a couple of nights ago and I asked him a simple question, what's 1 + 1? And he said 2. And I said, okay, in a base 10 system it is, but what is it in a base 2 system? And he goes, it's still 2. And I said, gee, man, you don't understand. There's no 2 in a base 2 system. So, of course, he loses his mind and starts...
1 1.
Yeah. Well, I mean, and the problem is when you make these assumptions, when you make these just jumps that, hey, this is what we always use, you're going to get caught out and you're going to be, shown that you have no idea what it means when we change the parameters. So when he uses that,
okay, wait. In your example of G-Man doing the base 2 thing, does G-Man even know what base 2 is?
No, well, that was the problem. Is I kept telling him,
See, you're correct in what you're saying. The problem is the person you're saying it to doesn't have a fucking clue what you said, so you may as well just say blah 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 to them, and that's the problem.
Well, the point of that was to show him that by assuming that like he said, I definitively know what you're asking. Well, unless you are willing to step back and say, well, maybe let's look at this from a different angle because maybe I don't know, you can be definitely demonstrated to look like a fool. And to me, that was the first problem with True's little analogy there, is boxing it into saying it has to be the sun because it's always come up. Well, no, it doesn't. You have no idea what happened overnight if you were unconscious. And then at the
Oh,
end
wait a
of
minute. It could be the middle of the night, and what you're looking at is a supernova.
there you go. Exactly. I mean, there's a million different explanations. A car's driving by. I mean, somebody pulled into your driveway and it happens to shine the lights on. I mean, what is it? But and then at the end of the debate, it seemed that he felt that he was so strong in making that assumption as being definitive that now he doesn't even need a model. And it's just, I mean, yeah. So that was my big takeaway from that, is that he wants to think one-dimensional and then make the proclamation that by thinking one-dimensional, we don't even need a model to explain what his explanation is. So
God, I just began talking and then cut myself off. Okay, yeah, that's one of the interesting things about this too. Like, he completely eschews the idea of needing a model because, well, it just is. Well, okay, like he wants to argue science, but no, I'm not gonna do that. No, that's for little people.
I don't know if it was him or I think it actually was early in this debate. This discussion, do we want to talk about science or do we want to talk about philosophy? Modeling is science. I mean, I'm sorry, I don't know how you do science without modeling. And
I know.
So, yeah.
Like that's one of my biggest issues with some of them, because they want to meander in and out of science, because Kevin was doing that, and so he would mention like naturalism. I'm like, look, if you're going to talk about science, then you're going to have to accept methodological naturalism. Like, you can't not accept it when it's not convenient for you, and then just start using it to hold other people to a standard, and then switch in and out. Like, that to me is annoying and dishonest. That is really, 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 really annoying. But
well, guys, wife's about to walk in, so I'm gonna get off. And Drag, thanks for having me tonight. That was fun. I'm glad I got a little opening in my schedule, and you were up, so I could play a little. So
no, not a
appreciate
problem.
it.
Always welcome. Do you want me to invite you more, or just you'll just message me?
Shoot it out there, and if I happen to be around, I'll definitely pick it up. It's just, I don't know if you know what I do. I'm a pilot, so it really depends on where I'm at. And luckily, we got scrubbed this afternoon, so I happen to be home. But even if I'm at a terminal someplace and I can get a private room, I'll jump in there.
Okay.
I've done that before. But yeah, it's just, especially this last year, I got on with a new company, and it's been a lot more intense than I thought it was going to be. So, but yeah, I'd love to jump in whenever you guys, are talking. It's fun. And, the biggest problem is I just don't know when I'm going to be around. So.
Okay. I'll keep you on the list there.
All right. Well, thanks. And good to see everybody, and y'all have a good night.
Let me see. We'll probably just go ahead and just close it off right now. I just may open one up later tomorrow. I got a guy coming by to try and buy this washer and dryer that's been sitting in my garage forever, so I want to knock that out. But yeah, there's more TE stuff to go over, because I don't want this transcript to go to waste, because it's Rational Mind sat and took his time to write this. So, but actually, no, Talking Shit Tuesdays tomorrow. What the fuck am I saying? That's right. All right, Pseudo, are you there?
Yeah, I'm here.
Okay, JD is okay. Wait, let me see. JD's mouse isn't moving, so he's not even here. All right.
Yeah, just take us offline for a second.
Yep. I'm gonna head offline, folks. If any of y'all want an invite to the Hangouts that I do in the future, please send me an invite. If you like my Hangouts, there's Patreon. No big deal. There is a juicy bag of dicks that I would love to get mailed to me on my Amazon wish list. That works too. Joking. But anyway, thanks folks for watching. Feel free to share this. We will be voting on our favorite memes of the hashtag BitchMade tomorrow. We're probably just going to have the panel vote on the best ones. We probably have to take like one or two of Drake's, because he put out a bunch of them. But yeah, other than that, folks, see ya.